Chapter 621 Crypt. Seedlings that cannot grow into high-level spiritual medicines are always seedlings. The unrealized potential makes it promising in the future. But it does not have much practical value now. Their current price is not much higher than that of an ordinary vegetable. Fungi threw them in just to improve the ecology inside. As a high ecological niche among plants, they have considerable value even if they exist as a weed after entering the small world. This is the difference between having and not having. In addition, there is also the desire to gamble on luck. Maybe the current environment of the small world is suitable for the growth of one of these high-level spiritual medicines? After all, although the current environment of the small world is harsh, the energy density is not bad at all. Based on the energy density, how can a harsh environment not be a special environment? It's a pity that fungi didn't have such good luck and didn't encounter it. And these spiritual medicine seedlings can only be used as part of the accumulation. Let them grow with the small world, and lay the foundation for the construction of the next ecosystem of the small world. In addition to growth, the part of the ritual field responsible for decay is also quietly running. The various plants that lost their vitality decayed rapidly under the acceleration of the ritual field, and continued to accumulate and layer, gradually turning into the prototype of humus soil, returning the nutrients originally drawn from the earth to the soil again, becoming the food for the subsequent plant growth. In this process, the rock powder gradually turned into soil, becoming a vital part of the small world, so that there are faint traces of decayed rules in the small world, and the variants of the earth's rules. And the soil is also nurturing. It's like in some prehistoric novels that anything you do is easy to touch the merits because it is the first time. Today's small world has just appeared, and the various things that appear in it are very easy to affect the world. All rules have not yet been fully formed, and everything is still being nurtured. And with the development, the world that originally only had the earth, airflow, ocean, and lava has gradually derived flames, soil, plants, decay, rivers, lakes, wind, clouds, etc. Although everything is differentiated and extended from the earth, airflow, ocean, and lava, it is still of great significance. The total amount has not changed, but its comprehensiveness has been improved by many times, and its functionality has been improved by many times. The meticulousness of the rules has been improved by many times. The fit between the rules, the formation of the rule network, and the impression of all the changes far exceed the increase in the total amount. This is like the difference between using a piece of uranium to make a hammer to hit people, and using uranium to make a fission mushroom egg. Although this hammer made of uranium can become a veritable magic weapon, whoever is hit will die. Whoever uses it will die. And where it is placed, no grass will grow, and mosquitoes will die near it. It can definitely be written about in martial arts novels. But these are not comparable to a fission mushroom egg made of uranium. The complexity of the rules has increased, and the improvement of the rule network has also greatly improved fungi. More importantly, the more perfect the rules are, the fewer loopholes there are, and the closer it is to becoming a real world. This is the charm of rule derivation. This is also the only way for the development of the world. And the price is that the most original rules of the world are constantly being dismantled into new branches. This can actually be compared to Gaia, the god of the earth in Western mythology. Gaia keeps giving birth to children and dividing power. She becomes weaker and weaker, but the rules of the world are increasing, and the world becomes stronger and stronger. Of course, it is still unknown how far Fung's small world will go to this point. It is just a prototype now, nothing more. And at this time, a ginseng doll suddenly stared at a dragon blood fruit tree emerging in the small world. The small ginseng doll held the trunk of the dragon blood fruit tree with both hands. I don't know how it did it, but it kept floating up and down with the dragon blood fruit tree, and all the rocks under it are real rocks, and even the residual temperature of magma remains. At this moment, it is just like water in front of it. No, the resistance in the water is greater than this. It seems to be looking for something between its continuous ups and downs. Its footprints even span the entire small world. Its figure can be seen everywhere, but it does not stay in any place for a long time until it stops at the highest peak of the small world. It slowly emerged at the top, revealing only the upper half, just like a pair of eyes. And after a peak, it completely emerged. Although there is no danger in Fung's small world, it still maintains its original cautious habits, and will instantly flee thousands of miles away at the slightest disturbance. When I caught it, It was also thanks to the fat man's lock. Otherwise, how could I catch it? By the way, it seems that the fat man has taken people to do archaeology again recently. Fong Bai thought of the two words archaeology, and his face was slightly weird. The fat man is fine. The original white-robed prophet has also gone. Professional knowledge plus metaphysical prophecy. Fong Bai can only say that being targeted by them is unlucky for 8 lifetimes. What kind of tomb can stop their archaeological excavation? However, I heard from them recently that they seem to have encountered eyebrows. Not only was Fong Bai not worried, but he felt a little gloating. It's great that the fat man is unlucky. As for the danger, Fong Bai definitely doesn't believe it. No matter who dies in this world, this fat man will not die. Forget the fat man, and look at the little carrot that appeared on the highest peak of the small world again. I saw that the little carrot found a suitable place to plant the dragon blood fruit tree he was carrying at a position next to the cliff on the top of the mountain, and then patted the trunk with his little hands. This little carrot has been with Fong Bai for so long, and it is getting closer and closer to human form, and its spirituality is getting more and more sufficient. Moreover, it adapts to the environment of the small world surprisingly everywhere. Wherever it is, the elements of heaven and earth in the small world will be a little softer. It is like a stabilizer, stabilizing the surrounding elements of heaven and earth. There was nothing unusual about the dragon blood fruit tree after it was planted. But when the little radish took root under the tree, the dragon blood fruit tree suddenly shook slightly, and the breath instantly became stronger, just like a person who was in high spirits. However, Fong Bai did not look at the dragon blood fruit tree, but focused all his attention on the little radish. Or rather, the bottom of the little radish. Originally, this mountain had no extraordinary features. It was just the highest peak naturally born in the small world. Although it is the highest peak, it is only 100 meters high. It is just because no matter how high it is, there must be a highest, which is why it is the highest peak. If it is taken to a place with mountains, it will not be ranked at all. At most it can be called a small hill bun. The only thing worth mentioning is that the terrain is quite steep, and there are strange rocks everywhere. This is also completely because it has just been formed, and there is no wind or water erosion, which is not worth mentioning. In short, this highest peak has no special features, and even its field is ordinary. But when the little radish took root, it was completely different. Earth elements from all directions gathered and continuously merged into the mountain, making it start to grow higher little by little. And more importantly, the mountain seemed to come alive at this moment, as if it had life, and began to swallow and spit out the elemental power between heaven and earth. The elemental power swallowed in was slightly violent, but the spit out was extremely harmonious. The gentle elemental power gathered here to form a unique place. And in the earth, the gathering and swallowing of rich earth elements gradually formed an unusual whole, and the passage where rich earth elements gathered gradually became somewhat special. Underground, Fong Bai whispered softly. He couldn't help but recall the pure land he saw in the dust plains at the beginning, which was also tossed out by this little radish. And with the appearance of this earth vein hole, the overall element environment in this small world seemed to be revitalized, gradually began to upgrade, gradually began to circulate, and had a hint of spirituality. In this process, the hill that originally had the highest peak also quietly became magical, and the dragon blood fruit tree on the top of the mountain and the small carrot in the center of the mountain were nourished by the overall elemental environment in the small world. The elements of the entire small world were activated by the small carrot, and naturally they were also nourished by the elemental power of the entire small world. And the elemental power that accounted for such a large proportion was provoked by it, and its rules naturally moved with it, surrounding the small carrot. And the intensity of the rules can even be seen externally. If you squint your eyes, you can vaguely see the appearance of the rule chain. Under the rules, even the demigod medicine small carrot that has reached the demigod level is quietly changing. The small carrot seized the opportunity and activated the elemental power of the entire small world, especially the earth elemental power. But in the same way, it also gained great benefits in this process, and will become stronger as the world becomes stronger in the future. In the future, will there be a chance to become a real magic medicine? Fong Bai couldn't help but have some expectations in his heart. After all, although the little carrot, as a semi-divine medicine, has no fighting power at present, it can still easily mobilize the earth element of the entire small world and respond to other elements of the entire world, directly forming a prototype of a cave and a prototype of a ground vein, making the overall elements run with spirituality, and even make this highest peak higher and higher, gradually with a bit of strangeness. Maybe it will become a real strange place. A blessed place in a short time. Not to mention other effects and its medicinal power. Just the huge help to the small world is enough for Fong Bai to look forward to. And Fong Bai even thought about what would happen if the little carrot, as a spiritual medicine, broke through and became a divine medicine. Will it master the power? Will it become a magical medicine or a god? The god of magical medicine? But Fong Bai also knew that it would not be easy. The word god is not so easy to get. If he wants to become a god, he must rely on the small world to grow into a real world, let alone other things. But if he can really help the small world grow into a real world, and deeply integrate it in the process, feel its complete rule changes, record the rule changes of the whole world, and condense the core of the elemental power of the whole world, Fong Bai suddenly felt that everything was unknown. It may not be impossible. After a moment of thought, Fong Bai pinched his fingers together, and a passage leading to the earth elemental world instantly took shape in the cave formed by the little carrot. Almost substantial earth elements gushed out from it. But when it approached the cave, it suddenly became gentle, and the majestic impact force disappeared without a trace. And the almost substantial elemental power poured into the cave. Part of it permeated the mountain, and more of it flowed back along the previously washed out channel, and then accumulated, washed, and flowed one by one. Gradually, one small cave after another took shape in every corner of the earth, and the washed-out ground vein network spread all over the land, and was still continuously washing out to form more and smaller small channels with a wider coverage area. It was like capillaries gradually covering. In this way, what was originally like an unpolished rough piece suddenly seemed to become a rounded handle that had been polished for decades. The power of the earth element poured into the cave under the little carrot, and then flowed to the entire small world, merged into the earth, and then rose from the earth. The earth is still the same piece of earth, but the expansion of the field can show the growth of its power and the thickness of its foundation. The simplest point is that an attack may have blown a pit of 100 meters, but now it may only be 50 meters. In addition, the elemental power rising from the earth has become softer and completely harmless. Apart from the elemental world itself, the generosity of the earth is the best filter. Fong Bai suddenly realized that if there was such a role to lead the coordination of fire, wind, and water elements, the entire small world would usher in another qualitative change. This role is more suitable for the existence of spiritual medicine, the son of heaven and earth, and the natural element. So, is this the meaning of the existence of gods? Fong Bai in Tiangong Pavilion looked up at the sky and recalled the theory of heaven and earth from Kaming's mouth. The birth of gods is not a coincidence, but a necessity for the better growth of heaven and earth. At the same time, the wisdom of gods will also make up for the last shortcoming of heaven and earth, which only have rules but no wisdom. After all, gods and heaven and earth naturally stand on the same front. But 3 semi-god medicines are limited to the 3 elemental attributes of fire, wind and water. How can this be so difficult? How to do it? Fong Bai sighed. He understood the difficulty better than anyone else. But what if he understood it? He had to do it even if he understood it. This is not something else. This is his small world. This is his reliance on longevity. How can he not do it? Even if it takes decades or hundreds of years to do it. He had to do it. He shook his head slightly and arranged for the outer cabinet to pay attention to and screen such information, and pass it to him as soon as possible after the news. After the arrangement, Fong Bai cast his eyes on the dust titan in the small world. Perfect body. Perfect rune array. They carry the 2 powers of mecha and rune respectively. Look at the thin dusk meaning at the core. Okay. It's unbearable. Chapter 622 Dragon Bone. Not worthy at all. If she was Xiao Tian before, she can only be called Madame No now. It's not that Fong Bai is mean. It's mainly because this is already a strong branch. Not to mention the aura of the projection of the Twilight Titan. Even if the projection of the Twilight Titan came, it would be a little bit worse. If the real body came, it would be almost the same. After all, whether it is the power of runes or the power of mechas, which one is rubbish? Which one is not the potential of a true god? Runes can still be said to be potential, which has not been fulfilled yet. After all, although Tiangong Pavilion is promoting runes, the threshold of runes is here. If you don't reach a certain level of knowledge, You are not qualified to learn at all. Although the power of faith provided by these people who can learn is of high quality, the quantity is not enough after all. And the accumulation is not enough to recommend the rune authority comparable to the true God. At least it is impossible before they compile runes into textbooks and tutorials. It may not be the case after that. As I said, among all the means nowadays, the most suitable high-end extraordinary technology is runes. No one else. In addition, the overall thinking of runes is close to the overall thinking of modern science and technology. So it is easy to learn. After all, this was developed by Fong Bai, and is completely influenced by Fong Bai thinking and knowledge system. Fong Bai knowledge system is basically based on the real science and technology knowledge system, and his thinking is shaped under modern scientific thinking. The runes created in this way are naturally more suitable for modern thinking. This is knowledge that is more suitable for the physique of modern babies. And of course, it will be very popular. Another crucial point is that a large number of top professors and academicians in the whole country have learned and mastered this rune system, and their disciples naturally follow them to learn this system. It can be expected that in the future, they will mostly use this system to teach when they recruit disciples. And most of their disciples will do the same. This has formed a large environment and inertia. And it is natural that this system will be circulated in the high-end academic community in the future. On this basis, the water called runes flows down from the top of the pyramid level by level, and there will naturally be no difference below. Although such rune authority is still a little short of it now, it can be expected that it will inevitably reach the level of true gods. This is just the rune authority. What about the Mecha authority? Mecha, as Fong Bai earliest title. Mecha Master, as Fong Bai created the profession from the beginning of the game, and it is completely open source. And the job transfer props are also sold in large quantities. As the profession with the lowest cost, extremely high defense at the same level, and extremely high applicability in the entire game. It is completely known for its cost performance. And if you forge yourself completely with elemental metals and construct a pure elemental metal body, then the original extremely high defense will immediately become the highest defense. And the combat power will be extremely strong under the cloud system. The only price is expensive. But expensive is a problem of people, not a problem of profession. In addition, there is also an elemental alloy grade, which is suitable for audiences who have some money but not enough. And its strength is also quite good. Levels 1, 2, 3, Youth version, Normal version, and Flagship version directly include almost all audiences. It doesn't matter if you don't have money or you have money. And those who want to spend money also have a place to charge money. Although the cost performance is gradually decreasing, you can't deny its value. Nor can you deny that the lowest level Mecha Master is the most cost-effective profession in the world. No one else completely kill other professions in seconds. Even warriors in the same kitchen knife team cannot beat the Mecha Master. This point has already doomed the widespread spread of Mecha Masters. In fact, at the current stage, basically all professionals who have the choice will work part-time as Mecha Masters to provide a strong supplement to defense and strength. This is true for both players and indigenous people. Although this completely hits the bottom of the valley for low-level archers, the effect is extremely significant. That is, the ability to survive is greatly enhanced. There have even begun to be hundreds of people on both sides taking knives to fight, fighting for several days and nights, from the South Heaven Gate to the Lingxiao Palace. And the most serious injuries are that some people sprained their feet, and some people had dry eyes. On the contrary, the cracks and curling of their weapons made the weapons merchants make a lot of money. But the doctors lost a lot of business. The popularity of Mecha Masters can be seen. The key is that after they finish fighting, they find that they are fine and can contribute a bit of strength to the Mecha authority. Not to mention those who spent money. Is that heavy money? It is the power of faith. In this way, there is the power of faith that is enough to overflow the gifted fantasy space and condense the inner space. This is why there is the current fantasy space, the current small world, and the current Mecha authority. This is the real God-level authority. If Fong Bai controls it, he may even have the opportunity to ascend to the throne of God. Of course, whether Fong Bai is unworthy of his position or whether he will be completely brainwashed by the power of faith and become the real Mecha God depends on Fong Bai ability. Maybe now I can stabilize my consciousness under the anchor of the fantasy space. But it may not be the case in the future. And Fong Bai doesn't like the power from this source. So he didn't merge it. But it doesn't mean that this power doesn't exist. Even if it doesn't merge, it is still a true God-level authority. And it has fulfilled its potential authority. And there is still a very high room for development. The mecha in front of me is formed by the mecha authority integrating all the fourth-order parts of the mecha and cooperating with the rune authority of the near god. It can be said that the current Dust Titan is the prototype of a god-level mecha. A perfect embryo of a god-level mecha. As long as it is supplemented with a suitable item, reforged, and completely merged, Fongbai can receive a brand new mecha. A god-level mecha. Finally, Fongbai couldn't bear it anymore, and reached out to take this ray of Dust Titan's aura off the Dust Titan. After taking it off, it is no longer the Dust Titan. It is just an ordinary god-level mecha embryo. That's all. He collected the breath of the Twilight Titan and sealed the village. Although it can't keep up with his pace now, it can't be denied that it is also a good thing. This is still pitifully small, but in quality, it is comparable to the breath of the demigod Twilight Titan. He can't use it, but he has once again tailored a legendary mecha for it. This is still a demigod-level combat power, no matter where it is placed. It is the foundation for suppressing forces. After sealing this breath, Fongbai once again turned his attention to the mecha embryo. In fact, he has two ideas. There are not many god-level beings he can contact now, and there are even fewer that can be used to build mechas. After choosing from east to west, he found two options. Two options that can be operated. The first one is the Demon Beast. The Demon Beast has no intelligence, only fierce fighting instincts, and is perfectly controlled by the token. Its essence and combat power are completely divine. If Chimera is really killed, it is possible to perfectly integrate the Chimera corpse and the mecha embryo with the help of rune authority to forge a half-biological and half-mechanical combat mecha, combining the advantages of biological mecha and mechanical mecha, and discarding their respective shortcomings. The mecha forged in this way is not perfect, but at least it can be improved a lot. What's more important is that because the token has complete control over the Demon Beast, and the Demon Beast has no intelligence, only a high and unparalleled combat instinct. If it really wants to kill, there will be absolutely no problem. And this combat instinct and soul also try to preserve it, which is perfect. The benefits of this option are too many, and the main cost is one. Losing a god-level combat power that can be driven at will. Although a little sacrifice is required in this process to obtain time. But compared with a god-level combat power, it is nothing. Lose a god-level combat power that obeys orders, and gain a god-level mecha. To be honest, Fongbai doesn't want to do this calculation at all. 1 plus 1 minus. Because this is a pure loss for him. If you simply do subtraction, it will be a pure loss of the god-level mecha embryo. It would be better to find a way to control Chimera, to hunt other demon beasts, and choose the bodies, skeletons, and souls of other demon beasts as the casting materials for the mecha. So this option was directly rejected by Fongbai, and replaced by another option. That is the option that Fongbai has been thinking about for a long time. Even this option itself is what Fongbai has been thinking about for a long time. But he has never succeeded. While thinking, Fongbai has walked out of the Tiannong Pavilion and came to the ore deposit outside. The ore deposit under Fongbai feet has no trace of mining. It is specially preserved as a landscape. In addition, this mining area is also connected to the Longway area in front. At this moment, moo! The sound like the moo of a cow echoed between heaven and earth. But it was also like an illusion of the spiritual world. And it was accompanied by the kind of polluted filthy sound. Fongbai knew that this was not an illusion. It was real. And he knew what it was. He had even seen the owner of the dragon roar a long time ago. It was just the dragon bone that replaced the ancient wizard tower. Not only that, Fongbai had also found the source of the filthy sound that could tempt people to fall. That was not the sound that should exist in this world. Nor was it the sound that could be made by monsters or plants. That was the sound of the devil from the abyss. The abyss? This is not a plane or a world. It is a very special existence. This existence should perhaps be called non-existence at the beginning. The so-called non-existence is a place where nothing exists, and there is nothing. That should be the abyss. Just a trough. It was originally like this, until a world was destroyed and fell into that trough. One may not be enough to form. But with the weakest of one world after another, with the accumulation of the world, with the despair of the destruction of the world, the dead silence of the collapse of the world, the gradual decay of all things and even the corpses of the world, the most filthy power is born in such collision and fermentation. This is the power of the abyss. And the mass graves of the world have become the abyss. The abyss has been born. In fact, if this demon sound only sounded a few times, it would be fine. But this sound has been there since the beginning of the game, when it was still the ancient wizard tower, until the collapse of the ancient wizard tower, until the dragon bones appeared, and until now. There is still a sound there. Fong Bai knows very well what this means. This means a channel. A two-way space channel leading to the abyss. And the demons on the opposite side of the abyss are still rushing towards this space channel, wanting to rush to this world, wanting to pollute this world, and make it fall into the abyss. That is the most primitive instinct, and the most primitive hatred of the creatures born from the corpses of the world. They want to erode all the living worlds frantically, and finally drag them into the abyss. Even the abyss has given birth to a grand will in this process. Hating the living world. Once a living world is pulled into the abyss, the will of the abyss will reward the creature that pulled the world down, grant it authority and power. The most powerful and the most core can even directly become the lord of this world after death. Completely master this layer of the abyss, and become an abyss lord. Yes, after the world is pulled into the abyss and dies, he has become a new layer of the abyss. As for how many layers of the abyss there are, no one knows this anymore. The above information is excerpted from the origin of the abyss, and on the goddess captured by the abyss lord. In short, the abyss is the enemy of all worlds, the real enemy of life and death. And Fong Bai's second choice is actually very simple. That is the dragon bone, the skeleton of a divine dragon. From the formation of the dragon's mighty area and the suppression of the abyss channel, can illustrate its majestic power. Now, even if it is just a skeleton, it is a divine power. In addition, Fong Bai also has the core dragon ball of the dragon bone, and understands the strength of its power. It can be said that this divine dragon skeleton is absolutely worthy of being the backbone of the mecha. Both the rune authority and the mecha authority can be deeply integrated with the dragon bone, so as to directly create a real divine armor with upgrade potential. This strength is absolutely needless to say. Fong Bai has even chosen the name after the manufacturing is completed, which can be said to be very beloved. But the problem is also very obvious. That is, this dragon bone supports the entire dragon power area, and it is the dragon bone that suppresses the abyss cracks and suppresses the abyss demons that try to rush over from the opposite side. If the dragon bone is taken away, it means that the guarding power of the abyss channel disappears, which means that the abyss demons can quickly enter the small world through the space channel. What this means is self-evident. In terms of personal opinion, the abyss demons rush out to Tiangong Pavilion, and the first to bear the brunt is Tiangong Pavilion. Unless you move, this is unavoidable. As for the public, Fong Bai's sense of responsibility and pride do not allow Fong Bai to take the dragon bone directly, expose the abyss channel and move away directly, and let the abyss demons erode this world. This seems to be safe. The dragon bone is also in hand, and the god-level mecha can be built. But Fong Bai will never do such a thing in his life. So it is very simple to take the dragon bone to cast a mecha. Take over the position of the dragon bone to suppress the abyss channel and resist all abyss demons. This is the price to pay for taking the dragon bone. Chapter 623 A large number of legendary dragon beasts. Take the dragon bones and guard the rift. We can know this from the fact that the ancient wizard civilization failed to close the abyss rift, but built a wizard tower to guard it. This abyss rift is very likely to be impossible to close, and the continents in the abyss are layered one after another, and the demons are endless. Even the real gods may be defeated and captured as captives, which shows how strong their strength is, and how profound their background is. So as long as the dragon bones are taken away and guarded for a while, it is basically equivalent to guarding for a lifetime. This price is also very heavy. This dragon bone is not easy to take. Fong Bai sighed slightly. Even the ancient wizard civilization. A flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through Fong Bai's mind, and he thought of a possibility. Looking at this dragon power area, he couldn't help but say, wait, did the ancient wizard civilization really build a wizard tower here to guard the abyss rift because they couldn't close it? But they built a wizard tower and suppressed it for at least thousands of years without any manpower left behind. Even if the wizard tower exploded and I took it away, a dragon bone would immediately take over the guard. Until now, no demon has escaped, and no trace of abyss breath has been leaked. How could an ancient wizard civilization with such strength fail to close this abyss rift? Fong Bai couldn't help but have one thought after another in his mind. And this thing just couldn't stand thinking about it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a problem. Finally, Fong Bai couldn't help but have an idea. Was this abyss rift created before or after the construction of the Wizard Tower? Is it natural? Or did the Wizard Tower open itself? Is this an invasion channel for the abyss demons, or an infinite ATM for wizards? Fong Bai's face became more and more weird, because it was like he would have the idea of building a normal space channel to the elemental world. He was also thinking that if he had enough strength, it would not be impossible to build a normal space channel to the abyss. Endless demons. Vast and boundless land without any human inhabitants. Isn't this the best experimental material field? The best testing ground? The abyss is very strong. But in other words, there is no telling how many god-level abyss lords there are. Wouldn't they be the best god-level test subjects if they are caught? There is no telling how many dead worlds there are in the abyss. Isn't this the best material for studying the world? If the research goes wrong, it will just explode or be destroyed. No matter how much trouble it causes, it won't affect anyone outside. Any cruel experiment will be applauded as long as it is against demons. In the outside world, everyone will shout and beat, and the heaven and earth will destroy this behavior. But in the abyss, against these abyss lords and demons, it has become a death world at the abyss level. This is all glory. This is all achievement. This is justice. This. Fong Bai couldn't help it, and swallowed slightly. This kind of testing ground with all advantages and no disadvantages. He also coveted it. If he has this strength, then there is no need to say anything. He must make one immediately. Let's take the simplest example. Taking the mecha as an example. What is difficult to deploy in the outside world can be deployed without any scruples in the abyss. There are also elemental cannons and so on. The most important thing is that the abyss is also divided into layers. As long as you find a layer in different places to connect to it, no one will know it at all. After all, a layer is a world. Although it is dead, its size and independence are still there. Maybe you don't want anything else, but it is still simple to form a semi-enclosed environment. This, I can't refuse. Fong Bai looked at the Longway area again, and suddenly felt that this was not a price. This is a benefit. A thorough benefit. This is called double happiness. What? Worried that future generations can't bear it? No. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Now it's so strong. Will future generations be worse? Believe in the wisdom of future generations. It's just a small problem. A little gesture.jpg. Fong Bai figured it out instantly. And without hesitation, he walked directly towards the Dragon Power area. He stepped directly into it. And under the Dragon Power, Fong Bai felt nothing and was not affected at all. And in fact, this is also true. If there are people with the strength of demigod or above, they will find that the 1 meter radius around Fong Bai is covered by a world power that is particularly different from the main material world. Fong Bai seems to be in front of him, but in fact there is a world between him. The place where Fong Bai stands is completely another world. This is the magic of the small world. It is just a simple projection of the small world. Even if the small world is not complete and not powerful enough, its specialness has long been revealed. Small world. Small world. Although the small words in front cannot be removed, no one can deny that it has already stuck to the edge of the world. As Fong Bai, who completely controls the small world, how can he be compared with him? No matter how powerful the dragon's might is, how can it cross the world and cover Fong Bai who is in another world? The dragon bones of the god level are almost the same. Fong Bai stepped into it. If you observe carefully, you will find that he can no longer keep from sinking by dispersing the power to a large area of the ground. He stepped down firmly at every step at this moment, without using any skills. But he did not leave any traces on the ground. More than 600 tons of power no longer need to be carried by the earth. And all of it was pressed on the space. For space, the weight of more than 600 tons is not surprising. And it is not even enough to cause a ripple. Walking in this dragon's might area, looking at the trees around that have faintly grown dragon scales, even the weeds on the ground have a hint of metallic luster. Like a blade. If an ordinary person walks in, he will definitely be cut and bleeding. But this has nothing to do with Fong Bai. He still walks in it like ordinary grass. The weeds and leaves that keep passing by can't even cut Fong Bai close. And on such a land, wisps of light dragon energy rise and permeate between heaven and earth. The dragon energy that permeates between heaven and earth immediately merges into the body of the monsters and wild beasts when they approach them. At the same time, various herbivorous beasts gnaw on the weeds on the ground and the leaves on the trees. And the carnivorous beasts further hunt the herbivorous beasts. It's a very natural scene. But in Fong Bai view, the cycle is clearly like heavy metals. In nature, the heavy metal elements accumulated in the organisms at the top of the food chain are basically the most. It's just that here the heavy metals are replaced by the diffuse dragon energy. The higher the ecological niche, the more dragon energy accumulates in the organisms. More dragon energy will naturally affect the body and make the strength stronger. This is the meaning of the existence of dragon energy. This is much more convenient than using dragon scale fruit to transmit dragon energy at the beginning. After all, when the dragon scale fruit was used, it not only took time to accumulate and breed, it will also lead to a war between monsters. But that's fine. The most critical problem is that even if you grab the dragon scale fruit, you may not be able to fuse it successfully. If you fail, you may explode and die, which is really life-threatening. But now it's different. Now it's more gradual, and strands of dragon energy are absorbed and swallowed imperceptibly. You have to know that at the beginning, the Dragon Ball only relied on a strand of master-level dragon energy to make the dragon scale armor directly break through the limit and become a master-level armor. Such energy and quality are so powerful. Of course, the dragon energy here is definitely different from the dragon energy contained in the Dragon Ball. But the final accumulation should not be underestimated. Fong Bai looked at the monsters that have gradually been transformed into dragons, and walked directly past them. But they didn't react at all, and still did their own things. Energy that doesn't belong to them. Energy that they can't have. These dragon energies are not without cost. Let's not talk about the good or bad energy, the right or wrong energy. Just talk about their own controllability and willpower. If you have strong control and willpower, you can use it like Fong Bai did before, but without paying the price. But even so, Fong Bai still uses armor as a medium. If you don't have enough control and use it directly with your body, you will get energy distortion of your body. If you don't have strong willpower and use it directly with your consciousness, you will get confused and dominated by energy. These monsters basically have both, and have become irrational monsters. Rather than being monsters, they are more beastly than beasts. This is the price they pay for their rapid growth. After observing for a while, Fong Bai shook his head slightly and quickened his pace to go deeper. One step would take him dozens of meters. After a while, Fong Bai came to the depths of the Longwei area, the edge of the original town. Here, Longwei is like a substance, and the concentration and level of dragon energy in the environment have reached an extremely high level. It is so high that the monsters living around have generally reached legendary strength, and they have all fought all the way from the periphery. With rich experience and extremely strong combat power, Fong Bai saw 40 or 50 of them. If he looked at the entire Longwei area, Fong Bai suspected that there were at least thousands of legends here. However, Fong Bai also noticed that none of these legendary dragon beasts had any intelligence. Only extremely strong fighting instincts. If even one of these legendary dragon beasts ran away, it would cause great trouble in the outside world. However, Fong Bai did not see any dragon beasts running away. All the dragon beasts were heading towards this town. However, many legendary dragon beasts in this town could not enter. Only legendary dragon beasts that reached a certain limit could enter. Otherwise, if the dragon energy is too strong, it can still burst their bodies. This is no different from the principle of the dragon scale fruit that was fought over before. I didn't look at these legendary dragon beasts again. According to the information, this is a normal situation. Basically, every divine relic and divine forbidden area will have a large number of such situations. This kind of legend often has no wisdom, but has extremely high combat power. Even in the depths of the dust plains that Fong Bai entered at the beginning, there are actually some. But Fong Bai did not enter the depths. And this is not the limit. There are demigods above legends, and they must exist. And the combat power of this kind of demigod in the specific environment inside the forbidden area is often half a level or even one level higher. Only in this way can it be called a forbidden area, in the true sense of the forbidden area of life. Even the demigods from the outside world can only go deep into it. However, success or failure is also in the forbidden area. The legends that are made by the forbidden area, the demigods, because their domains and authority come from the forbidden area, cannot leave the forbidden area. Once they forcefully leave, It's like a dragon in the shallows and a tiger in the plains, which is really a beating of a drowned dog. Of course, they have no wisdom, but have strong instincts. And it is impossible for them to leave. And this is a general restricted area. For the restricted area, like the dragon power area where there are the remains of the dragon. Fongbai stepped into the town area. Moo! Invisibly. It was as if there was a dragon mooing. As if the real dragon power was suppressing the barrier of the small world. The two kept rubbing and colliding. And a boundary of confrontation appeared faintly in the void. Just like the air above the flame. Slightly twisted. And Fongbai appearance did not attract any attacks from the half-dragon beasts. There were only fierce roars and strange language. Fongbai felt restless when he heard it. The fantasy world anchoring consciousness swayed slightly, erasing the power that tried to distort Fongbai consciousness. Fongbai whole person also recovered clarity. But he could still perceive the continuous power invading consciousness. This power came with the sound. Power of the abyss? Fongbai listened to the sound of fierce fighting in the depths, and was secretly shocked. After standing there for a while, no demigod dragon beast came over. But Fongbai could sense the presence of more than one demigod dragon beast in the depths. 9. Fongbai was secretly shocked when he sensed this number. This number is too scary. These are demigods. Not cabbages. How long has this dragon power area appeared? It was all created by him. He is only a demigod. And there are 9 of them here. This efficiency. I don't know if these 9 demigods can all exert near god level combat power in this dragon might area. If they can, I'm afraid that the Church of Light will have to fight them one by one. God of Light? ? But then again, the God of Light is probably here to help. Not to cause conflict. After all, this is the first line against the abyss. Which is absolutely politically correct for the world. If the God of Light dares to go against it, his position as a god will probably be unstable. No, he won't go against it at all. Whether it's thinking from the perspective of God or considering God's interests. It's impossible to go against it. So there is no if. But speaking of it, will these demigod dragon beasts attack the God of Light? If I go to help, will they attack me? Fongbai paused slightly and strode forward, getting closer and closer to the location of the original mage tower. After a while, the square appeared in front of Fongbai. But the remains of the mage tower had disappeared, leaving only a bottomless Tianking. And the sound of the battle came from the Tianking. Chapter 624 Six-Armed Demon Lord. Roar! It sounded like a roar. But the sound was slightly higher. Like a dragon's roar. This was the sound of a dragon beast. Fongbai walked forward listening to the sound. And soon, he walked to the edge of the Tianking and looked down. The Tianking was not the big mud pit that Fongbai imagined. From the edge of the pit in the square, it was already wrapped by space elements. It was not a thin film, but directly turned into a barrier. If Fongbai feeling was correct, the space he usually tore with his hands was like a layer of plastic wrap, which could be torn easily. But this space barrier was like reinforced concrete, and it was hard to shake at a glance. This should be the Abyss Rift. To be honest, this dragon power area is quite fierce. It actually directly suppressed the Abyss demons, and directly hit the battlefield into the Abyss Rift. No wonder no demons ran out. How could they run out? Fongbai turned to look at the main battlefield. And what caught his eyes directly was the bones of the dragon floating in the air. The dragon was perched in the sky, and its jade-like bones seemed to have the soul of the dragon flowing. The terrifying pressure directly covered the entire abyss crack. Even the space cracks were stretched open at the location of the dragon's bones, forming a huge bulge, which was the main battlefield at this moment. Under Fongbai gaze, there was also a huge blood pool suspended just below the dragon's bones. There was only half a pool of blood in the blood pool, but it looked like a bottomless blood abyss. In front of this blood pool, the scene of the evil god's grand sacrifice seemed trivial. This was not at the same level at all. In front of this blood pool, I'm afraid even the evil god would have to fall into it, and turned into a pool of pus and blood. But what was really shocking was the bone mountain in the middle of the blood pool, which was piled up with countless bones of creatures, and the pale throne on the top of the mountain. Sitting on the throne was a human-shaped six-armed demon. The demon was more than 8 feet tall, with curved horns on his head and dark red scales all over his body, like blood coagulation. But his body seemed to be made of divine iron. He exuded a demonic and abyssal aura, and this aura was closely connected with the entire blood pool, and they were completely regarded as one. God, Demon Lord, Abyss Lord. This thought suddenly emerged in Fangbai mind. This must be a demon abyss lord comparable to a god. Even in his home court. This is definitely an abyss lord capable of capturing a god. The first thought passed. And the second thought emerged. This is definitely a good material for forging mechas. As if sensing Fangbai offense, the six-armed demon lord turned his head to look. In an instant, hundreds of meters high blood sea waves emerged and slammed towards Fangbai. Moo! With a dragon moo. The blood sea disappeared without a trace. As if it were an illusion. But Fangbai knew that this was not an illusion. It was just that the dragon bone intercepted the power of the six-armed demon lord. Otherwise, this was the demon lord's move. At this time, Fangbai discovered that the six-armed demon lord and the dragon bone were confronting each other. And under such circumstances, the demigod-level demons and legendary demons below could continuously surge up and rush towards the dragon bone. However, although the dragon bone did not react much, the 9 demigod dragon beasts directly rushed over with the momentum of the dragon bone, and directly crushed the demons into blood mist. In an instant, the red color in the battlefield became more intense. Those were all the blood skeletons of demons. But no matter how many demons died, they could rush up from below continuously. As if they were endless. As if the demons' lives were not lives. However, Fangbai noticed that these increasingly dense blood mist skeletons reacted with the power of the demigod dragon beasts when they came into contact with them, making a hissing sound. It was like an iron rod dropped into sulfuric acid and corroded bit by bit. Even the outside of the dragon's skeleton was hissing. That was the confrontation and consumption of the real dragon power and the blood mist. Fangbai turned his head to look at the calm six-armed demon lord, and then looked at the master level, legendary level, and demigod level demons who kept rushing up to die. He looked at the blood pool, the blood mist in the sky, and the place where the blood mist and the blood pool were connected. He looked at the demigod dragon beasts who were resisting the erosion. Fangbai only looked at the blood mist a few more times, but found that the abyss force that impacted his consciousness was much stronger. Distorted consciousness? It would be fine if it was short. But if it was long, the consciousness would be more easily distorted by the abyss force. Fangbai hurriedly looked at this dragon beast. But he was relieved immediately. Normal people and normal monsters are afraid of the erosion of the abyss force. But these dragon beasts are not afraid. Their consciousness had long been eroded by the dragon energy in the dragon bones, and was completely distorted. They had long since turned into the appearance of dragon bones, and had long been firmly controlled by the dragon bones, guarding this abyssal rift without regrets, so that the power of the abyss can't distort consciousness. Want to distort? Sure. First wipe off the erosion of the dragon bone, or directly resist the erosion of the dragon bone and forcefully distort the dragon bone. But to complete this step, Fangbai was happy. But then Fangbai's smile was restrained, because Fangbai found that although the consciousness of these 9 semi-god dragon beasts would not be eroded, it did not mean that he could sit back and relax. They just had no problems with consciousness. That's all. Although their bodies were protected by power, they had already been scarred by the erosion of the omnipresent and pervasive blood mist. Some dragon beasts even revealed pale bones under the erosion. Although it has not affected the combat effectiveness for the time being, it is already shocking. Because if it continues, it will inevitably lead to death. Unless you don't kill the demon. Unless you leave this blood mist area directly and wave it out. As long as you don't kill the demon, the blood mist will not continue to strengthen. If you let the area go, the blood mist will not continue to erode it. If the demons are not killed, they will rush out of the abyss rift and enter the main material world. If the blood mist area is allowed to be released, the result will not be any different. Step by step, this 6-armed demon lord will sooner or later be able to raise the blood pool directly to the main material world. At that time, without the space barrier of the abyss rift to block it, the demons will come again like a tide, and there will definitely be fish that slip through the net and enter the main material world. Moreover, Fangbai does not believe that there are no demons that are good at hiding in the abyss. So as long as there are, there will definitely be fish that slip through the net, and it cannot be stopped at all. And if these demons with the breath of the abyss and full of blood and killing are allowed to penetrate into the world, wherever they pass, whether it is magic beasts or humans, they will be slaughtered. And the power of the abyss will continuously erode the world itself, which is to create anchor points for the abyss. If there are enough anchor points, and the proportion of erosion is large enough, The main material world will be pulled into the abyss bit by bit, and fall into the abyss bit by bit. Once that step is reached, everything will be too late. Once a corner of the world falls into the abyss, it will be really over. The abyss demons can march straight in, and the fall of the whole world is just a matter of time. So facing the abyss demons, we cannot retreat an inch, and cannot give up an inch of land. The best way is to suppress all the demons directly in the abyss rift, like this long-way area, and use the space barrier of the abyss rift to block them, and prevent them from touching the grass and trees in the world. But looking at the blood mist connected to the blood pool, and the six-armed demon lord, who was not impatient, Fong Bai face was solemn. This is clearly a fairly mature way of attacking. Directly use the innate corrosiveness of the abyss demons, and directly send demons to attack continuously. It would be easy to break through the defense, and march straight in. Even if it is not broken, the blood mist full of abyss power left after the death of the demon will be connected to the blood pool, and will corrode all non-abyss existence inside. Fong Bai even suspected that the dragon bone would be eroded bit by bit in the end. Fong Bai looked at the dragon bone. The dragon bone was dead. It was just a wreckage, although it contained a terrifying level of power. But he still only had instincts left, without any spirituality or wisdom. Such a dragon bone wanted to resist. Looking at the concentration of the blood mist, it was clear that the dragon bone without wisdom, but only with power, was being consumed by the blood mist bit by bit. Even if the dragon bone could hold on for another 50 years, or 100 years, under the erosion of the blood mist, it would fall into the blood pool one day, after 100 years, and become part of the thousands of skeletons. It might even be eroded by the power of the abyss, and become a new lord of the abyss. Demon Fong Bai whispered softly, throwing down a piece of metal, looking at the metal block slowly decaying in the blood mist. His face was extremely solemn, because he clearly used Do Chi to form a shield to wrap the metal block. Even at this moment, the metal block was still wrapped in Do Chi, but the shield formed by Do Chi was slowly eroded by the blood mist. At the same time, the metal block was also slowly eroded by the blood mist. Although the erosion was very slow, it was indeed eroding, and it directly penetrated the fighting spirit. This blood mist had a very strong penetration ability. Looking at other dragon beasts, Fong Bai found that every demigod dragon beast was like this, and their power was indeed protected outside, but the body was indeed still being eroded continuously. That is to say, the demigod had strong vitality and strong recovery ability, and was still recovering continuously. But it was obvious that the recovery ability was also greatly suppressed and weakened in this blood mist. At this time, looking at the dragon bones again, he breathed a sigh of relief, because the diffuse blood mist was blocked by the substantial dragon power, and could not advance an inch. This was the only way Fong Bai had found so far to block the blood mist. Then, Fong Bai did not hesitate any longer and punched down. Boom! The world power of the small world was integrated into Fong Bai's fist. When the fist fell, ripples spread out in the space instantly. The terrifying and dense ripples seemed invisible, but when they passed by a legendary demon, they directly kneaded it into mud without any hindrance. But when they passed by a piece of blood mist, Fong Bai found that there was no effect. The blood mist wrinkled slightly under the distortion of space, but when the space passed, the blood mist completely returned to normal. The blood mist seemed to be anchored in space, and did not move at all. It's not that easy. Fong Bai looked at the six-armed demon lord, who looked up, threw a special version of the flash bomb, and then left the abyss rift by himself regardless of his roar, and returned to the square of the town. Standing on the edge of the abyss rift, he stretched out his hand to the side, and a metal structure house slowly took shape. After a short absence, he brought a series of high-precision equipment. When he came back, these high-precision devices occupy a large area, but the house built by Fong Bai occupies half of the square, which is more than enough to put down these devices. In addition to the equipment, there are nearly 10 players. Although the dragon's might here is like a substance, ordinary people will either be eroded or crushed into mud. But just like the six-armed demon lord can protect his demons from rushing up, Fong Bai also has this strength. As long as it is within the world barrier of the small world, all the pressure will naturally be borne by Fong Bai alone. After the mages arrived, they first debugged the equipment one by one, eliminated interference, and arranged the laboratory environment. Normally, a high-standard internal laboratory will forcefully flatten out field shocks and rule fluctuations, not to mention dust, element fluctuations, and other abnormalities. Only when the field rules, Elements and other factors are all suppressed into a piece of iron plate. They will not move at all and remain stable no matter what. Only in this way can high precision be called high precision, rather than a joke with errors flying all over the sky and interference everywhere. Of course, there are not many laboratories that can do this. Each of them can be called the top laboratory, and each of them is the dream of many researchers. And now there is one more, with Fong Bai in charge for a long time, suppressing interference items with his own position. The accuracy of this laboratory can even be improved. One by one, the mages quickly arranged the magic circle to shape the environment, while Fong Bai was outside. After going in and taking a look, Fong Bai immediately had an idea after finding that these dragon beasts would not attack him. While collecting information, data, energy characteristics, and field characteristics of the dragon bones, and sending them back to the Tiandong Pavilion Mecha Project team, he wandered around the Abyss Rift, not only in the square, but also directly extended to the living area. One broken house after another was flattened by Fong Bai, and the dilapidated square slowly sank under the terrifying pressure. After a while, the wreckage of the house, and the broken bricks and dust on the square were all compacted into the marble-like ground. Then, under Fong Bai thoughts, runes appeared on the surface of the earth and inside the earth. While carving the runes, Fong Bai seemed to see in his mind the process of the semi-magic ginseng medicine constructing the earth veins and caves. And the formation of the earth veins and caves was clear in his mind. As he casually cast the runes, passages were constructed, and deep yellow caves emerged, each of which seemed to be able to swallow an entire mountain. Finally, the earth pulsed, the earth elements gathered, and the caves created by human power gradually became somewhat real under the continuous gathering of earth elements. Earth elements gathered from all directions, and under the caves, the roots of the mountains seemed to tremble faintly. Chapter 625 hit. Boom! Boom! The earth roared, and the entire wilderness mountain range seemed to tremble slightly. Although the roar was small, it was extremely deep and terrifying. It was as if anything would break at the touch of a button in front of the wilderness mountain range. But the roar lasted only for a moment, and the next moment it turned into the vibration of the ground under his feet. The Abyss Rift did not change at all, but the rocks under Fong Bai's feet were quietly changing in the slow tremor. Some areas gradually rose, some areas gradually collapsed. Mountains appeared, the sea took shape, and the thick land elements gathered on this miniature landscape. This is just an area slightly larger than the square. But mountains, rivers, canyons and oceans appear directly. Everything is a miniature landscape. But if you close your eyes, you will perceive that these landscapes that look like model sand tables are no different from real mountains and rivers. If you look closely, you will find that this is exactly the same as the appearance in Fong Bai's small world. If there is a difference, the only difference is the runes between the miniature mountains and seas, which are full of power. The changes gradually stopped, and silently, a shadow appeared around Fong Bai's body. There are mountains, water, rifts and oceans. Gradually, the shadow and the landscape on the ground suddenly overlap, completely consistent. At this moment, in Fong Bai's target, the mountain that looked like a microscopic model suddenly swelled and stood up in an instant. Not only the mountain, but also the river, the sea, and the rift. The miniature landscape that was originally just a sand table suddenly swelled like inflating. And in this process, these landscapes are still moving away. No, not away. But the ground under your feet is expanding and stretching. But in the blink of an eye, a world spanning dozens of kilometers appeared in front of Fong Bai. In the foundation of the world, countless runes bloomed with brilliant light. Closely connected with this world is still expanding, but it is fixed by the runes, which makes the world more stable. However, this world of dozens of kilometers is nothing more than a simulated sand table built on the square from the outside world, which is exquisite and spectacular. And at the edge of this sand table, a tough barrier slowly emerges, isolating the inside and the outside. This is an independent world. This is Fong Bai's small world. But it is not Fong Bai's small world. This is built by relying on the cave, the wilderness mountains, runes, and a small world. If you have to say, then this can only be called a projection of the small world. No matter what happens in this world, it will not affect the small world itself, but it has all the magic of the small world. Perceiving this world, perceiving the operation of runes. Runes are integrated into the cave to form chains that run through the world. Fong Bai controls the runes, and controls the chains to shuttle and interweave with each other, and constructs the rule network of this world bit by bit. Although the sparrow is small, it has all the organs. Although this world is not big, the rule chain is as dense as hair. Just like a reinforced concrete constructed of 50% steel bars and 50% cement. Just looking at it gives people a particularly outrageous feeling. In the process of weaving, the world even shrinks further. But shrinking does not mean the decline of the world. On the contrary, it means that the barriers of the world are getting thicker and the rules within the world are getting tougher. Because a small range means concentrated power. Fong Bai weaves the rules bit by bit, and he weaves them very carefully. If it is just a general weaving rule, it will be fine. But this time it is different. This time it must be coordinated with the rune array cluster. The key point is that the runes engraved by Fong Bai this time are more special, among which there are a lot of authentication effects and inclusion effects about the field. And the two rules are slightly distorted by the extremely strong rune array cluster. The compilation rules at this moment are to fit this point and maximize its effect, which is not easy. And its core effect has actually been mentioned by Fong Bai countless times. However, the angles from which he stood in the past were different. In the past, he mentioned this effect facing the field. At this moment, he personally stood from the perspective of the field to arrange this effect, which is naturally different. In the fantasy space, calculations were made again and again. And in the Tiangong Pavilion, the computing power array was overloaded again and again. In this way, the rules became more and more dense and perfect. As several days and nights passed, with the sweat on Fong Bai's forehead and a golden light flashing, the rules finally took shape. As the formed rules successfully completed independent operation, Fong Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Such a complex system also has to include the compilation of rune array clusters and rules. And they have to cooperate and respond to each other. To be honest, Fong Bai was a little worried before the operation was successful. He even killed a big rooster to sacrifice to the sky before starting the trial operation. This thing is like a shield machine before exiting the cave. It may be accurate and everyone will be happy to put down the surveyor. Or it may not be accurate and then put down the surveyor. However, there is really no big rooster to toss here. Fong Bai thought about it and gave up. So he didn't kill the chicken and burn incense. Of course, the result also made him quite satisfied. Standing in this world, watching the world run, feeling the rules of the world. And then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It's done. The effect he wanted to achieve was achieved under the joint action of the rune array cluster and the world rules. And the effect he wanted to achieve is actually very simple. And there are only a few words to describe it. That is, 1. As long as it is within the world, it will definitely be regarded as part of the world field and turned into world strength. 2. The world cannot open a space channel alone outside a fixed position. 3. The world suppresses all non-material forces. The overall rune array cluster and the weaving of the world rules are completely constructed around these 3 points. Other deployments are just extensions of these rules. And the real core rule is actually only one. That is, the first one. Demons. Abyss demons. Aren't you numerous? Aren't you powerful? As long as you leave the Abyss Rift, you must enter this world. After entering this world, you will immediately become a part of the world. Dedicate your power to the world, and then be suppressed by the world in return. No matter how many Abyss demons there are, the world will always be more. No matter how powerful the Abyss demons are, the world will always be stronger, and it will never be broken by the Abyss demons. Then the bloody battle will really start in this world. As long as you are not defeated in the world, it is impossible to step into the main material world. All erosion effects will not affect the main material world at all. Fong Bai looked proudly at the space barrier that extended from the Abyss Rift. Whether it was the half-dragon beast or the dragon skeleton inside, they were all very normal. Even if they had been suffering from the erosion of blood mist, the injuries they suffered were left over the years. And these few days were not enough to cause much damage. And the dragon bones were even more so. Even now they were intact. Facts have proved that Fong Bai is not the protagonist. Because the battle in the Abyss Rift did not collapse because of Fong Bai's arrival. Fong Bai did not cause any impact on this battle. Even if he had provoked the 6-armed demon lord before, it only made him incompetent and furious for a while, and only caused a few more demons. But nothing changed. Such stability did not give Fong Bai any chance to save the situation in an emergency. And there was no plan for Fong Bai to go down and fight again. There was no need for help at all. At least in the case of the dragon bone. There was no need for it in the short term. And now it is better to build a second line of defense than to go down to help. After all, judging from the current situation, under the corrosion of the blood mist, it is only a matter of time before the Abyss Rift is given up. When the 9 demigod dragon beasts and the dragon bone can no longer bear it, they will have to give up the Abyss Rift and leave the blood mist area to fight. If the second line of defense is not built, it may be the beginning of the real Abyss invasion. Now, at least the dragon bones and the 9 semi-divine dragon beasts can retreat into this small world, where Fong Bai can take over the battle and get a certain degree of rest. If there is some rotation, Fong Bai believes that these 9 semi-divine dragon beasts can definitely recover to their peak state and continue to fight. In response, Fong Bai immediately became busy again, and one barrel after another was taken out. One by one, the core of the turret was taken out, with the intervention of the previous mage. With the efforts of Fong Bai, one turret after another was deployed in the world. 3rd level and 4th level Yuanling rune cannons. There are all kinds of effects. And you can see the black muzzles of the guns. The black muzzles of the turrets are all aimed at the Abyss Rifts. With the power of the 4th level Yuanling rune cannon, as long as the energy supply is sufficient, no Abyss demons can escape. Compared with the manual killing of the 9 semi-divine dragon beasts, this direct fire method can definitely greatly improve the efficiency. For each artillery fort, Tiangong Pavilion only needs to pay for 1 gun barrel and 1 artillery core. These do not consume much elemental metal. The real artillery that is as big as a hill is all made of warm-keeping materials, and does not consume elemental metal at all. For ordinary forces, the gun barrels and artillery cores alone may be unbearable. But for the size of Tiangong Pavilion, when Tiangong Pavilion really gets serious, the combination of wealth and technology is terrifying even to Fong Bai. Cannon? What is a cannon alone? The core is the fortress. Defense. What is needed is the fault tolerance rate. Does a cannon have a fault tolerance rate? Cannons can only kill. What if they are approached? What if they are destroyed bit by bit? Doesn't this give the other side a chance to break through? A truly strong defense line needs defense in addition to firepower. This instantly hit Fong Bai's soul, and the souls of many mages in Tiangong Pavilion. In terms of stacking flesh and armor, Fong Bai and Tiangong Pavilion brought out by Fong Bai have a mysterious obsession. This is the 3rd level armor grade elemental metal defense layer that is nearly 100 meters long from the main body of Tiangong Pavilion, and the densely packed rune defense arrays in it. Now they are preparing to put on the 4th level armor, directly exchanging absolute thickness and absolute strength for absolute defense. This terrifying defense level has reached an outrageous level. For example, Fong Bai summoned the demon beast Chimera to come over out of curiosity. It didn't break the defense. In front of this level of defense, even if a nuclear bomb comes, it can only be regarded as a scratch. And the perfect internal extraordinary industrial system and self-circulating production mechanism are off topic. This is enough to show the obsession of Tiangong Pavilion for defense. Here, Fong Bai prepared 3 to 10 meters thick elemental metal, cast with warming technology, and reinforced with 3 refining integral forging technology to build turrets. Thus, the strongest defense can be built with the least cost. Each cannon must be built with a turret. At present, the first phase of the project is expected to temporarily build 500 to 1,000 turrets of various levels and functions. Functions such as deceleration, sealing, capturing, and killing are all available. And because this is destined to be a long-term project and a permanent garrison, stronger firepower and more defense lines will definitely be built in the future until the entire world is built into a steel fortress. Tiangong Pavilion is serious about the tower defense battle of defense and counterattack. It is never too long to fight. Just treat it as the infinite mode of the tower defense game, and you can keep defending. Anyway, the longer you defend, the more turrets he can build. And a series of laboratories can also conduct extensive research on demons. Study the weaknesses of demons as much as possible, and explore every bit of value that may exist in demons. However, Fong Bai looked at the dragon skeleton that stood still and blocked the abyss demon for a long time. The energy contained in it is extremely surging. When no one is controlling it, and it is passively defending, it can stop a god-level abyss demon lord and his abyss demon army from advancing any further. And the 9 semi-divine dragon beasts that assist in defense are just derived from his overflowing energy. The level of this dragon before his death is unimaginable. Therefore, Although Fong Bai prepared according to the idea of permanent defense, he did not intend to defend forever at all. How could he do such a thing? The best defense against invasion is of course to fight back. Judging from the semi-divine element metal uranium that Fei Rui gave him before. Although this abyss is a chaotic place, it is definitely not short of resources and top treasures. After all, how can there be no treasures in the wreckage of the world? And how can the environment created by the destruction of the world not give birth to unique resources? Fighting back is the right way. Fighting back can continuously support the war and let more people get involved, instead of passive defense that wastes power all the time. That is not Fong Bai's style. He built such a good defense only to be able to go home and count money safely after committing suicide. Not to hide in his hometown and not dare to go out. For this point, Fong Bai would have planned so even if there was no dragon bone here. It's just a god. He has seen it before. As for this blood mist, Fong Bai pondered slightly, and the phantom of a small world appeared around his body. Then, the phantom of the world slowly dissipated, and the rich world power gathered in front of him. At the same time, the fantasy space in his mind moved slightly, and a structure was projected. Chapter 626 Cross-Server Channel. Buzz. The structure emerged and dissipated, and the surging world power gathered in front of him. And in the blink of an eye it sank into the newly projected structure. Earth, fire, wind, water. Under the infusion of the world power, the four elemental world structures quickly materialized and solidified. As they slowly rotated, the entire space below collapsed and annihilated, and the broken space power poured into the four elemental worlds, making them more real. The four elemental worlds were somewhat difficult to operate in Fong Bai hands, as the requirements for computing power and power control were too high. However, it was able to operate bit by bit with some bumps. After all, from the progress of the materialization of the small world, Fong Bai was a genuine demigod. A demigod-level mage of the ancient standard. And as we all know, demigod-level mages are regarded as gods. Although it was somewhat difficult to operate this structure with the strength of a demigod-level mage, it was not completely impossible to operate. Nearly 10 minutes later, the four elemental world structures were close to reality. The four structures were tightly entangled and inseparable, and even a phantom of the world appeared around them. After reaching this step, Fong Bai did not hesitate at all. He lifted the structure with one hand and pressed it towards the abyss rift with his backhand. In an instant, the sky darkened, and a huge palm appeared on the horizon. Under the palm was a world. The moment the palm appeared, the god of light appeared. He was a little angry when he saw the palm and the phantom of the world, but the power in his incarnation was still gathered. However, when he looked down and saw the abyss rift and the abyss demon lord, the originally condensed power suddenly dissipated. What? Gods are not allowed to appear in the main material world, and powers above the god level are not allowed to appear. Yes, this is the rule. What? This god level spell is used to fight abyss demons? Used to defend against abyss invasions? That's fine. What? This is a violation? No. This is also a rule. This priority is much higher than the previous rule. Even if the situation is urgent, the god of light has to help. After all, for the world, if the gods attack the main material world, they may die or not. It is a chronic disease that may be fatal. But the invasion of the abyss demons, damn it, it's like someone stabbing you with a knife. If you don't defend yourself, you will die immediately. Anyone with a little bit of brains knows clearly which is more important. However, the god of light looked at Fong Bai. He was very familiar with this mage. Is this the one who summoned the demon beast to fight with others before? Wasn't he just a demigod at that time? How can he suddenly release the god-level forbidden spell now? How long has it been? Wouldn't he become a god mage directly after a while? The god of light couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Although as a god, he didn't know how many geniuses and strongmen he had seen. And even he himself was an absolute genius. Otherwise, he would not be able to become a god. But at this moment, seeing Fong Bai growth rate, he couldn't help but be full of surprise. Too fast. He shook his head slightly, and then his incarnation disappeared. Since the Abyss Rift battlefield here is not at risk of being breached in a short time, there is no need for him to intervene. After all, there are far more than one Abyss Rift. And as a god who controls the rules of heaven and earth, he also has his own functions and work. It is not urgent enough for him to put down his work to support. Once he leaves his post, the chaos that will be caused will also be considerable. After all, as a god under the ancient wizard civilization system, if he leaves his post without causing any impact, then this post would have been removed by the wizards long ago, and the resources would have been used for research. The wizards, who are crazy about resources, are willing to give resource budgets to allocate the god of light. The role and importance of the god of light are naturally self-evident. In addition, because of the large number of absences of gods, there is no god responsible for the originally clearly assigned work. As a result, the god of light now takes on the work of several gods, and several incarnations are busy all the time, and there is no spare time at all. Fong Bai seemed to have sensed something, and when he looked up, he saw only a faint golden light dissipating. God of light? Fong Bai thought to himself. He was not surprised that he appeared. After all, the power of this attack was truly god level. Fong Bai held the structure of the 4 elemental realms in his hand, and the phantom of the world emerged in his hand, and was pressed down by him with one hand. The space collapsed wherever the phantom of the world passed, leaving a long black mark that did not heal for a long time. It seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. In a blink of an eye, the phantom of the world had already wrapped up the dragon bone and the half-god dragon god. But the phantom of the world did not pose any threat or harm to them. They all existed on the phantom of the 4 elemental realms, in the phantom of the world. And in this way, at the moment when the 4 elemental realms were covered with blood mist, the 4 elemental realms revived at the same time. Buzz, earth, fire, wind, water. The terrifying power fell on the blood mist. Under the extreme strangulation, everything turned into dust, and even the space was completely torn apart. All matter and energy lost all meaning here. Everything was melted into chaos, and finally turned into earth, fire, wind, and water, pouring into the 4 elemental realms, and finally pouring into the world phantom, forcing it to stay. And the blood mist was finally wiped out bit by bit, directly turning into the growth of the phantom. This phantom was lying in the abyss rift, leaving no gaps around it, firmly blocking the entire abyss rift, swallowing up the blood mist bit by bit, and swallowing up the abyss demons that dared to surge up bit by bit. This is a god-level forbidden spell. This one is enough to destroy an area. This is a terrifying god-level forbidden spell. If this spell is smashed on the land of the main material world, it may directly blast a lake out of the continent. Even if no one organizes, it can directly penetrate the continent, leaving behind a relic of the god war that will take thousands or tens of thousands of years to recover bit by bit, forming a brand new ecological environment here. A set of collapsed ecological environment. This level of destruction is a big trauma even for the world, because it means that the regional rules are collapsed and disordered, and the power is blocked for a long time. It's like a stone falling into a huge precision machine. A small stone can get stuck in a piece of precision gear, or even directly break it, affecting the overall performance of the machine. Therefore, the God War is never allowed to appear in the main material world. This kind of battle is much better in other planes, but it is not allowed in the main material world. After all, the main material world is the foundation of everything, and everything else relies on it. It's like a tree trunk, and the other inner and outer planes are like branches on it. If the branches are cut off, it's no big deal even if there is an impact. If the trunk is cut off, everyone will be finished. This is an iron rule. Of course, as I said, there is an exception when fighting the Abyss Demon. At this moment, in the Abyss Rift, when the 6-armed demon lord on the bone throne saw the blood mist being wiped out, he was first in disbelief. And then, he let out a shocking roar. Hearing the roar, Fong Bai consciousness could not help but shake. Although there are small worlds and fantasy space double anchors, Fong Bai consciousness will not be shaken or distorted at all. Even if there are changes in silence, they will be corrected by the anchor point and pulled back to the original appearance. This is the meaning of the anchor point. Prevent the distortion of consciousness, and immediately reverse it after the consciousness is really distorted. But the fact that consciousness will not be distorted does not mean that it will not be affected by this scream at all. These are two different things. This scream contains too much power of the abyss. Even if it cannot distort consciousness, it will cause a momentary impact on consciousness. It only takes this moment to interrupt, and the prepared spell will completely dissipate and will not work at all. This thing is simply the nemesis of the mage. It can interrupt the mage's spell with just a shout. After coming back to his senses, he looked at the 6-armed demon lord who punched the phantom of the world and then directly drove the huge blood pool to crash into it. Boom! The terrifying sound echoed, and violent shocks occurred. Even the abyss rift was slightly distorted. At the moment of distortion, Fong Bai immediately controlled the space barrier of the surface world to connect to the abyss rift. The two bridged, completely erasing the gap between the surface world and the abyss rift, completely sealing it, and at the same time infusing power into the abyss rift to prevent the abyss rift from collapsing. Although the abyss rift is a cross-world space channel, it is not a simple cross-world channel. It has this special feature. If a part of a normal cross-world channel collapses, it means the connection is disconnected, which means the other party has lost the way. But the abyss rift is different. If the abyss rift collapses, it may directly break the entire rift, or it may only break a part. After all, if the rift is blasted, it may collapse and bridge, or it may become a larger rift. If you are not careful, the abyss will become a larger abyss rift or dozens of small abyss rifts scattered in one place after another after the collapse. This is not a groundless guess or alarmist talk. It has been recorded in ancient books, and there is a precedent. So when facing the abyss rift, unless you can use space magic to seal it, you should guard it honestly and don't do anything fancy. Otherwise you will be self-defeating if you are not careful. While Fong Bai controlled the access to the surface world, the fight below became more and more intense. Boom! 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 The terrifying shock and the terrifying sound made the earth shake. Fong Bai was also very serious and immediately prepared to intervene. But the next moment, moo! A high-pitched dragon roar sounded. And the terrifying dragon might did not impact the world phantom, but directly merged into it. Fong Bai took a look and found that it was not the dragon bone that activated itself, but the 9 semi-divine dragon beasts that stimulated the dragon bone under the common resonance. When the dragon bone exploded, the dragon might merged into the world phantom, which gave it a little more substance, making it a little more stable under the impact of the blood pool. Fong Bai was slightly startled, and then the corners of his mouth curled up, and his thoughts sank into the world phantom. In an instant, the law of the operation of the world phantom directly turned into a series of rules, and turned into a sky-long chain of rules that entangled the 6-armed demon lord, like a net in the sky and the earth, sealing off all directions. The chain was full of dragon energy, and it seemed to be covered by a dragon-shaped phantom, like a long roar of a dragon. Moo! Boom! Boom! 6 weapons appeared in the hands of the 6-armed demon lord. Knife, gun, sword, hammer, bow, mace. The terrifying power ripples spread, and the 6 weapons were like 6 weapon masters, blooming the ultimate art of killing, which made people feel cold at first sight. There was nothing fancy. All the moves were aimed at killing the opponent, and every move was fatal. The blood pool under the body was filled with white bones, and the blood attached to the bones flowed back up, turning into blood corpses rising into the sky. At the same time, the blood pool spread out, and a bloody world with the 6-armed demon lord as the core was shrouded, flowing upstream. Boom! One collision after another. One side was the ultimate killing skills, and the other side was a dense stranglehold like a net. The collision of the world rules and personal memories. The weapons and chains seemed to emit substantial sound waves. Occasionally, a blood corpse passed by and was instantly wiped out, and the overwhelming rules turned into a 5-clawed dragon from time to time. Entwined, claws and teeth biting, and dragon roared. The terrifying battle echoed. But after the rules of the surface world fell, it did not stir up any waves. This is a small world where Fong Bai has extremely specialized the rules of the world. It can even be said that this is a deformed world with fatal flaws in many places. But in one point, it has reached the extreme, which even the main material world has not achieved. That is, all creatures and forces in the world, no matter what the source, will be regarded as part of the world's power. So no matter how strong the strong are, no matter how big the aftermath is, it is impossible to stir up a little wave in this small world, because the power of the world is always equal to their total plus the power of the world. Always have to give a share of power, always stronger than them, so they can never open the world. And before the world is destroyed, they can't leave the world through the area outside the original world channel. Of course, this also has another disadvantage. Force to accommodate, which means no defense. As long as the enemy's power weight in the world reaches a certain level, it is enough to cause a qualitative change. And with certain tricks, The control of this small world may be easier in an instant and become the enemies. This is not allowed in any world. Even Fong Bai's small world will not allow such a thing to happen. But for this small world on the surface, Fong Bai doesn't care. It is not a normal small world. It is just a solid defense line built by Fong Bai. A defense that locks all rule changes. A defense that has no attack ability and can only assimilate and block to the extreme. Even if it is controlled by the enemy, the rules have been forcibly locked and cannot be changed at all. This is a lock without a key. Fong Bai can't open it. So what if it becomes the enemy's? The enemy still can't open it. So he can only take the regular way honestly. That is to break through the defense line of Tiangong Pavilion. Chapter 627 Japanese Server. Yes. When this news reached Shui Yunqi's ears, even a calm man like him couldn't help showing a touch of excitement and joy. When he realized that he had lost his composure, he found that several guild leaders beside him, including Li Meng, were all like him. The few people who had reacted looked at each other, and then all laughed out loud. Everyone was happy from the bottom of their hearts, unable to express it, and couldn't suppress it, because each of them knew how much they paid and how much energy they spent for these two light words. This was really the sincere cooperation of several guilds. Hundreds of thousands of players went all out, and a total of dozens of routes were tackled. Finally, they managed to get in touch with the chief mage through the royal channel, and let the chief mage nod and say these two words. This also means that the group of Japanese server players were killed for so long, and they got the return scroll for so long, and the national war plan that had been planned long ago was finally launched. The chief will be here in 3 days. Everyone, we should mobilize as soon as possible, Shui Yue said, and Li Meng's eyes showed some fighting spirit. We've been prepared for a long time. He was the most warlike one among all the people, and the one who was most willing to go all out. He was also the one who spent all his money to purchase monster meat and train the extraordinary army on a large scale. If it weren't for the appearance of this group of Japanese players who interrupted his rhythm, he would have started a war long ago. Either he would sweep Maple Leaf City, or he would be swept by Maple Leaf City. But in this situation now, Li Meng was immediately more excited, and a group of warlike players under his command had already been howling. Prepare? What preparation? We have been prepared for a long time, and we can start a war at any time. The others also smiled slightly. At other times, their men's fighting spirit might not be so strong, and they might not be so united. After all, everyone is an adult, and everyone has some thoughts of their own. Some people like to fight, and some people like to develop. This is impossible to unify. Even if they will listen to his orders, they may not be able to work together. But that was in the past. This time was different. When they knew that they were going to join forces to attack the Japanese server and kill the Japanese server players, everything was thrown aside. What? Reason? Do you need a reason to attack the Japanese server? You are not worth 500,000. Right? In this matter, no one is meaningful. Their only dissatisfaction now is that you are a bunch of guild leaders who are just eating dry food? Why haven't you finished it yet? Why are you dragging your feet? So, what preparations? Aren't these guild leaders full of fighting spirit in their hearts? There is no need to prepare at all. Just open the floodgates, and then all people and all resources will pour out like a flood. Shui Yunqi smiled slightly when he heard this. He was not surprised by this result, so he did not continue this topic, but changed it and talked about another thing. In that case, I won't say more about the preparations. Let me briefly talk about the situation of the Japanese server. According to the existing information, the area of the Japanese server is not large. About half the size of the Yabong Kingdom. It is not an island area, but a continent, and the natives on it are not natives of Japanese culture. They are all medieval Western aristocrats who speak Chinese and write simplified Chinese, just like us. Speaking of this system, Shui Yunqi also pursed his lips. Although he has been in the game for so long, and although he has known this for so long, it still feels very magical to talk about this now. What exactly is this Pinduoduo? It's so fun to play. So Japanese players also have to learn Chinese to communicate with the natives. And because of the language barrier, Japanese players have been regarded as barbarians by the Japanese natives from the beginning. Speaking of this system, Shui Yunqi couldn't help laughing. Of course, as the potential of the players is exposed, the treatment they receive is no different from ours. But the beginning is the same. But the result is very different. Speaking of this, Shui Yunqi suddenly slowly became serious. Unlike our fierce confrontation, Japanese players generally adopt a dependent approach. That is, each force is dependent on the nobles of the Japanese server and becomes a subordinate force of the nobles. And it has formed a pattern that each noble must recruit a group of players and must focus on training to achieve a balance of strength and ensure that their status is not lost. As a result, Japanese players have formed a brand new player pattern, with less suppression and struggle than us. They have also been exposed to various skills earlier than us. So the general individual strength of Japanese players is stronger than ours. And in turn, they have gained a certain status and independence under the nobles. I have to say, they are really good at playing this trick of being a lackey first and then devouring the master, Shui Yunqi said slowly. But the aboriginal nobles who recruited them are not blind, let alone fools. While training them, the real group combat methods and legendary methods were not revealed at all. As long as any player dared to touch this, they would be immediately killed by the nobles who joined forces. Therefore, there are many master players in the Japanese server. Many times more than us. But, Shui Yunqi's mouth curled up slightly. There are no extraordinary troops like the aboriginals, nor legends. Everyone's mouth curled up slightly. And Shui Yunqi continued. The total number of players in the Japanese server cannot be calculated, but it is roughly in the millions. And we have joined forces. 100,000 troops. Shui Yunqi glanced at everyone, his eyes looking down. This is a game. But it's more than just a game. I think you all know its profound significance. So I just say one thing. From today on, I will open my family tree alone. I will be the first one to burn incense in ancestral worship. Shui Yunqi slapped his palm on the table, and the sound echoed loudly. But what he said made everyone's blood boil. Open the family tree alone, and burn incense in ancestral worship. These 8 short words made them tremble all over. This is fucking. What a killer. It took them a long time to calm down. But even calmness could not hide the raging fire in their eyes. But at this time, Li Ming still spoke out. It's okay to say it, but you can't be cautious at all. After all, Japanese players don't have these things. But Japanese natives definitely don't like them. And we don't know what they can come up with. Players can't beat us. But if their fathers behind them take action, we still have to make all preparations in advance. Even be prepared to face demigods. Li Ming is warlike and bold. But he is also very careful. After all, the chief mage's willingness to help us open and stabilize the space channel is already a great help. We don't have enough money to ask him to help us deal with the incoming demigods. I haven't heard of the news that there are demigods in the Japanese server yet. If it weren't for the Battle of the King's Capital Player Guild, you wouldn't know that the chief mage is a demigod. Shui Yunqi nodded when he heard this. What Li Ming said was absolutely true. Take a deep breath. And then several people started a heated discussion. Since there may be, we must make a plan in advance. Who said that if there is a demigod, it must be an enemy? Even if there is a demigod, it must be the demigod of the indigenous people, not the demigod of the Japanese server players. Although it seems that taking action against Japanese server players will provoke the Japanese server nobles to take action, which may lead to the demigod. But in fact, the two can be separated and split. If you subconsciously include them in the enemy because of this connection, that will only make the Japanese server players laugh. Everyone will laugh to death if the enemy helps in this way. It seems to be a dead end. But as long as you distinguish them, it may not be impossible to solve it. Just make plans in advance. They spent so much effort to persuade the chief. And I don't know how many psychologists they invited to do psychological profiles for the aboriginal demigod and the chief. They have a deeper understanding of the mentality of this kind of people. They are very strong, especially in terms of strength. But at the same time, their mentality is also particularly transcendent. As long as you understand this mentality and don't touch their bottom line, they will be a background board and will not have any impact on their plan to attack the Japanese server. In their intense discussion, 3 days passed in a flash. In a huge square, Shui Yunqi, Li Ming and other presidents led a large number of players to greet them. After waiting for half an hour, a portal suddenly appeared above the square and slowly opened. The chief, wearing a dark gold silk pattern on his cuffs, stepped out of the space portal. After the chief arrived, he did not look at Shui Yunqi and others, but turned his head to look in the direction of the fortress. At this moment, The fortress is still a ruin. The native army had already left the fortress after being frightened, and the players were guarding the ruins of the fortress instead. Judging from the dark red bloodstains and some broken weapons in front of the fortress, more than one small-scale war has broken out here. However, the final winner is obviously the players of Luoya City. Otherwise, they would not be able to continue to guard the fortress and collect tolls from the caravans. After a few glances, the chief's eyes were indifferent, and Shui Yunqi and others estimated the direction he was looking at based on the terrain, and made a little calculation in their hearts. They used the psychological model established by the psychologist to make a decision immediately. After a while, the chief retracted his gaze, fell from the air, and came to Shui Yunqi and others. He seemed to be ready to speak, but before he could speak, Shui Yunqi took the initiative to stand up and said, "Chief, the original tax officer of Luoya City left Luoya City for some reason. I wonder if you can trouble the chief to help inform the royal family and send another tax officer to Luoya City to serve." The chief glanced at Shui Yunqi after hearing this, nodded slightly after a moment, and didn't say anything else, just stretched out his hand towards him. Shui Yunqi knew that he had made no mistake when he saw this, and immediately took out a spell scroll and handed it to the chief. The chief looked at the silver spell scroll, and even his calm eyes showed some interest. This space spell scroll is of a high level. It should have been considered a quasi-4th level spell scroll, and it is very valuable. Of course, this is nothing to him. Just a quasi-4th level spell scroll. If he gets serious, let alone a quasi-4th level, he can print even a real 4th level legendary spell scroll with his bare hands. What really aroused his curiosity was the coordinates on this spell scroll. Another main material world? Or another continent in the main material world? This is the fundamental reason that really aroused the chief's curiosity and decided to take action. Otherwise, although the things these players brought out did make him tempted, he would not have agreed so straightforwardly. Things are just a stepping stone. This is the key to making up your mind. After thinking for a while, the chief didn't hesitate and asked directly, "Where is it?" "Right here." Shui Yunqi pointed to the ground and said, and at the same time a group of players came up with boxes of materials. The value of each box of materials is very high. The value is fine, but the most important thing is that the grade is high. Although there is a price, there is no such thing on the market. It is a high-level resource that will be bought by people waiting as soon as it appears. Normally, it is not easy to buy. Fortunately, several companies joined forces and spent some connections to find all the things. The chief looked at these things with a little disdain, and then stretched out his hand. The rocky ground in front turned into a swamp, and the flowing swamp surged upwards in violation of the laws of physics. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Suddenly, the swamp solidified, and an exquisite altar covered with patterns appeared in front of him. The huge altar grew as one, but it looked like it was carefully carved by a master sculptor. It was exquisite, majestic, and like a carved work of art. But it was formed in an instant. This extremely strong controllability made people secretly shocked. Then, the materials provided by Shui Yunqi and others flew up continuously. Some were melted by the flames, and different materials were blended together to form a new alloy. Some were made into fine powders, and some were melted into liquids. All kinds of materials flew up, and in an instant, most of them were empty, and the altar in front of him was already covered with magic arrays, and the space was rippling. The next moment, the space scroll in the chief's hand unfolded and floated in front of him. A fist-sized silver light ball appeared on the spell scroll. The moment the light ball left, the scroll turned into light spots and drifted away with the wind. And inside the light ball, light spots appeared one after another, with faint lines in it, and the trajectory continued to extend. The chief directly hit it into the void above the altar. Buzz! A space channel appeared out of thin air, extending forward in the endless void. Before the space channel was connected, the new alloy in the chief's hand appeared on the space channel and slowly stretched it open. In a flash, the originally circular space channel turned into a square metal portal. In a blink of an eye, a metal portal with a width of 10 meters stood in the square. The inside of the portal was dark, and the space channel continued to extend into the depths of the void. However, in less than a minute, the space channel was completely connected. After completion, the high-level materials in the box were just used up, and Shui Yunqi realized that the chief had not taken a cent. You know, according to the rules of forging and array formation, Most of the prepared materials are from the blacksmith and the magician. The proportion of this majority depends entirely on the mood of the blacksmith and the magician. But the chief did not take a cent. Sure enough, the demigod also has his pattern. Shui Yuchi thought so. And after the space channel was connected, the chief had disappeared. And only the voice on the other side of the space channel sounded in his ears. The space channel is connected. Kill! Chapter 628 Kill Through. Is it coming? Standing by the well inside a fortress, his heart was pounding. At this moment, he was inside a huge fortress. The elemental power was reverberating in the heavy metal fortress. And the magic arrays everywhere made the elemental fluctuations look a little strange. This fortress was also quite strange. Normal fortresses were defensive to the outside and protected the inside. But this war fortress was completely facing the inside. The shooting holes, magic arrays, and city walls completely wrapped the inside tightly, leaving no gaps. And the cold light of the crossbow in the shooting hole, the black muzzle, and the magic array flashing with colorful light all made people feel cold. As long as anyone appeared in the open space in the center of this war fortress, they would be shot into a sieve in an instant. But the strange thing is that the central open space of this war fortress is empty. And there is no passage. The war fortress has blocked this area to death, leaving no passage for entry. It is hard to imagine the function of such a war fortress. But at this moment, a square space channel appeared silently. Seeing this scene, Jingbian's heart jumped to his throat. Not only did he not destroy the space channel, but he tore several space scrolls in succession to help it stabilize. Not only that, one spell scroll after another not only stabilized it, but also overflowed, stabilizing it a little too much. Even this stabilizing effect has spread to the entire space channel. And with the stabilizing force spreading from the other end, it even directly acts on the space of the two worlds. With the help of the field arrangement by the demigod on one side, and the use of a large number of space scrolls on the other side, a large amount of overflowing stabilizing force spread to both ends of the world, repeatedly acting on one node after another, and repeatedly acting on the space channel, under the dominance of the demigod level field arrangement, with the effects of various spell scrolls. The excessive overflowing strength is all applied to this space channel. It even directly solidified into a semi-permanent cross-world space channel. At this point, it would be a hassle for either side to destroy it, and it would no longer be so easy. The Japanese players were also waiting for the Players Guild from Loya City to come. They were not worried, but extremely eager and excited. After conducting some investigations, they found that the Chinese players were not as strong as the indigenous nobles in terms of average strength, because of the large-scale confrontation with them. They were all excited. Is this a crisis? No. No. This is an opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as they wait for the other party to open the space channel, they can directly stabilize the space channel and kill them directly. This space channel that is about to be opened is not their crisis, but their road to glory. They even have the hope of repeating the glory of their ancestors, entering that land again, and planting the sun-shining flag on the land of the eastern country. Jingbian felt trembling all over just thinking about it in his mind. He immediately spent all his money, spent all his property, and took out loans to exchange for all the space scrolls he could get, all of which were used to stabilize the space channel. At the same time, he also spent a lot of effort to build this war fortress, both internally and externally. He firmly believed that the other party would definitely open the space channel, because he deeply understood that the other party could not refuse. A sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of Jingbian's mouth. However, although he had made plans, Jingbian still remained cautious. He would never give the other party any chance, and would not miss such a good opportunity because of his negligence. So even though he knew that his average strength exceeded that of this eastern country, he still built a fortress and guarded behind the fortress. He decided to use the power of the fortress to first dampen the opponent's spirit and explore the opponent's bottom. After everything was clear, he would kill in and kill directly to the opponent's land. Go and conquer. Now, the space channel has finally opened. Although this huge space channel surprised him a little, he was happy immediately. The larger the space channel, the easier it would be for him to attack. He was worried before that it was a space channel that could only pass a few people at a time. If that was the case, then nothing would work. No matter how strong the average strength is, it is impossible to attack. But fortunately, this is a huge space channel, probably 10 meters wide, and the army can rush in batches. Excited, Jingbian tore open dozens of spell scrolls. After all the amazing wealth was consumed, Jingbian didn't care at all. As long as he could get through. No. As long as he could occupy this space channel. Then the spell scrolls that were enough to bankrupt him and put him in debt instantly would be just a small amount of money. He could earn it back at any time by doubling it. So he tore up the spell scrolls and used them with unparalleled pleasure. He suppressed his excitement and ordered all the crossbows to be fully strung and the guns to be loaded with bullets. Then he stared at the space channel and found that the film on the surface of the space channel was slightly rippled. His hand suddenly fell. Ready! The bowstring rang, and the bullet was ready to go. The chief standing by looked at this scene with a slightly strange expression, then shook his head and disappeared into the fortress in a flash. This fortress naturally couldn't stop him, and no one even noticed that he had come from the beginning to the end. Let him go and explore where this is. After all, judging from the space node, this is indeed not the continent where he is. The world should be the same world, but it is not the same continent. Let him explore. After he left, the fluctuating space channel was completely opened, and something came over, but it was followed by a fog that made it impossible to see clearly. Shoot! The highly nervous Jingbian shouted, and the others instantly released the bowstring and pulled the trigger. Crossbow arrows and bullets whizzed out. It doesn't matter if you can't see clearly. Just use firepower to cover everything inside. Firepower coverage. Jingbian didn't care what was coming. And at this moment, the strong wind brought by the spell whistled, blowing away the fog and revealing the face of the thing inside. A metal behemoth. Like a dark hill. Ding 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 ding. The dense crossbow arrows covered by firepower. The bullets fell on it and made a crisp sound. The dark and heavy armor was not shaken at all. And even the two tracks at the bottom were not damaged at all. And upwards, the thick black muzzle was flashing with the light of elements. Wait. Tank? Jingbian's eyes suddenly glared and shouted. And almost instantly, the elemental cannon that had accumulated to the limit shot out. Boom! The magic circle was instantly broken. The fortress collapsed instantly. And the last picture Jingbian saw was the extreme flame. Then, one after another, gun barrels were extended from the space channel behind, and tanks drove over one after another, firing the elemental cannons that were already fully charged. Boom! 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 The deafening sound of the cannons echoed continuously in this war fortress. The terrifying defense directly made the attacking players lose all their fighting spirit, and the terrifying artillery fire directly flattened the entire metal fortress bit by bit. No street fighting. Firepower flattened it. All this went smoothly, which made the tank driver extremely confused, and made Shui Yunqi, Li Ming and others who were commanding in the rear have question marks on their heads one after another. Li Ming couldn't help but ask out loud, Shui Yunqi, did you bribe the other party? No. Did you bribe them? How is this possible? How can it be possible? Then why is there not even a forbidden magic circle? Aren't tanks supposed to go there to lead the way? Aren't extraordinary troops the real main force of the siege? How did this get through? Shui Yunqi, Li Ming and others were a little confused. Although their tank guns were already charged, they had no intention of firing, and no expectation of successfully firing. The elemental cannon was indeed powerful, but it could be blocked by a magic prohibition array. Without the elemental cannon, the tanks would only have the advantage of being tough and thick-skinned. They had originally intended to open the way and trick a wave of skills to open the way for the main force. But they didn't expect that the tanks would finish the battle directly without a magic prohibition array. No wonder the space channel didn't react at all. They originally thought that the chief had arranged it very stably, and the magic prohibition couldn't shake it at all, and couldn't even cause a little fluctuation. They were still saying it was worth it. But this person didn't open it at all. This smoothness suddenly made them feel aggrieved, as if all the power was hitting the air, and a group of people were fighting wits and courage with the air. The other party probably doesn't want to close the space channel. They should be planning to attack. Li Ming thought about it and said his guess, which made everyone silent. So we spent a lot of effort to ask the chief to arrange the space channel. Toothache. Forget it. It's better to be prepared. At least we don't have to worry about the space channel being gone. Our cloud gas doesn't have to avoid the space channel area. We can use it at any time. Oh, by the way, have you taken the space channel you bought before to locate it? It has been located and brought back. Even if this one is closed, it can be opened again immediately in the future. Well, in this case, then, Shui Yunqi took a long breath and said softly, "Fight!" The others looked at each other and said in unison, "Fight!" In an instant, the fighting spirit was full, and the army had already set out into the space channel. As for the other side of the space channel, tanks broke through the city and helicopters flew high to wash the ground, instantly creating a series of horrific bloody scenes. When the subsequent players followed up and directly followed the tanks to start infantry tank coordinated operations and infantry machine coordinated operations, the garrison players, who were still trying to resist, completely collapsed. They were originally planning to destroy the tanks and helicopters, but before they could get close, they were blocked by the cooperating players around the tanks and the cooperating players around the helicopters. Then they would be hit hard. People could not gather together at all. If they dared to gather together, they would definitely be hit by the terrifying attack of the elemental cannon. If they did not gather together to fight alone, they would be immediately wiped out by the players who swarmed up. As a last resort, they could only fight and retreat, and gather to the side of Jingbian, who had been resurrected outside the city. At this moment, Jingbian's face was ferocious. His eyes were slightly red, and he clenched his fists when he saw the players who had collapsed. He could only quickly summon the players who had gathered, and could only watch several tanks appear at the edge of the fortress, and could only watch teams of players come to this area through the space channel. After they came over, they immediately screamed, as if there was some magical effect on this land, and some magical buff could be added. Fighting will asterisk 200%. Morale is always full, never reduced. At this moment, Jingbian could only watch more and more players appear inside the fortress. But no one came out, just standing at the edge of the war fortress and looking at them coldly. This look made Jingbian feel a little cold, but this feeling immediately made him feel as if he had suffered a great humiliation. He clenched his teeth and growled like a beast. Baga! At this moment, Jingbian's face was extremely ferocious. But looking at the remaining tens of thousands of troops around him, and looking at the tanks looming in the war fortress, his heart twitched slightly. Tanks! The Eastern countries have actually created such a terrifying war weapon, and have already put it into actual combat. Although the number is small, the impact and washing capabilities of the battle formation on this battlefield are terrifying. This is definitely able to rush around in the battle formation, massacre wantonly, and directly determine the outcome of a war. This is no longer something he can solve. Jingbian clenched his teeth. Although he didn't want to admit it, the facts were there. He had already played this place. If he didn't fight back next, something serious would happen. Jingbian didn't hesitate at all, and immediately went offline to play video games to call people. In the metal castle, tens of thousands of player troops have already rushed out to guard each level and each wall. Even Shui Yunqi, Li Ming and others have come out through the space channel. Looking at the chaotic scene here, stepping on the land here, several people looked at each other, their eyes full of excitement. Not long after, a bright red flag slowly rose above the metal castle, rustling in the wind. At this moment, everyone turned their heads to look at the flag. And at this moment, everyone suddenly became a little solemn. At this moment, it seemed that BGM sounded above the metal castle, and the sound became louder and louder. Seeing this flag rising high, everyone became excited, and at the same time realized something. Here, it must be a fight to the death. Their excited mood could not be calm for a long time. And if you look closely, the blazing flames in their eyes could not be extinguished at all. The fighting spirit broke through the clouds. However, Shui Yunqi had no intention of attacking, and even Li Ming, who was the most fanatical in the battle, forced himself to suppress his fighting spirit. After the army finished deploying, the logistics players of the engineering team pulled cartloads of materials through the space channel and immediately became busy. At this moment, Shui Yunqi had a document in his hand. Primary Extraordinary City Construction. Shui Yunqi and his companions looked at the document, glanced at each other, and grinned. Chapter 629 City Building. Hey! Shui Yunqi laughed out loud. A cross-world channel that will not be affected by clouds can create clouds to build defensive cities. This is the best combination. Have you gathered all the resources? Yes, they have gathered all the resources. When they heard that they were going to build a city on the Japanese server, they were so enthusiastic and paid more decisively than the other. They have already gathered all the resources. Not to mention one. They can build 2 extraordinary cities for you. Then build 2. Li Ming grinned, and Shui Yunqi rolled his eyes when he heard it. Why are you in such a hurry? Our old home hasn't been repaired yet. Let's repair our old nest first. We don't want to attack now. We should focus on defending against the counterattack of the Japanese server. Although they caught us off guard before, they will definitely be strong when they are ready to attack us. After all, the average strength of Japanese players is indeed higher than ours. Although the equipment is a little worse, the difference in strength will be very difficult to be large. They have many more masters. Shui Yunqi's face was full of seriousness. And Li Ming also became serious. The main reason is that we can't open the cloud gas. The greatest advantage of the mecha master profession can't be brought into play. Otherwise, even if there are more masters, they will still be beaten honestly. Everyone was silent. The inability to open the cloud gas was the biggest problem. Of course, this is not a problem of ability, nor is it a mandatory rule. It means that once the cloud gas is opened, the construction of the extraordinary city will have to stop completely. After all, although the space channel will not be suppressed by the cloud gas, the extraordinary city will not be suppressed either. But if you want to build a supernatural city, it is necessary to arrange the magic array. And it is necessary to use the elements of heaven and earth to warm the city. Otherwise, where do the dense magic arrays and hard and heavy elemental materials in the supernatural city come from? It can be said that the entire process of building the city cannot allow clouds to suppress it in the sky. Otherwise the clouds will move away, and the elements of heaven and earth will fall into silence. And then no project can be done, and no progress can be made. Even if you are unlucky, there will be clouds rising during the casting process of elemental metals. And the materials may be scrapped. And the magic array may be scrapped in some areas. In this case, although they have supernatural troops, they can only be used as ordinary troops because they cannot raise clouds. And their top professional mecha masters, who can be called T0 under clouds, can only be considered T2 or even T3 under normal conditions. After all, most of them are mecha masters who have achieved ordinary metals, not mecha masters of elemental alloys or pure elemental metals. Although fighting in groups in the army can avoid most of the drawbacks of the mecha division as much as possible, and bring the profession back to around T2 and T1. But in this case, facing Japanese players with higher average strength, it is still not easy to fight. Of course, if they are really forced to open the cloud, it is not impossible. Once the cloud is opened, anyone who comes in will be hit by 2 punches. But the construction progress of the extraordinary city will be stagnant, and the cost will increase. Of course, in short, the initiative is still completely in their hands. But they will be a little uncomfortable. However, it is not without good news, because the big guilds and other places have sent a lot of resources to subsidize them to build a city in the Japanese server, and put forward corresponding conditions. After all, there is no free lunch in the world, which is within their expectations. The only difference is that their conditions are a bit special. Or it is different from the normal exchange of interests. It doesn't matter. Didn't the sponsors put forward the condition that they would also send troops? It's difficult for their large troops to come, and they can't spare the hands. So they send elite troops. As far as I know, there are 2 indigenous supernatural armies that can fight legends. Wow! My goodness! Where did they get this level of secret method? How could there be nobles who would trade this level of training secret method? No one would give it to you. And it's the same for selling it. This kind of thing is basically impossible to get through peaceful means. It's all exploded like gold coins. Fighting with so many nobles. There must be a few nobles who have this level of training secret method. When the secret method falls into the hands of those large guilds, they will always find a way to train it. Shui Yunqi said softly, fighting head-on with the nobles. Not compromising. Not surrendering. Of course, this did cause the death of a large number of players, ushering in a comprehensive suppression by the nobles, resulting in the overall weakness of the national server players. And the average strength is not as good as the Japanese server players who choose to compromise and cooperate. This is the price. But at the same time, as long as the player does not die at a heavy price, the player will always win. Once the victory is achieved, the property and inheritance of the noble will be completely taken, and there is no way to let go of anything. In this case, the absolute core inheritance of the noble will belong to the player. And this situation is impossible for Japanese players to encounter. They will never kill the nobles. Even if they secretly killed a few noble members, they would never dare to launch a genocidal war against the nobles. It is naturally impossible to obtain the secret inheritance through violent means. and under non-violent means. No noble would teach this kind of family inheritance level secret method that is related to life and property to a group of outsiders and servants. It will never be possible. This is even more inevitable among the indigenous people who have reached a tacit understanding. It can only be said that this gain and loss are naturally different. On the one hand, it is easy in the early stage. There is no big crisis, and it can grow and develop at the fastest speed. But after reaching a certain level, it will immediately hit the ceiling. Of course, this ceiling is invisible and intangible. The nobles are not stupid. They know what such players need. The carrot hanging in front will always be there, and you will not lose hope. On the other hand, the early stage is extremely difficult. Before you change your job, you have to face professionals, elite professionals, master professionals, and even legendary professionals. After changing your job, you may have to face demigod professionals again. It is really a case of winning the small and the old. Endless, and always crushing the situation. Even under all kinds of magical secrets. They can't even hide. Under the prophet, they don't even need any evidence or clues to easily lock a person. This situation is a real nightmare difficulty. It is extremely difficult to grow up under this difficulty. You need to seize every opportunity and hide in a corner that the nobles can't see to have hope. If you are not careful, you may be nipped in the bud. But as long as you grow up and become stronger, there will be a smooth road ahead. The natives can no longer set a ceiling for the players, and can no longer stop the players. Of course, in the first case, you can also decisively take violent means after reaching the ceiling. But the spirit and state at that time are another matter. Under the temptation of carrots and the inertia of long-term obedience to orders, it is unknown whether the players will beat the natives or the players will beat the players. A big guild is still a big guild. We had too much internal friction before. We failed to integrate. But even if we did, we would not be the opponent of the natives. After all, this fortress is a garrison fortress. And there is more than one legend. It was only after Tiangong Pavilion blew up the fortress that we were able to seize the window period and develop rapidly for a period of time. Even so, there is still a big gap between us and these truly top guilds. They are the large player guilds that can be regarded as the top forces in the entire Yabong Kingdom. A guild leader sighed slightly, and then his eyes gradually brightened. But we just need to seize the opportunity of the Japanese server. Every one of us can. After the voice fell, the corners of everyone's mouth rose slightly, and Shui Yunchi said after a slight pause, "Then for this goal, we need more sincere cooperation." Everyone looked at each other, and there was no more gunpowder and tit-for-tat between them. Since the appearance of the Japanese server players, they have been incomparably harmonious since they came to the Japanese server. Their cooperation has become more in-depth, and at this moment, they have become more tacit. However, no one took the initiative to bring this up, and instead turned the topic back to the armies of the sponsors. With these two legendary extraordinary armies here, the defense during the city construction period should not be a big problem. But I think we should now unify our opinions on another matter, Shui Yunchi said slowly. If the Japanese server players ask the legends of the indigenous people to take action, we will naturally find a way to suppress this kind of legend, and the handling after the suppression. This is very critical, because if the Japanese server players intend to harm us, they will ask the legends with demigod backgrounds to come. If we handle it improperly, we may provoke demigods. And everyone knows that we can't afford to provoke demigods for the time being. After all, the Japanese server players have a very close relationship with these indigenous nobles, and they definitely have more intelligence than us. So this situation is very likely to happen in the later stages of the war. Everyone nodded silently when they heard this. And Shui Yunchi continued, "My opinion is not to kill, but to release them. But all of them should be severely injured, which can be recovered but will take a long time to recover, and then released, as long as the person is not detained, not dead, and not permanently disabled. I believe that facing a war of this level, the demigod will absolutely not act like this. These legends don't even dare to go, and don't have the face to ask the demigod. After all, the demigod is the foundation of the family. It is normal to take action for the survival of the family. But because of a small defeat, because of a harmless battle injury, ask the demigod to take action. Maybe the legendary demigod we don't kill will kill for us." Everyone pondered for a moment, and then nodded. "Okay, I have no objection. Overall, I have no objection. But I have one thing to add. I think we should be a little careful in the early stage, and not touch the core interests of these nobles. After all, our primary task is Japanese players. And we are here to fight Japanese players. Others can be ignored for now. Let them go first. And kill the Japanese players first. I don't think any reason is needed for this point. This sentence immediately caused everyone to nod. And no one questioned this sentence. Only Li Ming thought about it, and said again, "These indigenous nobles are not Japanese. And they are no different from the nobles over there. I have no objection to not killing them. And I have no objection to letting them go. After all, we are here to fight Japanese players." Seeing that everyone agreed, Shui Yunqi nodded immediately. "Okay. Then it's decided. We will pass on the specific orders later. Let everyone know." In addition, according to reliable information, the person who guarded this fortress before was called Jingbian Xie. He has now contacted 3 or 4 large guilds nearby to send troops to attack us together. The total number of players is probably 60,000 to 70,000. The number of master players is probably more than 100. Nearly 5 times ours. Everyone took a deep breath after hearing this. A little bit unbelieving. But seeing that Shui Yunqi didn't look like he was joking, they had to believe it. It just felt a little scary. Although it has long been known that the average strength of Japanese players is far superior to that of Chinese players. And that although Japanese players do not have legendary combat power, there are many master-level players. But before, it was always a vague impression, without any specific data. When I heard this at first, I felt a little scalp tingling. 5 times. More than 100 masters. Of course, under the cloud, the master will be greatly weakened and can only be regarded as a super soldier. As long as a large number of mecha divisions strangle, it is basically certain to die. But that was the case of a large number of strangles. But that was under the cloud. What is the situation now? Now there is no cloud. And it is a normal battle. And now there are more than 100 masters together. If these masters unite and fight in a cluster. Hiss. Not to mention the situation without cloud. Even if there is cloud, they are worried that these more than 100 masters can join forces to directly kill their army. Where? It's like a heavily armored soldier may not be able to beat 10 unarmored soldiers. But 1,000 heavily armored soldiers can chase 10,000 unarmored soldiers. Sometimes, when the scale is large and the number is large, it is easy to change qualitatively. More than 100 masters are enough to be divided into 2 groups to rest and kill each other. Most people kill the enemy outside and rest inside. The 2 are constantly circulating. They only need a simplest formation to force them to kill through. And the 20 or so masters they put together can't stop it at all. Even if they force the cloud to open, it will be extremely tragic. If you seize the opportunity of their dispersion, you may swallow all the strangleholds in one breath. If you let them gather together. Everyone shuddered and realized the difficulty of this battle more specifically. Because it is impossible to pin hope on the stupidity of the enemy. Strategically, you can despise the enemy. But tactically, despising the enemy is an insult to yourself. When will the reinforcements arrive? Some will arrive in about a day and a half. And some will take 3 to 4 days. According to the current information, it will take at least 1 day for the several guilds invited by Jingbian Ono to gather together. Li Ming heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. That means at most half a day. Right? Li Ming's eyes gradually brightened, and his fighting spirit rose. Then let's fight. Chapter 630. Is this a construction team? Then let's fight. Li Ming's eyes were bright and full of fighting spirit. We now have 5 tanks and 5 helicopters. The tank's main gun can pose a fatal threat to master-level players. And the machine gun on the side can also cause effective damage to master-level players. The 6-barreled rotary machine gun on the helicopter also has the ability to kill masters. From this perspective, as long as we defend the tanks and helicopters, we can fight. Besides, we only need to hold on for half a day. After half a day, the first legendary combat force will arrive, and we can completely crush them directly. Shui Yunqi nodded silently when he heard this, and did not say anything immediately, but directly mobilized the players to start setting up defenses. Their location is generally on the bend of a small river. Looking around, it is flat, and there is no danger to defend. They can only fight head-on. But there is no way. Since we have to fight, let's fight to our heart's content. 100,000 players, 100,000 mech masters, dozens of spellcasters, master players, and 23 players equivalent to master. cooperating with the terrain projection recorded by the mage player on the helicopter at high altitude. Shui Yunqi and other guild leaders immediately deployed. There is no danger to defend. Only this small river can be relied on. But it can't stop people at all. In all directions. Southeast. Northwest. 20,000 players in one direction. And the remaining 10,000 players. Shui Yunqi suddenly pondered slightly, turned his head, and looked at this small river with no danger to defend. After investigation, although the river is also tens of meters wide and nearly 10 meters deep, it seems very wide and vast. But the weakest players among the enemy and us are all professional level. All extraordinary people. The river can only stop the mech master. And it can't stop normal extraordinary people at all. A few mages can freeze the river surface and force a crossing. Anyone who thinks this is a natural barrier will be beaten immediately. So Shui Yunqi didn't take the river seriously at first. But now, he was slightly silent. The river can't stop people. So everyone's attention to it is not high. After thinking for a long time, Shui Yunqi whispered a few words in Li Ming's ear. When Li Ming heard it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, Shui Yunqi continued to discuss the deployment with them. Because they were in a state of war. Shui Yunqi, who bought tanks and planes from Tiangong Pavilion at a low price, was chosen as the commander among the presidents. All other presidents must obey the command even if they die. As for any problems in the process, they can be settled later. When facing the Japanese server, they have put down a lot of things and united closely. So Shui Yunqi's command is very smooth. However, Shui Yunqi is also open and honest. If there is anything dangerous or likely to cause losses, he will give priority to his guild brothers. He is always the one who suffers the most. In this way, other guilds could not say anything even if they suffered a little loss. They were convinced, except for some protests, because of the temptation of opening a family tree, offering incense, etc. They were very dissatisfied with Shui Yunqi's loss-making and demanded to share the burden. It is impossible for you, Shui Yunqi, to open a family tree and offer incense alone. Absolutely not. So, this coalition operated with a high degree of tacit understanding and cooperation, without any barriers. In other words, under the red flag, they are one. They have a common goal. And naturally there will be no barriers. So, time passed by, and the players of the Fallen Leaf City Alliance had already spread out. The sky gradually darkened. And in the evening, the first construction team from the Tiangong Pavilion also arrived at the scene. They undertook the construction of the new Fallen Leaf City of the Fallen Leaf City Alliance. In the next period of time, they will build a solid extraordinary city on this continent. The engineering team was also very excited about this, saying that they would erect a monument and engrave their names after the repair. They all worked hard to build a super city with the strongest defense in history. For this, they even paid out of their own pockets to implement some of the most cutting-edge, advanced half-generation city technologies in this super city. Theoretically, after these version 1.5 city technologies continue to be improved, they will appear in the second generation of super cities. That is, intermediate super cities. This is a brand new technology that has never appeared in the entire game. In response, Qin Guang, the captain of the engineering team, was slightly excited and couldn't help but clenched his fists. It was worth it that he forced all the construction teams to share his work with them, and took over the project of Luoya City. This was snatched and fought for by real hard power. Captain Qin. Welcome. Welcome. According to our prior agreement, our requirements and the functions that need to be realized have been told to you. I will not interfere with the construction of the city in the future. You will be in charge of all the construction. We will give you this in full authority. And the relevant materials will be delivered in succession in the future. Because the current situation is quite tense. This battle is not optimistic. Otherwise, we must treat you well. Now I can only make a long story short. Our Luoya City Alliance will definitely do its best to protect all the players of the engineering team, the safety of mechanical equipment, and ensure the smooth progress of the project. However, Shui Yunqi pondered for a moment, and then continued, Captain Qin, I still insist on what I meant at the beginning. There is no need for the engineering team to enter now. You can wait for a while behind the space channel. It doesn't take too long. Half a day will be enough. When the legendary combat power is in place, it will be much safer. Shui Yunqi was a little puzzled and hesitant, but he still spoke out to dissuade him again. In his opinion, it is better to be cautious for the sake of safety. After all, even if the players are not afraid of death. These engineering machines with 8 rear wheels are definitely not low in technology and value just by looking at the shape and appearance. Once these machines are destroyed, the loss will not be mentioned for the time being, and the progress of the project will definitely come to a standstill. It is not worth taking a huge risk half a day in advance. It will not affect anything after playing for half a day. It's okay. You don't have to worry about the safety of our engineering team, Chen Guang said casually, without any intention of looking back. Look back? How is it possible? It's not easy to rush here. Unless you die, you will never look back. I don't know if you, President Shui, have paid attention to our engineering team. In addition to the fact that our construction team was guarded by a supernatural army sent from the cabinet at the beginning, all subsequent work processes were carried out by us alone, without any supernatural army accompanying us. But we have never had any safety problems. And we have never worried about safety problems. You know, what we do is to dig up the roots of the Aborigines. Once the extraordinary city is built, they really have no chance of turning over under the city-level cloud. In addition, there are various attacks by players who have been wiped out and dispersed. It can be said that our location can even be called the front line of the war. But all the projects we took over have never been delayed for even a day. And have never been delayed for even a day. It takes as long as it is said. Does President Shui know why? Shui Yunqi was slightly stunned. He didn't know much about this situation. Is it because the employer has invested a lot of resources, so he protects the engineering team at all costs? As soon as Shui Yunqi finished speaking, Chen Guang waved his hand. They will protect. But the power of protection is indeed not enough. Sometimes people will still break in. In this regard, I just want to explain to President Shui that we dare to take over the city construction plan of New Fallen Leaf City. We can take on this plan and dare to come to the forefront. You know, this is equivalent to digging trenches under artillery fire and building bunkers under enemy fire. Don't we have anything to rely on? Shui Yunqi was a little puzzled. And he was a little confused when he saw Chen Guang's confident look. This made him even more puzzled. Could it be that this engineering team also brought a guard team? Brought a legendary supernatural army? No. If they did, they would definitely say it. Shui Yunqi heard Chen Guang, the captain of the first engineering team of Tiangong Pavilion, speak confidently while he was puzzled. Brothers, let President Shui see that we have the capital to build the supernatural city. Yes. The moment the voice fell, Shui Yunqi saw Chen Guang take out a palm-sized precision mechanical belt from his pocket and slap it on his waist. Click, 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 click. In an instant, the machinery surged out from both sides of the belt and surrounded Chen Guang, fixing it on his waist. Then Chen Guang pulled it on his neck. Pressed the round chip, he pulled down into the round groove in the middle of the belt and turned the gear next to the belt. Click, crack, 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 crack. Dense metal radiated from the belt, quickly spreading downward and upward. And in the blink of an eye it turned into a black armor that wrapped Chen Guang inside. The black cold and hard armor with angular blades was full of murderous aura. And the sound of metal clanging echoed in the surrounding heaven and earth. Armor fusion. In an instant, a master-level momentum bloomed. Armor fusion. Armor fusion. Armor fusion. Armor fusion. The dense clanging metal sound echoed in all directions. And toys completed the transformation one after another. And master-level auras bloomed one after another. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looking around, all of them. The players who were elite professionals just now all turned into masters at this moment. Transformed into armored warriors with master-level combat power. At this moment, the engineering team turned into an armored army. Shui Yunqi was stunned. The presidents who watched this scene were also stunned. They couldn't help but recall the words about protection that Shui Yunqi had just said, and then looked at the scene in front of them. At this moment, even their faces were slightly red, and they felt a little embarrassed. Protection? Who is protecting whom? They seriously doubted that this engineering team could defeat them. What the hell? Shui Yunqi, who was stunned, said that he wanted to protect the engineering team. And this is the engineering team? This is called the engineering team? Isn't this the legendary armored corps? Hundreds of master-level armors? Allocate to the engineering team? You call this an engineering team? At this time, the engineering equipment was still changing, and everyone turned their heads to find that the warriors who were turned on seemed to have installed some core components in it. Then, Shields rose one by one, and elements gathered one by one. For a while, the sense of danger filled their perception. The engineering equipment that was originally a total asset turned into a shield generator in a blink of an eye, and became a land-based artillery. This armored core is not infantry armor. This is a mechanized synthetic armored core. Shui Yunqi could not help but be silent for a long time. And there were only two words in his mind. Arrogant! Arrogant! Still arrogant. This was another personal experience after the tank regiment leveled the fallen Li City fortress and killed the legend. Shui Yunqi finally understood why Fong Bai did not come, and Tiangong Pavilion did not send combat troops. After all, they supported so many tanks and helicopters. They could make conditions to come. Shui Yunqi was a little puzzled before, but now it seems this is not coming. It is because the gap is too big. They don't need to send the main station troops to mow the grass. Just send an engineering team to play engineering team. Engineering team. This is an outrageous engineering team. If no one provokes Tiangong Pavilion, he would be too lazy to send people if he presided over Tiangong Pavilion. This is no longer a role of the same level. Just support some equipment. Just support an engineering team. For a moment, Shui Yunqi, who had not turned his head, couldn't help asking, "Let me ask you, is there anything that cannot stop you from working? If anyone dares to stop you from working, you will transform and push forward. But as long as you are not attacked, you will not take the initiative to attack. Right? No. Really? Really not. Whether we take action or not is entirely up to us. The cabinet will not interfere in this way." Yeah. Shui Yunqi was silent for a moment. He had just ordered Li Ming to sneak into the riverbed next to him at night, use the mage to compact the riverbed, and then lurk in the riverbed to prepare for a surprise attack. He even planned to remove a few 6-barreled rotary machine guns from helicopters and use them as handheld weapons to mow the grass. If such an army suddenly attacks the rear army, and suddenly attacks important units such as mages, this may be able to break the siege. Maybe they can attack from both sides and destroy the central army of the Japanese server players. And maybe they can hold them off until reinforcements arrive with the joint efforts of hundreds of masters. But at this moment, he suddenly felt how redundant this was, and why he was waiting for reinforcements. How bad are the reinforcements? They jumped in front of the engineering team. As such an engineering team from the Tiangong Pavilion riding armor core. If they can't make a legend, Shui Yunqi's name will be written backwards. Shui Yunqi couldn't help but ask, "Does that mean you can fight Japanese players with us? If this is your invitation." Chen Guang's head armor retracted inward, revealing his head and his smile. Then it would be disrespectful to refuse. Shui Yunqi couldn't help but remain silent after hearing this. He now had only one idea in his mind. That is, just like playing Mountain Blade, waiting for reinforcements, waiting for tactics. Just press F3. Simple and straightforward. That is, all-out attack. Chapter 631. That makes sense. Night raids, harassment tactics, luring the enemy deep into the enemy's territory, spreading guerrilla warfare, long-range bombardment, flanking and interpenetrating, etc. Shui Yunqi has read the military books almost to pieces during this period, and has almost imagined the application of every method and various related developments. The so-called military books are the ability to defeat the weak with the strong. For example, divide the large-scale enemy into small-scale enemies, and then eliminate them one by one through the advantage of numbers. Another example is to defeat the enemy with inferior equipment, inferior morale, inferior cohesion, inferior skills and experience, but more people through stronger weapons and equipment, morale, cohesion, and combat skills. Just these, anyone can understand. And the military books are to teach generals how to divide the enemy's large-scale army into small-scale armies, and then digest them one by one. The essence is how to improve morale, increase cohesion, and exercise combat skills. In this way, the strong defeats the weak. As for the battle of the weak defeating the strong, 800 swept 100,000, which is often said by the world. That was just the simplest data comparison, not the weak defeating the strong. After all, one person exerted 100% of the combat power of 800, and the other exerted 5% of the combat power of 10,000. The 800 combat power beat the 500 combat power, which was still the strong defeating the weak. In Shui Yunqi's view, he commanded an army of 100,000 and had enough capital to fight a thrilling and exciting war with Japanese players. It became a famous battle in the history of world wars, and a compulsory course for every military academy in the future. That's all. But F3? All-out attack? Shui Yunqi felt insulted. Any dog could do this. But, alas. Shui Yunqi sighed, and silently clicked F3. Wait. This feeling. Hiss. It seems wrong. Why is it so cool? Illusion. Illusion. It must be an illusion. Shui Yunqi was a little dazed. With this feeling of obsession, he felt that his career as a general seemed to be ruined. It's like once the threshold is raised, it will never be lowered again. But, looking back at the past and present, which general is willing to take the risk of interpenetration, attack, division, and guerrilla warfare when he can crush the equipment and firepower? Shui Yunqi suddenly felt. Ah, I understand. What did you understand? Li Meng looked at Shui Yunqi in confusion. I was worried that after trying the F3 full army attack and simple push, the threshold would be forcibly raised, and I would not be able to command the battle properly in the future. But now think about it. There is no need to worry at all. Alas, the full army attack and push. Is this wrong? No. 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 This is completely the military god's strategy. This is undefeated. Li Meng was silent for a while, and suddenly said, You don't have to worry about this at all. You think so too, right? No. I just want to say that after leaving Tiandong Pavilion, you won't have this opportunity at all. It's useless for you to indulge in it. It's the same as if you have this kind of equipment and this kind of strength. Also, what kind of military strategy is this? The reason for this invincibility is not how strong this tactic is. It's all because the power is well developed and developed well enough. And it has reached the standard of strong push directly in terms of hard power. Okay? With the strength of Tiandong Pavilion. Even if you put a dog there, it's no worse than you. Shui Yunqi was depressed and couldn't speak for a long time. Then he looked at Chen Guang in armor. And suddenly an idea popped up in his head. Wait. Let's talk about the future later. The current situation is that there is such an armored army under my command. Hiss. Shui Yunqi suddenly trembled all over. And the next moment, he heard it with 100 times more energy. Captain Chen. Do you have any detection spells? I remember that you seemed to have something to detect before. But I don't know if you have it equipped. Detection? Yes. You should be talking about this. After hearing this, Chen Guang took Shui Yunqi to a construction vehicle and opened the side wall of the car, pulling out a folded module from it to form a command position. Then, the roof of the car unfolded, and drones soared into the sky. In a blink of an eye, detailed projections were formed on the command position, showing the situation within a radius of dozens of kilometers. There were even red shops marked, some of which were just some monsters. Some were specially marked as people, and even some suspected strength marks. The places where a large number of humans gathered and produced high-energy reactions were directly marked with flashing cross stars and displayed as high-risk units. The moment this effect came out, everyone was stunned, and Chen Guang looked at their outrageous expressions, thought about it and added, This is what we use to scan the terrain when we build the city. After all, we need this thing when designing the city blueprints. This is normal and reasonable. The expressions of Shui Yunqi and others did not subside, but became more exaggerated. Reasonable? For drawing blueprints? What a joke. This blueprint design tool has automatic locking and shooting, right? Shui Yunqi looked at the bombing button and couldn't help pressing it. Ding. The range is insufficient. The recommended running position has been calculated. The action trajectory has appeared, and the estimated risk has been calculated. Do you want to act? Shui Yunqi listened to the voice and immediately saw a long green trajectory on the projection, with arrows flowing on it, just like got a map. And the starting position was clearly one of their tanks. Now it is automatically connected to the command system, and can also calculate the artillery trajectory, automatically obtain the artillery position and navigate. Artillery position? Well, the range of the third-level artillery is not enough. If it is a fourth-level tank, the team will be flattened the moment you just pressed it. We didn't bring a fourth-level artillery, so we can only navigate the tank to find the artillery position. I mean, you use it to draw the design, with things like artillery positions, and calculate the firing elements. Is it really reasonable? President Shui, you know that during the construction process, it is inevitable that some mountains and rivers need to be dealt with and leveled. To be honest, The cost of direct artillery bombing is much lower than direct construction. Just like hydrogen bombs are used to put out fires, clean up nuclear power plant radiation, and dig reservoirs. Isn't this construction? We can't be bound by old thinking. We must let go of our thinking. This is reasonable. While canceling the tank movement, Shui Yunqi clicked on the army option next to it, but found that the entire engineering team's organization was clearly marked on it, and it could directly connect to each management node and everyone. You can even select all and attack directly through the keyboard key position. The key position is F3? Is it really just a matter of pressing F3? Shui Yunqi looked at Chen Guang with a lot of doubts in his small head. Chen Guang's face did not change. As we all know, commanding a large engineering team with a large number of people is not easier than commanding an army. So it is normal to have such a command system. We can completely use this system to move the machine gun horizontally. Oh no! Let the position of the nail be moved horizontally by 5 centimeters. This is reasonable. Captain Chen, I'm curious to ask you a question. You say. Who else did you say this to? Tangwen. Chen Guang said directly. Our Tiannong Pavilion Outer Pavilion Master Tangwen. Then what? Then? Chen Guang patted his armor, and patted the command vehicle in front of him. Then there were them. Shui Yunqi suddenly realized that the problem was not Chen Guang, but Tangwen. Not even Tangwen, but the entire Tiannong Pavilion. But what could he say? He could only silently select the 2 high-risk points marked in the projection on engineering equipment, and directly press F3. After pressing F3, the entire engineering team was selected, and the attack order was directly issued. And the route of advance, attack target, and attack method were automatically planned. The order was issued successfully. Yes, sir. Chen Guang, who received the attack order through the armor, grinned, and the fine metal surged to his head like liquid, forming a cold, hard, and fierce head armor. But he didn't, and a pair of thin metal membrane wings extended from behind them, with fine dragon scales all over the wings. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind whistled as the dragon-scaled golden wings flapped, and in the whistling sound, one armor after another soared into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they gathered in the sky, and then broke through the air in an arrow-like formation and disappeared directly from the field of vision. Then we can only see the movement trajectory of this armored army here. Of course, they can also give commands in real time, and the commands can be transmitted to everyone's ears. In addition, they can also hear the real-time communication of each player in the engineering team. What the hell is the engineering team? Is this a siege team? Shui Yunqi couldn't help but complain. Not long after, he saw the armored army arrived at the destination. Before he could click, a small screen was intelligently opened next to him, showing the picture of the armored army and the real-time picture of the locked enemy. The enemy's picture was clear. The armored army in the picture fell to the ground one after another. In the huge roar, nearly half of the armor instantly evolved into a nearly 4-meter-high behemoth. The legs were directly transformed into a huge base and tracks. In addition to the heavy armor, the upper body was full of black gun muzzles. And between them, heavy armors turned into shield generators, supporting a huge joint shield to protect everyone. The other part turned into slender scouts, holding long swords and wearing 2 long spring-blade boots. And they were like phantoms as they moved forward. Boom! 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 The heavy armor bombed the enemy unprepared, knocking everyone to the ground in chaos. The armor holding a long sword and stepping on spring-blade boots instantly broke into the chaotic battle formation. The long sword was like the sickle of the god of death. The Japanese players standing in front of them were harvested like wheat. Heads flew and bodies fell down. At the same time, some heavy armor recalculated the shooting elements and bombed the enemy's rear, while some turned into sniper rifles and archers to snipe the chaotic enemies one by one. During the period, it can be clearly seen that all players who could threaten the blade light armor were killed. Those who were slightly stronger would be directly locked and killed by several sniper rifles and several iron bows. In a short period of time, the red dots represented by the Japanese players were defeated, and even the master players could not escape under such intelligent locking activation. After all, they are just masters. Every piece of armor here is at the master level. Behind them, there are high computing units to assist in combat. Powerful sniper rifles, iron bows, and powerful joint shield generators. In this way, no master can stop them at all. They are flattened in a blink of an eye. The originally dense red dots are cleared. Under the intelligent auxiliary tracking and siege, archers and snipers form a blockade line, assisted by blade armor. In a blink of an eye, the red dots are completely cleared, and none remain. Those who survived and ran away are very few. The engineering team had no casualties, and the next moment they spread their wings and rushed to the second convergence point. When the engineering team arrived at the second point, they had already prepared for defense. Obviously, the news had been passed on long ago. A state of total war. However, the ending is no different. Hundreds of master-level heavy bombing armors took the lead in bombing, and all counterattacks would be blocked by the joint shield. After the first round of cleaning, the high-speed charging blade armor has arrived in front of them, and is harvesting quickly as if they are in an empty space. Behind them are the master-level armors that have been transformed into snipers and archers. They will never see the figure of joining forces in front of the blade armor. If they join forces, they will definitely be sniped. At the back, there is also bombing and cleaning, and it is impossible to form any effective counterattack. Gathering into a group will be bombarded by artillery fire, even if the blade armor is next to them, because they will instantly transform into heavy defensive armor with giant shields to resist the bombardment. Under the bombardment together, the other players gathered in a group will definitely be the first to die. And if it is just a simple cooperation and mutual support, then it will immediately summon snipers and arrows, like summoning souls, which is like the death god's name. Whoever is pointed will die. And if they don't join forces to fight alone, they are like ants in front of the master-level blade armor. Occasionally, a master with superb skills and strong strength can block the blade armor, but the next moment, he will either be sniped or surrounded by 3 or 4 blade armors. Cleaning the ground, charging, sniping, fighting with more people. Seemingly simple means burst out with unparalleled power. It is simply a trick to eat all the delicious food in the world. If the hard power is not enough, no matter what method is adopted, it can only be pushed under this tactic. The armor can change its shape freely. And at the same time, there is a high computing intelligent background for joint command. This is like a modern army fighting a primitive tribe. This is no longer a fair war. It is the crushing of the times. Whether it is equipment, strength, or mutual cooperation, it is the same. How to solve it? Sorry, there is no solution. Chapter 632. Legend. Must be legendary. Boom. Boom. Jibian Shoya looked at this scene with a dull look. The mechas that fell from the sky harvested the lives of players, like the god of death. There was no difference between professional and elite levels in front of it. And only the master level could resist a little. But that was all. If it was professional and elite players, they would be like wheat harvested by a sickle. Harvested and fell one by one. Then, the master level only needed the second knife. Watching, Jingbian Xia suddenly reacted and turned around to leave. But just as he turned around, a ball of artillery fire fell. Boom! The flame swept everything, and completely devoured and destroyed Jingbian Xia. Jingbian Xia's eyes were full of fear. And then, he completely lost consciousness, and slowly recovered at the moment of resurrection. He was killed by a cannon, and no one even looked at him. This was an extremely tragic harvest. Each armored warrior was a god of death, and the terrifying scene was deeply imprinted in their eyes. Soon after, the screams and wails completely disappeared, and only silent armors walked on the battlefield, with blades in their hands passing through every place where light fluctuations were detected. Even a chicken or an earthworm on the battlefield was cut into 2 pieces horizontally. When the last sign of life on the battlefield disappeared, no one spoke. No one gave orders. All the armor spread their dragon wings in unison, flapped their wings and flew high in the howling wind. And blood-colored armors rushed towards the distance. At the same time, one after another, the Japanese server players' bases. The players who resurrected first died in the bombardment of artillery fire. Died inexplicably, without any feeling. But the players who died later, especially those who died in the hands of blade armor, had some dull eyes. It was not dull because of death, but the suffocating feeling without loopholes and vitality. These enemies had high defense, strong attack, fast speed, and did not say a word to each other. They were like pantomime actors harvesting one life after another. Each of them seemed to have eyes on their backs, and all of them were like a person's left and right hands, and they could cooperate best without communication. No matter it was a frontal attack, a sneak attack, or pretending to be dead in front of them, it was useless. It was like the night, covering the sky and the sun. leaving no room for breathing. Although this feeling was only experienced once. It was only experienced for a moment. But it made them tremble and despair. Because this is invincible. They did not see any hope of victory. And they could not find any way to win. Facing them, it seemed to be a doomed failure. Compared with them, the presidents who got the statistics were even more like falling into an ice cellar. Especially Jingbian Xieya, who called them here. Because they suddenly discovered their players in these two battlefields were completely wiped out. Everyone died. And the other side had no casualties. Their tens of thousands of deaths did not kill even one enemy. And no one escaped. Even if tens of thousands of pigs ran together. How many should escape? This one didn't escape. Whether it was a professional, elite or master. No one survived. What does this mean? This means extremely strong combat power and terrifying battlefield control. Total annihilation. What an incredible result in war. Compared to the players below. They can feel the despair more. At this moment, Jingbian Xieya's eyes were red. His body was almost trembling slightly. And his eyes were full of fear and regret. He hated himself for being greedy. At the same time, there was fear. Unprecedented fear. He actually let them successfully build a space channel. He actually allowed them to build a space channel and occupy the entire base because of his indulgence and greed when he prepared the forbidden magic materials. This means that they have enough depth. Even if they set up a forbidden magic area before breaking in, it is impossible to cover it. And it is impossible to successfully block the space channel. Unless they break in. Jingbian Xieya's eyes are more fearful. If this space channel is maintained, it will cause their servers to be invaded on a large scale. He dare not imagine that if this is true, if this matter is not resolved, then in reality, seppuku is probably the most decent ending. That space channel must be destroyed. But Jingbian Xieya recalled the hell scene he had just seen in his mind. And his breathing stagnated. No. No. Please ask Legend to help. You must ask Legend to help. Jingbian Xieya shouted, causing the other presidents to look at him. Whoosh. 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 Blood-colored armor slowly descended in the whistling wind. And a sticky bloody smell came over, making people feel like they were falling into the abyss. Shui Yunqi, Li Ming and others who had been watching the progress of the incident on the projection swallowed their throats slightly. And their eyes were almost dull. Everything the engineering team showed was simply too unbelievable. That was tens of thousands of extraordinary people. That was not tens of thousands of pigs. Even if there were tens of thousands of pigs, they would not be so easy to kill. Right? Caw caw caw. Accompanied by mechanical sounds. The armor retreated, and the players took off their belts one by one, and put the chips that popped out of the belts back into the pendants around their necks. This transformation method of pulling off the pendant and slapping it into the belt was deeply loved by them. So basically everyone wore a necklace. And the belts were put into their arms. Qin Guang, who took off his armor, stretched his body comfortably, and felt comfortable all over. The players behind him were also smiling, looking like a group of jerky programmers. But when they recalled the bloody battlefield before, an electric current instantly went from the top of their heads to the coccyx. They looked shy, but no one dared to underestimate them. Qin Guang, who stretched a little, walked in front of Shui Yunqi, and saw that Shui Yunqi had been silent, and immediately spoke. I have killed them all, and I don't know if they will come again in a short time. Maybe not. Maybe. After all, this is just one death, and the impact on strength is not that big. As long as you can overcome the psychological factors, it is not surprising that they will come again. But they will definitely not come before the reinforcements arrive. Even if they set out immediately from now on, it will take at least a day to assemble. You don't have to worry at all. You can wait for the reinforcements to arrive, and wait for them to tire themselves out. But it would be great if they really set out immediately. When the legendary combat power is in place, the huge number of mecha divisions can directly overwhelm the opponent, and you can fight head-on without any problem. But if they don't come, Qin Guang's face was also slightly serious. Then you really have to be prepared. If you don't come now, you will definitely come back later. This space channel is here. We are here. And the flag is planted here. The other party will definitely not give up. This will definitely be a bloody battle to the death. So if they don't come immediately, they will definitely go to find a higher-end combat force. That is, legends. Qin Guang's face was slightly solemn. Even he had enough respect for legends. After all, Legends are not masters who can be dealt with like cutting melons and vegetables. Legends are really hard to fight. For this, you should still have enough respect. But Shui Yunqi and others waved their hands. No. No. There is Captain Chen here, cooperating with a legendary combat force that will come next. So what if a legend comes? Won't we still fight? Me? Chen Guang pointed at himself in confusion. Ah. Yes. What's wrong? Shui Yunqi nodded and said as a matter of course. But when he spoke, he suddenly felt that he had forgotten something. That he had overlooked something. Until Chen Guang answered. But we are a construction team. We have to work. Construction team. Shui Yunqi remembered what he had overlooked. This group of people were not combatants at all. They were just here to build the city. This trip was just a convenience. Yes. Chen Guang nodded. But what he received was a long silence. Chen Guang thought about it and spoke again. And there is also that we will not take action next time. Ah? Hearing this, Shui Yunqi was really stunned, looking at Chen Guang in confusion. With such a strong combat power, the armored legion that just swept and strangled tens of thousands of people 100% actually said that they could not take action? This? Seeing Shui Yunqi's puzzled look, Shui Yunqi smiled and said, Our Tiangong Pavilion is a neutral organization. We don't participate in any conflict of forces. Of course, it's false to say that we absolutely don't participate. It's impossible to achieve it. But we still have to guarantee that we don't participate. Because there is no special explanation in the pavilion for the Japanese service. So it should refer to this set of standards and not participate. So we don't actually have an attack order. In principle, we only have the power to defend and counterattack. In other words, we only build the city until someone deliberately attacks us or uses other methods to interfere with the construction of the city. We have the authority to take action. Ah? What about just now? Oh, I just decided it. And everyone decided it together. I might have to pay a fine after I go back. Well, after all, I snatched this job from several engineering teams. If they don't come, they will definitely take advantage of the situation and want to find me. Chen Guang curled his lips. But let's be honest. We must strictly follow the rules set by the cabinet. The cabinet master will not say anything about the small act just now because the target is special. But if it interferes with the normal construction next time, it will be a bit unreasonable. So, we will not take action next time. After Chen Guang finished speaking, Shui Yunqi sighed and was a little disappointed. This F3 is so cool. He was still thinking about how refreshing it would be to command such an armored army to fight. Even if he can't command, as long as they cooperate with each other, the battle will change qualitatively, which is completely different. But this experience card is a one-time use. It's gone just after I had fun. Will your cabinet make a special statement about the situation of the Japanese server? After all, this is the Japanese server. Can't the rules be changed? It may be changed for the Japanese server. But how to say it? Chen Guang said after a slight pause. Is it possible that our boss didn't pay attention to the Japanese server at all? He may not even have taken a second look. After a long silence, he recalled the image of Fong Bai he had heard in the rumors, and suddenly understood. But the more this happened, the more silent he became, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Fong Bai was like a god in their hearts. Seeing that everyone had an indescribable feeling, Chen Guang couldn't help but straighten his chest, and a breath of pride emanated from him. This is Fong Bai, their boss. They are all from Tiangong Pavilion. The proud Chen Guang stepped forward and pressed a few buttons, and the entire command vehicle was immediately retracted again. But the high-altitude drone did not fall, but was still suspended in the air to take pictures of the terrain. The mental power even extended into the soil bit by bit, showing the ground situation bit by bit. Chen Guang has never told a lie. This high-altitude drone is indeed used by them to survey the terrain, to assist in drawing design drawings, and to coordinate the operation of all engineering equipment. This is not a reasonable meaning. This is the fact. And then, the other engineering equipment also turned around completely, unloaded the temporary combat modules, and restored them to the main body of the engineering equipment again. In fact, even their armor transformation device has a large number of auxiliary construction tool models. These are really what they use to build the extraordinary city. Otherwise, without the assistance of these things, they can't rely on only a few hundred people to build an extraordinary city that can accommodate hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. It's just that these things can also be used for fighting. After all, in essence, they are all casting spells, which are just general and not professional. The real professional war is the real army of Tiandong Pavilion. As an extraordinary army, they are also equipped with the most advanced combat equipment of Tiandong Pavilion. And everyone is armed to the teeth. The equipment they are allocated can almost meet the needs of war in all situations. If they go to the battlefield, it will be a real crushing and a real nightmare. Thinking of this, Qin Guang shook his head slightly, came back to his senses, and made a move with Shui Yunqi and others, and then led people to clean up the engineering equipment one by one. After a while, these engineering equipment removed the additional combat parts and started to operate again. Some were placed on the ground, and a probe penetrated deeply into the earth. The continuous shock waves scanned the situation below clearly. In another area, one engineering equipment after another moved slowly, and the ground became as hard as rock and as smooth as glass wherever they passed, and the soil was compacted in place instantly. In a few moments, several areas the size of football fields have been compacted. The next moment, another elemental light flashed, turning fossils into mud. These are all real large-scale magic modification versions, and the effect is extremely powerful. Seeing this scene, Shui Yunqi felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Engineering team. He shook his head slightly, and the sense of disobedience in his mind could not be removed. The bloody death god, who had just slaughtered people like crazy, actually turned into a down-to-earth engineering team player at this moment. This is too dreamy. Chapter 633 Legend is coming. Buzz. 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 Accompanied by the sound of buzzing and the falling of magic aura. The ground became flat at the speed of refreshing the game screen, as the soil was constantly compressed and the structure was constantly changing. A big pit became deeper and deeper. A big pit in the shape of an inverted pyramid was formed on the spot, and the deepest part was even more than 100 meters. And at this level, countless auras lit up on the engineering equipment and sprinkled on the ground that had been transformed into stone. After these stones were compressed under high intensity and completed the structural transformation, their strength was no worse than the special alloys in reality, and even higher. And under the control of a magician, a series of auras fell on these stones and penetrated into them, deeply engraved on them. Using these instruments as weapons is the most wasteful use. Only those who really know the business know that the technical difficulty and value of these instruments are many times higher than weapons. 100 weapon-level spell releasers of the same level are not as good as one such engineering instrument. This is equivalent to the most advanced machine tool at present, which can automatically and independently complete some simple array branding layout work. However, generally no one will do this, which is too wasteful. The current independent automatic array layout is still only at the apprentice level, with low practicality and extremely low cost performance. The real value of this thing lies in being controlled by the mage as a tool. It is like an amplifier, like a machine tool in the hands of an 8th level master craftsman, under the control of the mage's mental power. A machine of this level can independently complete the large-scale array layout of square kilometers. It is like 3D printing to brand the array layer by layer, which improves the efficiency of the mage by more than 1,000 times. That is why, although the engineering team has hundreds of people, there is not even a basic manual laborer among these hundreds of people. Everyone in it can be called an engineer, and they are all responsible for a part of the array. Each of them has a strong array quality, and has a lot of array layout experience. That is why engineers and engineering equipment allow them to independently undertake the business orders of building cities with only hundreds of people. You know, it only takes a few hundred people to build a supernatural city that can accommodate hundreds of thousands or even millions of people, let alone a supernatural city. Even building a most ordinary city in the simplest way is a massive project. In reality, the funds required to build a community are in the billions, although it also includes the cost of purchasing land. The cost of construction will be obvious, and the supernatural city not only needs to be built, but also needs a matching magic array cluster. The difficulty and workload of the latter are thousands of times that of the former, and all of this is done by these hundreds of people. And Tiandong Pavilion will not send another person. The value and role of these engineering equipment can be seen from this. Just installing the weapon plug-in as a weapon is like holding an AK, but using it to crack walnuts, which is outrageous in itself. Engineering is their destination, and the embodiment of their value. One after another, the magic aura fell, and nodes, passages and exquisite runes appeared inside, and outside the hard stone. As the array was arranged, another layer of hard rock grew around it, and a new round of spiritual light fell immediately afterwards, imprinting the arrays one by one on the surface of the rock. Everything was extremely precise and fast, and everything was full of beauty. As the process progressed, more and more arrays and runes fell, and the elemental power they stirred became stronger and stronger. Although most of the arrays were not in operation, only the array for warming materials had been activated. But as an array and a rune, it itself contained powerful power, and did not need to be operated. Its mere existence was enough to stir up the elemental power around it. The elemental power stirred up by a single rune or a single array was indeed not much. But the construction area for arranging arrays and engraving runes here was calculated in square kilometers. It can be said that the array below was already massive. And under this condition, the elemental fluctuations in the sky directly formed a terrifying vortex, like an eye of the sea, which was about to show its huge influence. Hold it down. Hold it down. You got carried away by the fight, didn't you? Focus on yourself. If the construction progress is fast, I take you guys to have some fun later. If the construction progress can't keep up, all of you go back honestly. Xinguang looked up at the fluctuations in the sky and said unhappily in the mental link channel. Okay. Got it. A mental fluctuation came, and the next moment beams of light shot up into the sky, instantly turning into a thin film and falling down to cover the entire construction site. The film was vibrating and spreading, and the elemental fluctuations that were swept up were directly smoothed out, and the vortex that had just been stirred up also dissipated directly, without stirring up any waves, and it could not have any impact on the working engineering equipment. The project was carried out in an orderly manner, and even the speed was a little faster. Everyone heard what Xinguang said just now. If the efficiency is high, there might be a chance to charge and kill a few more rounds next time. There are not many opportunities to bully the weak. Or it's just that ordinary players don't have such bad taste. They are not so bored, and their character is not so bad. But this is not it. This is the Japanese server. There is no need for a reason to play against the Japanese server. Okay? Or it was just under the absolute advantage of equipment. So the fighting spirit rose in an instant, and the spirit was lifted. The speed of setting up the magic circle was a little faster, and there was no problem with the quality. The whole project was carried out quickly and orderly. But Shui Yunqi and the others still had complicated faces. Ever since knowing their true combat power, Shui Yunqi has always had this expression. And he has this expression whenever he sees them working. He even began to doubt the meaning of their existence. Even a construction team of others can't be beaten. No, not just can't be beaten, but they don't even have the qualifications to fight. Judging from the battle mode just now, they can't do better if they are placed in the same position as the Japanese server players. This crushing is simply too terrifying. The most they can do is to raise the clouds, and then have a little ability to resist, and may cause some casualties to the opponent. Yes, just a little casualties. Even if the clouds are raised, they dare not say that they will win, and they dare not even think about it. This crushing is too terrifying. Moreover, the clouds are developed by others and originated from others. Do you really think that they can't deal with them? For them, let alone winning, let alone victory, causing a little casualties is enough to make them proud. But proud? Fighting an engineering team was completely wiped out, and then only causing a little casualties. Is this worth being proud of? This idea even made Shui Yunqi doubt himself. Fortunately, as the president of a large guild, Shui Yunqi's mind is not bad, and he is very determined. Otherwise he will definitely be hit by this result and have no fighting spirit, and even quit the arena directly in the end. He could only say that this is indeed not a level. But the more this happened, the weirder it became. They felt not only an incomparable sense of security while working behind him, there was also pressure. A kind of pressure of being watched by a big boss. Just like a real top literary master standing behind you and watching you write a popular novel. No matter how you write, it feels wrong. No matter how you write, it's not right. You can't write a single word at all. It feels like every word, even a punctuation mark, feels like a great courage. The expression of being afraid that the big boss is tired. In addition, the more powerful big boss is working on the construction site in the back, while they, the noobs, are fighting in the front, preparing to meet the enemy, guarding the construction site behind. guarding the big boss behind. Which is even weirder. These two weird feelings entangled in my heart. And they couldn't get rid of them for a long time. And they became more and more weird and indescribable. This is something that no matter how gorgeous the words are, they can't describe it. With a slight sigh, he returned to the camp. There is a huge projection sand table in the camp, which is extremely clear. Looking at the data source on it, it is directed from the engineering team. The high-altitude drone of the engineering team has not landed since it was lifted off. It has been hovering in the sky to scan the entire city construction site to ensure the smooth progress of the construction site. Although they will not take action in the frontal battle, it is not a big problem to provide a video link and resources in such a place. This is a piece of cake. At this moment, in the picture, tens of thousands of players have gathered again, with a fierce momentum, and they are divided into several parts, as if to reduce the target. In that area, there are countless scouts and alarm devices everywhere. In the sky, underground and on the ground, there are early warning devices and reconnaissance devices everywhere, as if to avoid exposing their position and avoid being touched again. Obviously, they were scared by the fight, really scared by the armored army, so that they were like a frightened bird, and they arranged themselves tightly around. But it can be said that if this is used against Shui Yunqi and others, it should be able to play a role. If it is really Shui Yunqi and others, then at least they can be warned in advance, and at least they have time to escape. Well, running away. Most of them have lost the will to fight, and have not yet fully recovered. They can indeed run away when facing Shui Yunqi, but facing the engineering team, this high-altitude drone directly detects everything clearly. Not to mention people. Even the early warning arrays. The settings are clearly marked on the projection. This heaven-defying function made Shui Yunqi and others secretly shocked. And the whole person seemed to be stupid. With the full map vision, they can completely bypass the early warning, or complete the encirclement and strangulation outside the early warning, which is not difficult. However, considering the possibility that the other party will use the opponent's trick to lure the snake out of its hole, of course, this is basically impossible. After all, they have already opened the whole map. Oh no, they have not closed the whole map. As long as they are not blind, there is basically no possibility of being ambushed. So they should have fought. But Shui Yunqi recalled the scene of the engineering team's previous attack and finally rejected his decision. The engineering team can break his imagination. What if others can also? It's not that the Japanese server players are so strong, but the worry from beginning to end is still the natives of the Japanese server. Facts have proved that the foundation of these natives cannot be ignored. Even if a demigod jumps out, it is not surprising. And now the most important thing is to build a city and occupy this land completely. The land you conquer is not yours, but you have to occupy it. No one would really think that they are just here to vent their anger by beating Japanese players. Right? No one would really think that after beating Japanese players, they would go back to their own homes and wait for Japanese players to grow up and fight them. Right? How is that possible? Of course, they have to occupy the land after conquering it. The best way to occupy the land is to build a city. A supernatural city. If there is a supernatural city here with millions of supernatural people in the city, even demigods would have to kneel down. Then they would dare to set the resurrection point here. Of course, the supernatural city with millions of supernatural people was made up by Qin Guang. Shui Yunqi didn't know how credible it was, and he didn't dare to ask. But as long as the supernatural city was together, the fact that the forward base was completely stable had become a foregone conclusion. Then it would be the time to really shine. So, at this moment, Shui Yunqi still chose not to fight, and chose the safest way, focusing on absolute defense, and using absolute defense strength to fight a fool's war. Fool's battle is a derogatory term. In real life, if you do everything well and keep fighting like a fool, it will become a very scary thing. Facing such an enemy, even the best commander will have a headache and feel very disgusted, because even if there is an absolute advantage in strength, it will be very difficult to fight. Even the best commander is the same. Even if you win, it will be the one with the greatest loss and the longest time. Quite disgusting. Even if there is a huge advantage, you may not be able to win. It's like Bai Qi fighting Lianpe. If Lianpe hadn't changed his general, Bai Qi might have won. But there would have been heavy casualties, and the trend of Qin's development would definitely be frustrated, and the national destiny would be frustrated. In the end, Lianpo was replaced by means other than war. And then he won the battle. Bai Qi's military command ability can be imagined. Although Lianpo is not bad at all. But this passive defense and stubborn war concept can bring much trouble. Everything is put aside for now. As long as the extraordinary city is built. As long as large-scale industries and players migrate here. Everything will be different. Whether it is done or not. The overall trend and development center of the entire national server players will change accordingly. So, Shui Yunqi and the others just took a look. Zoomed the screen on the projection to the maximum. Looked at the buildings, sentinels and training in the position. And even the facial expressions were clearly visible. They could even see the equipment and magic arrays that block perception in the camp. But they just blocked loneliness. This clarity even allowed them to see their lips opening and closing. Their throats vibrating. And then through the system's built-in oral module, the voice sounded. Fuck? Shui Yunqi and the others were stunned. This even had a built-in translation function. And everyone's conversation could be marked in the form of dialogue box subtitles above their heads. At this time, a voice sounded. Legend. Private is coming. And the translated subtitles above were. Legend. I have invited you. Chapter 634 Void Sect. Legend. When everyone saw these two words, their faces became solemn. No matter where they are, legends are worthy of awe and respect. This is the extreme point of the mortal world. Taking half a step is enough to be called a god. No matter where they are definitely important combat forces, or even foundation-level combat forces. Even the top forces attach great importance to the legendary level, because demigods can only appear in legends. And now, this Japanese server player actually invited a legend directly. Although this has been expected, people still can't help but be silent when hearing these two words. At this moment, the conversation in the Japanese server player camp is still going on. Legend? Is the legend really useful? Can it really beat the opponent? After Jingbian Xiaoya finished speaking, someone immediately said with a slight hesitation. He is a president who has faced the armored corps directly. He was even killed by a blade warrior and a sniper behind him. It is precisely because of this that he has a deep understanding of the horror of the armored corps. And even makes his heart slightly depressed. Judging from the combat effectiveness of the group of armored warriors at that time, each of them was comparable to a master-level professional. And judging from the style, it was definitely mass-produced, which is the so-called standard equipment. The master-level armor can be used as standard equipment, allowing everyone to exert master-level strength. And they also fight in an extremely tacit understanding, which obviously has undergone extremely rigorous training. This must be the top combat force in the hands of the opponent's top forces. Are you sure that the top forces with such strength will not have legendary combat power? You know, although the opponent's average strength is far inferior to ours, and the number of masters is far less than ours, there is a qualitative change. That is the legend. According to the intelligence collected so far, the opponent has legendary combat power. We invited the legend, but the aboriginal legend may still be difficult to beat the player, or even impossible to beat. Jingbian Xiaoya's face did not change at all when he heard this. And he said directly, since I dare to invite, I am sure of it. If the real situation is as you said, the legend we invited is indeed no match for the other party, and was killed directly by the other party. Then, Jingbian Xiaoya showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. The legend I invited is from the Void Sect. The moment the voice fell, the others shuddered and looked at him with great vigilance. Jingbian Xiaoya's face did not change. He pushed the glasses polished on his nose bridge, and said softly, listen to me first. I am not involved with the Void Sect. When Jingbian Xiaoya spoke, there was a hint of madness in the depths of his eyes. The Void Sect is the largest evil god church on their server. It is wanted by all the indigenous forces and the church. But even now this force does not exist. You have to know that this is not the real world. If you hide in the ravines, basically no one can find you. This is the game world. This is the extraordinary world. There are all kinds of prophecy. Search for people, etc. Even if there is no clue, even if you don't know your name, the prophet can make a certain degree of prediction. As long as your status is not high enough, the prophet will inevitably find the nest step by step. Even if the nest cannot be found, the evil believers hidden in the crowd can be cleared out one by one according to the connection in the prophecy. It can be said that unless everyone is not serious, or there are forces of the same level that restrain each other. Otherwise, if everyone works together and takes it seriously, without the protection of forces of the same level, and without forces of the same level to make trouble. Then these evil god sects will be located by the prophet the next day after being wanted by everyone. And then a group of strong men will come and send all the education to the sky in an instant. Then the Orthodox Church locked the coordinates of the evil god plane, immediately started the war of gods, and even raised the evil god. This is a feast of gluttony. Killing an evil god is enough for everyone to eat a lot and be full of oil. But the fact is not. And these forces are also very serious. If they find that they have a dispute with the Void sect, they will immediately and completely destroy it humanely. Even so, the Void sect still exists and is famous. What does this mean? This means that there are people or gods in the Void sect whose status is high enough to distort the prophet's prophecy. If not, this distortion can also cover all the cultists. This directly leads to the fact that any cultist in the Void sect cannot use the prophet to determine their identity. This is extremely against the will of heaven. At least Fong Bai can't do it at present. In addition to distorting the prophecy about himself, Fong Bai can only ensure that the prophecy of the place where he is in charge will be distorted and cannot predict it all. In other words, it is difficult for demigods to do this. Even the righteous gods of the righteous sects have failed to lock the main body of the sect, but only hit a few corners, which is harmless. The information leaked is a bit scary. At least it is the level of demigod. That is, the real evil god. And this is how it can last so long. As for the main doctrine of this church, it is probably the same. That is to worship the void. Not only trying to summon chaotic void creatures from the void, but also committed to returning the entire world to the void, so that all humans can complete the transformation into void spirits in this process, and become a new, high-dimensional void life. Of course, there is no problem with just the doctrine. 8 of the 10 evil god churches have the doctrine of destroying the world, and 2 of them are to destroy mankind. This is really not surprising. But the real problem is that this void sect has implemented it and almost succeeded. It has already succeeded in part. At that time, the ceremony was almost halfway through, and the whole world almost became a sacrifice and fell into the void, making the humans above them become the so-called void spirits. If it weren't for the 2 heroic saints, and teachers of the 2 righteous churches who performed the divine descent technique together, allowing the 2 righteous gods to descend and stop the void sect, this world would have been gone by now. And if the world is gone, even if the players don't die, they will always die in the void and resurrect in a cycle. Or they will lose everything they rely on and cannot be resurrected at all, completely losing the qualification to log into the game. And even if they succeed in stopping it, it still causes great damage to the world at the spatial level. The entire world is missing arms and legs at the spatial level, with holes everywhere, and the spatial matrix is directly distorted. In other words, this piece of space is on the verge of collapse. If it weren't for the 2 righteous gods holding it up, if it weren't for all the clergy of the 2 righteous churches who put everything aside and rushed around the continent to constantly repair the damaged space, this world would have collapsed and fallen into the void. Since then, the void sect, the evil god sect, has been wanted and cleared by all forces. And once it appears, it will definitely be killed without mercy. If the younger ones can't beat them, the older ones will come. The older ones are bigger, but the ancestors will come. If the ancestors can't beat them, then the 2 angry gods will squat behind. Even the players don't like the 2 void sects very much, because no one knows what they will look like once this world falls into the void. Never log into the game. This is something that all players who have played the game and have actually come into contact with the extraordinary can't accept. And then the void sect never appeared again. Occasionally there was news that it appeared, but it was an imposter or a small minion. Anyway, as long as there was news, it would definitely be blasted to ashes in the shortest time. No matter whether it was forged or not. No matter whether it was an imposter or not. As long as they dared to say it was, they would immediately rise up. Extremely decisive and merciless. Legend has it that when the void sect saw that the sacrifice was unsuccessful, they transferred the power of the ritual to the inside of the world, and opened up an interface that belonged entirely to them in the space inside the world. A plane that belonged entirely to them, existing in the inner space, belonging to the inner plane. They have lived in the inner plane for a long time, preparing little by little, eroding the outside world little by little, and beckoning some new believers. However, this has not been confirmed. Only when the player runs all over the map and cannot find any trace of them will they make such a guess based on the power of their sect? So, once a connection is established with such a sect, once this connection is exposed, it will definitely attract all the forces of the indigenous people and some of the players' forces to ask for advice thoroughly. A thorough cleanup based on the prophecy of the White Prophet. No one can escape. No one can survive. Immortality is no longer an advantage. And even because of immortality, they will be tortured, slaughtered crazily, and forced to ask for information about the Void Sect. As for the slaughter caused by collusion with the Void Sect, other players will often ignore it, because this cannot inspire other players to share the same hatred and enemies. And other people will only say that they deserve it when they hear it. So, when other people heard these words, their nerves and eyes were instantly wrong. That is, they are all presidents of large guilds, and they have some skills in cultivating chi. Otherwise their faces would change when they heard these words. This is too much of a complication. If things go wrong, everyone will perish together, and everything in the game will be completely destroyed. Whether they die or resurrect, they will be caught by the prophet and cannot escape at all. And their chi cultivation skills only allow them to listen to Jingbian Shiya's explanations. If Jingbian Shiya's explanations cannot convince them, they may even take Jingbian Shiya down and hand him over to the Orthodox Church in an instant. This is no joke. Their current wealth and worth are all in their own guilds and their own game identities. This complete destruction not only means the destruction of their extraordinary path, but also means their complete bankruptcy and the fall of their status. No one could accept this price. However, no one could see the madness hidden in Jingbian Shiya's eyes. They might lead to bankruptcy and class fall. If his affairs cause serious consequences, the end is death. They are bound to die. And committing seppuku is to give themselves dignity. Since this is the case, let's just gamble. If we win, everything will be over. If we lose, we will die together. However, all these thoughts are deeply buried in Jingbian Shiya's heart. Without showing any, he just smiled slightly. If the legend of the Void Sect is killed directly, we will find a way to ask the demigod of the Void Sect to come down. Even if we pay some price, it doesn't matter. As long as we destroy the other party's space channel, then everything will naturally pass. Otherwise, let them take root here. All the communities near us will be sinners of the country and the nation. And then we will all have to commit seppuku, Jingbian Shiya said lightly. And the faces of others suddenly became a little ugly when they heard it. They have known this for a long time. If not, how could they be so active and persistent? At the beginning, they might have wanted to seize the passage. But after that round of death, they still persisted under the overwhelming strength. It was nothing more than reality. You can't retreat. Once you retreat, you will become the focus of future public opinion. At that time, others may not cut, but those who retreat will definitely cut. This has been completely set up. You can't go in, and you can't retreat, as long as the space channel is destroyed. All costs are worth it, even if we are destroyed by the Void Sect once. After all, the Void Sect wants to hide, and can only retaliate against us once. And there will never be a second round. Otherwise, the Orthodox Sect will wait and see. As for our collusion with the Void Sect, is it true? Didn't we kill the legend of the Void Sect? Didn't we get revenge by the demigod of the Void Sect? This is all our credit. Shouldn't we claim the merit and the reward? How things turn out depends on the result. Right? The voice was weak, and the others' hearts moved slightly. As for if the opponent is not as strong as we thought, and this legend won and survived, then we can just improvise and report the existence of this legend to the Orthodox Church. Or if he is seriously injured, can we kill him? As long as this legend dies, or is killed by the Church, then are we colluding? We are deliberately luring the Void Sect out. This is also a credit. As for the revenge of the Void Sect, it is still the same sentence. But one round. I think it should not be difficult to avoid major losses if we are prepared in advance. After Jingbian Ono finished speaking, he looked around and looked at the many presidents who were slightly moved. He knew immediately. It worked, because theoretically it is indeed the case. And it does have the possibility of success. But Jingbian Ono didn't say one thing. That is, will things really go so smoothly? Will the Void Sect, which has been fighting the nobles and the Church for so many years, really be so easy to fool? If so, the Void Sect would have been destroyed for many rounds. However, this is not important. Jingbian Shiya closed his eyes and pretended to think. so as not to let others see the incomparable madness in his eyes. No matter what the price. As long as the void sect can come, it will be fine. Chapter 635. Tiangong Pavilion? How? Suppressing the madness in his eyes, Ono Jingdian raised his head and asked. The other presidents looked at each other, and were slightly moved. They all read a trace of expression in the eyes of others. Of course, there are fewer fools who can do this. Although there are still some. They are not many. And they are obviously not. Of course, they only believe half of what Ono Jingdian said. And even half of it will not be believed completely. There must be some links in it. But Ono is right about one thing. That is, for the Void Sect, they will only be retaliated once. And with advanced preparation, they can completely transfer their precious assets to the city where the Orthodox Church Cathedral is located, and then disperse. In this way, even if the Void Sect can find their connection and find them through prophecy, they can also find their important assets. But in the city with the cathedral, there will be no problem. The reason why they are still the evil god sect is because they can't beat the Orthodox Church and these nobles. In this case, if you are worried about being lured, you will only retaliate once. So the loss can be said to be negligible. Are you kidding? Is it a loss if a player dies once? It doesn't count even if they die a limited number of times. Another point is that as long as the legend of the Void Sect dies here, as long as the result is that the Void Sect members die, the process is not important. What they say is what it is. No fool would delve into this when the results are outstanding. Among the natives, let alone the nobles, at least in the Orthodox Church, they are undoubted heroes. The integrity of the Orthodox Church is still trustworthy. And the merit of killing a legend of the Void Sect. These 2 points are the most core points. Everything cannot be avoided. As long as these 2 points are confirmed, what Ono said is completely feasible. As for these 2 points, it is indeed like this. In this case, the presidents looked at each other again and nodded. Okay. What do you want me to do? A trace of excitement flowed from Ono's eyes at the well. But he suppressed it, and said in a deep voice. All players under your command. Offer sacrifices to the void. Prepare sacrifices to the void. Jingdian Xiaya said in a deep voice. But even so, he could not hide the madness mixed in. Several presidents frowned slightly when they heard this, and then nodded in agreement. There have been many examples that prove that neither the evil god nor the righteous god can use any extraordinary methods to pollute and distort the consciousness of the players. And everything will be stopped. Just like death in the game will not affect reality. The pollution of the evil god can kill the player, but it will definitely not pollute and distort the player's consciousness. Under this protection, even if the player takes the initiative to sacrifice to the evil god, it doesn't matter, and it won't be like other cults. Whether it is voluntary or passive belief in the evil god, it will be polluted by the evil god in repeated prayers and sacrifices, and the consciousness will be distorted. And finally it will become like a fanatic with distorted faith. Of course, this distorted fanatic is very fake, and the power of faith provided is no different from that of ordinary believers. But the state of mind is no different from that of fanatics. Crazy and paranoid belief in the evil god. This is the way many evil god sects develop believers, forcing them to believe. They don't care whether it is true or false at the beginning. Anyway, it will become true in the end. However, there is another situation. That is the resonance of thought. The real belief. The game only protects the player's consciousness from being distorted by extraordinary means. But it does not mean to force the player's consciousness to solidify and freeze the changes in consciousness. Complete solidification and freezing of consciousness changes are not good things. Which means that the mind will never grow. Obviously this is impossible. So traveling around the country and experiencing the tastes of the world in the game will make the player have a variety of insights, making the consciousness stronger and tougher. These are all active and positive. But if it is hit hard, it is possible that the consciousness is ignorant and decadent. There is no certainty about this kind of thing. And no one knows. In this case, if the player really believes in the missionary's preaching, believes in the doctrine, supports the doctrine from the heart, and puts his heart on this God, this kind of active belief behavior can really generate faith. This is just like religion in reality. There is no big difference. Of course, this is still difficult. So there are not many believers in the player community. The main ones are concentrated in the 2 Orthodox churches. It cannot be said that there are no people who believe in evil gods from the bottom of their hearts. Indeed, there are people who believe in evil gods wholeheartedly. But they are indeed a minority. Relatively speaking, Everyone who goes to sacrifice to the evil god in a mission-based manner is an adult. And their values, whether good or bad, are basically stable and difficult to change. So it is not necessary to believe in the evil god for this reason. Even if there are a few people who believe in the evil god and give their body and mind to the evil god, the worst-case scenario is that they can propose a guild, let alone one or two. Even dozens of them can be accepted. After all, which one of them does not have tens of thousands of people under his command? Compared with the situation of falling into the bankruptcy class or even committing suicide, the situation of dozens of ordinary players who may exist is not important. Belief is their freedom and their own choice. Otherwise, why don't others believe? But they believe? After just a moment, they all agreed, and without any hesitation, they immediately arranged for the players below to prepare sacrifices and prayer ceremonies. At this moment, Ono from the well spoke again. There is another thing, which is about the group of armored warriors before. As soon as Ono finished speaking, the group of people immediately shuddered and looked at Ono. That armored army really left a deep impression on them. Almost indelible. What? Are they coming again? There was a hint of panic in the voice of one of the presidents. And the psychological shadow that the armored army brought to them was obvious. No. After Jingbi and Ono finished speaking, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ono couldn't help but recall the time when he was killed by the cannon, and couldn't help but exhaled. If they really came now, they would have to retreat. They could only hope that more of them could run away. What I want to say is that the armored warriors themselves are only elite-level strength, and their ability to exert master-level combat power depends entirely on the armor on them. If they take off their armor, they are just a group of elite players. Any one of us can easily kill them all. It's all because of that armor. Jingbi and Ono's words made the other presidents frown slightly, and look at Ono indifferently. Ono's words did not make them feel a little bit of sudden enlightenment. This is something that everyone knows. But no one spoke, wanting to see what Jingbi and Ono wanted to say. He shouldn't say such nonsense at this time. Could it be that at this moment, the president, who was smart, suddenly thought of a possibility and looked at Jingbi and Ono with some expectation. He was even a little excited. If it was really as he imagined, then, I know. You must be wondering why I am talking so much nonsense now. Right? What I want to say is that those armors are very, very powerful. An elite team that is not our one-sided can completely wipe us out and strangle us without any casualties after being equipped with armor warriors. Jingbi and Ono mentioned all the coordination of the armor in one stroke, and focused on the strength of the armor. And I, after my investigation, I found the source of these armors. Sure enough, the moment the voice fell, one person secretly said, "Sure enough," and the eyes of others also lit up. Where is the source? How is it made? I don't know how it was made, but I know that all these armors were made by a guild called Tiangong Pavilion. And this Tiangong Pavilion is a member of the Red Alliance, a large player force. It should be the research department of the Red Alliance. In fact, not only the armor, but even the tanks that attacked me before were all made by Tiangong Pavilion. There are reports that they have even begun to develop and manufacture mechas. But the news has been circulating for a long time. But there has been no movement until now. But no matter what, this master-level armor and tank are real. The moment the voice fell, everyone's eyes were red. Whether it was the tank described by Jingbi and Xiaoye, or the armor they had encountered before, they knew clearly what they were used for. If they could get some, or even if they could master the manufacturing technology and mass-produce it. In an instant, everyone's breathing became slightly rapid. But this was just a subconscious reaction. Although they were jealous, they still had some self-knowledge in their hearts and remained calm. They may not have as many master-level armors as they did, but they would never lack elite-level armors. Hundreds of elite players wearing armor can sweep away the combined strength of several clubs. Their true strength is absolutely unimaginable. This is not what they can covet. However, at this moment, Jingbi and Xiaoye spoke again. Do you want it? But feel there is no hope. No one spoke. But Jingbi and Xiaoye's tone was very firm. And in fact, he was not wrong. But what if I say there is hope? The others frowned and looked at Jingbi and Xiaoye. They felt that Jingbi and Xiaoye's tone was a bit bewitching. But they could not refuse it all. Whether it was the current armor warriors, tanks, or the mechas under development, they could not refuse it all, and could only look at Ono quietly, waiting for Ono's next words. Tiangong Pavilion is a very focused and powerful scientific research guild. The pavilion master is a player named Fong Bai, who is rumored to have created the mecha master profession, created the first armor, and was also the first player to wear armor. He is very powerful. But what is more admirable is that he is very focused. At this moment, Jingbian Ono admired slightly, showing an appreciative expression, as if evaluating a promising junior. He is only 26 years old now. Very young. Thinking back then, when we were 26 years old. Don't mention it. Gentlemen, do you have any intention? As soon as Jingbian Ono finished speaking, he found that although these presidents were tempted and envious, they were all looking at him coldly at this moment. Don't you want this armor? This tank? This mecha research and development technology? Xiao Yi, don't talk about these things. Who doesn't want it? You don't want it? Everyone wants it. But what do you mean by that? Let alone the fact that Tiangong Pavilion is far away in other servers. Even if Tiangong Pavilion is on the same server as us. Can you beat it? Just a few tanks and hundreds of elite players wearing armor can destroy us. What do you want to do? Even if they come. According to what you said, Tiangong Pavilion is just a part of the Red Alliance. Just the research and development department of the Red Alliance. A research and development department has such strong strength. What about the Red Alliance? The armor and tanks developed by Tiangong Pavilion are not equipped. If you keep talking nonsense, then I think there is no need to continue this topic. Reality. Xiao Yi was interrupted before he finished speaking. In reality, there is only one country left. Your influence is not even within your reach. This kind of talent must be protected by the state. If we want to plan, we report it to the higher authorities. And the higher authorities will plan and execute it. It has nothing to do with us. Don't think about these tricks. We are not qualified to play. Jingbian Xieya was choked. But he was not angry. After a moment, he spoke out after his eyes flickered slightly. One of the conditions I agreed to the Void Sect is to help them find a spatial coordinate. Jingbian Xieya suddenly changed the topic, which made others stunned. They didn't react for a while. The Void Sect is planning to develop. They have been wanted here, and are strictly guarded against. Although they have not perished, it is very difficult to find an opportunity. So after learning that there are other worlds or continents, I proposed the idea of changing the development of the region to them. And with this as capital, I successfully negotiated some conditions. Everyone was stunned, realized something, and took a breath. Jingbian Xieya said this. His face calmed down. I know a little about the principle of spatial coordinates. Their players have opened a spatial channel to come here. But the same. This also means that there is a bridge between the two places, pointing out the direction and connecting at a higher level. This makes everything meaningful. And what I have been thinking about recently is how to take advantage of this opportunity to gain the greatest benefit. And obviously, Tiangong Pavilion is good. I like it. At this moment, Jingbian Xieya is like a hyena, staring at a piece of coveted fat meat. I want armor, tanks and possible mechas. Not only the physical objects, but also the technology. Their strength and value are far apart. As for the difference in strength between the servers, Jingbian Xieya looked around at everyone and slapped his palm on the table. What if we set the spatial coordinates above Tiangong Pavilion? In an instant, everyone was surprised, as if a lightning bolt fell in their minds. But Fong Bai, who was far away in the Longmei area, suddenly felt something and was slightly stunned. Huh? Chapter 636 A Palm Falls. What is that? Fong Bai in the Dragon Power area frowned slightly. He was trying to deeply merge the small world on the surface with the Dragon Power to contact the Dragon Bone. But just now, he suddenly had a strange feeling. This feeling was like being predicted by the prophet at the beginning. It was obvious that he was touched by some information. But this was not the kind of behavior of calling his name or directly referring to him with other aliases. Although he would be aware of calling his name and talking about him, he was quite excited at first. After this excitement, he directly blocked this and just set up a screening mechanism. There are too many people discussing him. It is really annoying to keep sensing him. Under the screening mechanism, only those with malicious intent will be sensed by him. And the stronger the malicious intent, the stronger the perception. Just now, it was like seeing a green bean among countless red beans. It was harmless, but it made people worry. Although this level of maliciousness occasionally occurs, it is not common. Fong Bai would trace back the malicious intent he had detected before, recorded after confirming the identity. and add it to the list of Tiangong Pavilion's marks. This was not uncommon, and there were already some people on that list. After all, he was not money, and everyone liked him. So there were always some people who disliked him. And among those who disliked him, there were always some people who would have malicious intent due to personal character issues. And the malicious intent was different for each person. And even the strength of the person would have an impact on this malicious intent. The stronger the opponent, the more obvious the malicious intent generated during the discussion would be for Fong Bai to perceive. Of course, if the opponent was strong enough, this situation could be avoided, and the opponent's intuition could be isolated. There were always ways to isolate and weaken it. At this moment, the malicious intent was stronger than ever before, and it was foreseeable that this person was not weak. This strength could be personal strength, or it could be the power affected. Whether it was power or force, it would eventually be attributed to status. In addition to the high status, this malicious intent was also quite strong. Fong Bai had no idea at first, but when he was preparing for routine registration, he suddenly realized that the direction was a little wrong. Why does it feel so far away? There is also this direction? Fong Bai couldn't help but close his eyes to sense it. But this malicious feeling was both very ethereal and very strong, giving people a weird feeling. When he wanted to trace it back, he found that there was still a layer of gauze in the middle, hazy and unable to get close. It was as if there was an endless ocean, and he could only look in that direction. This feeling made Fong Bai sit down cross-legged, gather the power of the small world on the surface with his body, and sink his mind into the small world. Appearing in the small world in the form of the world's will, Fong Bai instantly felt much more conscious, standing in the world, and gently brushing one hand towards the sky. Buzz! Silently, the sun in the sky dimmed. The light converged, and turned into darkness. Suddenly, dots of starlight emerged in the endless darkness. Like a vast sea of stars. There are more than billions of stars. But Fong Bai did not look at the sea of stars, but cast his eyes on a little bit of stars far away, outside the sea of stars. The stars are far away. Hundreds of thousands of stars. But the light is still dim and blurry. Standing here, the perception is much clearer. And the direction is much clearer. And that direction. Japanese service? Fong Bai was a little surprised. No wonder I feel so strange and so far away. But what's wrong with me? How could someone in the Japanese server have such strong malice towards me? And this level of malice is not only strong, not only bad, but also needs to have enough status to support it. To support such strong malice and such strong induction. At the very least, it must be a legend, or the president of a large player guild, with the power of hundreds of thousands of people in one person. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Is it Shui Yunqi and the others? No. 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 It's impossible. Not to the extent. What about the Japanese server players? Why are the Japanese server players so strongly malicious towards me? It stands to reason that they have no contact with me at all. Even if they have heard some news about Tiangong Pavilion, it is just spread out. Not to the extent. Could it be that, seeing that Tiangong Pavilion is a fat sheep, they want to rob Tiangong Pavilion? Fong Bai still has a clear idea of the image of Tiangong Pavilion in the outside world, and even a considerable amount of image shaping is attributed to him. It is a pure research institute that is harmless to humans and animals. It is just protected by the Red Alliance and supports the expansion of the Red Alliance through scientific research. This is the image of Tiangong Pavilion among ordinary players. Although Tiangong Pavilion's killing of legends outside Loya City almost shocked the world, almost all guilds and forces dared not ignore Tiangong Pavilion. But this kind of news is basically circulated among the top leaders. The same is true for the matter of John Chief. And not many people know the details. If Japanese players want to inquire about the news, they mostly inquire from the middle and lower levels in a groundless way. The top management should not leak the news. So it should be Shui Yunqi and his team who showed the tanks and helicopters, which attracted the attention of the Japanese players. Well, there is also Chen Guang. Although Chen Guang is only a manufacturer, he will definitely kill ordinary players in large numbers. And given his personality, he definitely took action. Fong Bai's mind was running at high speed, and with some intuition as a demigod, he deduced the course of events in a few words. So, the Japanese players were beaten and cried, and immediately asked someone to find out. After finding out about the Tiangong Pavilion, they had an idea. They wanted the armor technology, tank technology, helicopter technology, and wealth accumulated by the Tiangong Pavilion. However, the Tiangong Pavilion is a whole server away from the Japanese server. Since they dared to make an idea, it means they have something to rely on. Fong Bai's eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately felt that things became interesting. He no longer hesitated and directly looked at the more than 100,000 light spots on the Japanese server. Every light spot is a mecha master. At this moment, every light spot becomes Fong Bai anchor point. Although Fong Bai is not a god, and these mecha masters are not his believers, as mecha masters who continuously provide him with the power of faith, he has no problem using them as anchor points. And this kind of anchor point is very important. Fong Bai clearly understands that this induction should be the credit of these more than 100,000 anchor points, so that he can sense this malice across the distance between the national server and the Japanese server, directly using the light spots as anchor points. The induction becomes clear in an instant. The light spots in between lit up, and then Fong Bai heard a few intermittent words in the darkness next to the light spots. As expected, the words were indeed Japanese. But this is no problem for Fong Bai, because Fong Bai senses mental fluctuations, not sound language. Whether it is sound or language, it is just a carrier to spread out his mental power fluctuations. So although he has never learned Japanese, it does not affect Fong Bai's understanding of the meaning. Void sect, legend, killed, put the blame on. Spatial coordinates, Tiangong Pavilion. Divide Fong Bai equally. Counterattack and bloodbath. Intermittent words, intermittent mental fluctuations. But Fong Bai listened to the matter roughly. He was not angry or furious about this. People should not let other people's mistakes affect their mood, no matter how bad their thoughts are about Tiangong Pavilion. Fong Bai. And this land? These have nothing to do with Fong Bai. Fong Bai should not be angry. What he needs to do is Fong Bai raised his hand. The power of the world gathered. The power of the small world on the surface of the outside world gathered. And the trace of dragon intention that had just been integrated was also borrowed. And then he lowered his hand towards the starry sky. Silently, the starry sky seemed to appear under his feet and became much smaller. In a trance, the world seemed very inconspicuous under his feet, even smaller than Fong Bai. It seems that it is not the world that is small, but Fong Bai has become bigger. Standing on the sea of stars, he transformed into a giant constructed by connecting endless stars, following a trace of induction to the malice in the dark. The stars moved horizontally, and his palm fell towards the malice. For this situation, he only needed to press them all to death. The palm that covered the sky and the sun crossed one node after another, rising continuously in the endless darkness, and getting closer and closer to the malice. At this moment, the Japanese server player camp, where Jingbian Shia was located, was completely busy. One by one, the players continued to build some altars and statues. At the same time, some other players went out to hunt monsters and piled the bloody monster corpses on the altar. Their execution ability was still very strong. After a while, they built altars one by one, and soon entered the preparation stage of the sacrifice. After a while, the sacrificial prayers could begin, and the legend from the Void Sect could also come, and everything went very smoothly. But Jingbian Xiaoye, who was watching this scene, felt a little uneasy in his heart. No. Why does it feel so wrong? Is it that the armored warriors are coming again? Or is it their regular army coming? Jingbian Xiaoye's heart was pounding, making him a little anxious and uneasy. So he couldn't help but comfort himself. It's okay. It doesn't matter. Just pray and sacrifice at the beginning. The well-prepared Void Sect legend will come immediately. Legend. One person can destroy a force alone. Legend. All those below the legend are ants. When the legend arrives, even if the armored warriors come again, they can kill and resist a little, which is enough for the Void Sect to send more people. So, don't panic. Calm down. As long as we follow the steps, victory belongs to me. At this moment, Shui Yunqi and others who were paying attention to the Japanese server player camp did not have the slightest intention of taking action. The reason is simple. They don't know whether this is true or a trick to lure the enemy. If it is a trick to lure the enemy, it will inevitably cause trouble, which is not good. It is better to continue to guard the space channel. And if this is true, if the legend of the Void Sect really comes, then what? They have already prepared to face the legend. This is inevitable. If they don't come here, they will come from other places. There is no need to act without authorization. If the legend really comes, the legend's mobility is far superior to theirs. Their best way to deal with it is to defend and counterattack. After all, the legend is still a legend. If the legend wants to run, then most of the extraordinary army will be helpless against him. If they can't beat him, they can still run away. So, no matter what, the result is the same. It is better to defend. Then they will naturally not take action. So Shui Yunqi wrote a message and handed it to Chen Guang. Asked Chen Guang to send it back to Tiangong Pavilion. And then sent a text message to Fang Bai. Shui Yunqi continued to watch the live broadcast to watch the fun. Looking at the altars, recalling what Jingbian Xiuya and the others had said before, he casually recorded a projection video and asked someone to pass it to the Orthodox Church of this server, and launched a skill justice report. After the report, he continued to watch the live broadcast happily, looking at the altars standing one by one, watching the blood of the monsters flow into blood pools according to specific patterns. However, although many monsters were hunted and all the blood was released, there was no bloody feeling at the sacrifice scene. On the contrary, the pattern of blood seemed to be wrapped in a layer of silver. This strand of silver flowed on the pattern, sometimes touching the altar, and sometimes swallowing the monster sacrifice on the altar. After swallowing the sacrifice, the silver became brighter and wrapped the altar tightly. Silver light circulated under the altar, with the mobilization of tens of thousands of players. One altar after another was lit up, and the silver light lit up. And then, Great Void God, the world is filthy. The void is purified. The human body is weak. The void evolves. Under the urging of the presidents, the Japanese players followed the prayers issued and chanted continuously. And the sound kept echoing. Although they did not have real faith, they were just chanting. But the chanting of tens of thousands of professionals also generated a strong force of faith. This has nothing to do with faith, only the influence. And under the illumination of the silver light altar, this strong force of faith seemed to turn into starlight and merge into the altar. At this moment, for some reason, the momentum of one altar after another was connected to each other. At this moment, for some reason, a ray of silver light permeated the space and permeated the land. And at this moment, Shui Yunqi in front of the projection heard the sound of an abnormal alarm and turned his head to look. Ding! Space anomaly. The strength of the space barrier has been greatly reduced. The situation is abnormal. It is recommended to release the space anchor. Shui Yunqi ignored the following prompts after hearing this. What kind of space anchor? Let alone there is one. I have never seen it. At this moment, he just looked solemnly at the center of the altar, which was already covered by silver light. The space barrier became abnormally weak, and the direction of the altar. Shui Yunqi and others understood that this legend might really come. And at this moment, click! The space was abnormal before the previous thought fell. The sudden appearance of the space crack, and the figure walking from the depths of the space. The moment the figure appeared, the terrifying momentum was overwhelming. Legend. Shui Yunqi's face was extremely solemn, and his mood was slightly depressed. But at this moment, a palm that covered the sky and the sun suddenly appeared in the sky, and then fell. Boom! Chapter 637 Curse of Fate. Boom! Like the sky falling, and like the sea of stars falling, the terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire area. Everything was frozen like amber. Even the eyes were staring at the front, unable to move at all. The legends who had just walked out of the space crack and had not had time to report their names were stunned. Demigod? God? Didn't they agree to just fight some masters? This is an ambush. And I fell into the trap of the Orthodox Church? But is a mere legend worth the gods to personally wait for me? Am I worthy? And that damn player dared to lie to him. Deep despair completely enveloped the legend's mind. In front of such a horror, he had no ability to resist, and could only curse Jingbian Xie madly in fear. With ulterior motives, he actually teamed up with the Orthodox Church to frame him. And the high-level officials in the church actually believed it. But he didn't dare to say anything. So he could only keep cursing Jingbian Xie. But this still couldn't cover up the despair in his heart. Because no one would come to save him. No matter what his strength is. No matter what his status is. He can only go back by himself. And no one can save him for any reason. The church will never send anyone. This is an iron order. Not to mention him. Even if the demigod in the church is in danger outside because of something that has nothing to do with the Orthodox Church, no one will be sent to rescue him. They would rather die a legend or a demigod than rescue him. Absolutely not. Because for them, hiding their whereabouts is the most important lifeline. For the truly top gods, as long as they appear, they will definitely leave traces. And as long as they pass by, they will definitely leave tracks. This is interference at the level of fate. Even if they completely block their own fate, their own existence can interfere with the fate of everything, which cannot be concealed. The more powerful the life, the more so. Just like a legend, an unintentional action may create a treasure land, which can allow all the plants and animals in it to obtain precious opportunities and thus change their fate. For example, existence itself is surrounded by rules. When passing by, these rules will cause a tiny interference to a grass or a tree. These are all traces and clues. Not to mention contact with people, fighting, and killing. Everything will leave traces. It may seem nothing to normal people, but in front of the existence of the god level, it is as eye-catching and dazzling as a searchlight in the dark night. So as long as someone falls into danger, even if it is not a trap set by the Orthodox Church, the Orthodox Church will always investigate afterwards. The divine art is particularly deadly. It was developed by the true God for this situation and provided to the clergy. The overall cost is borne by the God himself, allowing the clergy to use it at will, directly forcing the space for the activities of the void sect into a dead end. Often in this case, if a few people go out, several people may fall into danger, which is very likely to mean that they are exposed. And this has a very small possibility of exposing the headquarters. Only when you don't go out unless it is necessary, or when you go out in small quantities. You are protected by the gods. This is a foolproof plan. But even if the gods protect you, it is when you have not attracted attention. When you have attracted attention, even the gods need to face opponents of the same level and level. At that time, this kind of protection and concealment will not work. So it cannot be used to save people. That means he will definitely die. This legend couldn't help but curse at Jingbian Xiuya again. Although his eyes couldn't move, the look in his eyes seemed to want to torture Jingbian Xiuya to death. At this moment, the restraints were suddenly loosened, and everyone looked up suddenly, only to see a star figure who was so tall in the endless fog looking down at the land. And the palm alone was enough to cover the sky and the sun. After finding that he could move, someone was about to say something, but suddenly found that he couldn't open his mouth again, and couldn't say anything at all. Then he found that the star figure, who looked like a god or demon, looked down, and the divine power in his eyes was like a prison. A glance gave everyone a feeling that they were seen through from head to toe, inside and outside the province, as if they had no secrets. After a glance, the eyes directly locked on Jingbian Xiuya, and the next moment, it was like a huge bell, and the magnificent sound of morning bells and evening drums rang between heaven and earth. You are planning to harm me? Void sect? Legend? Space coordinates? Jingbian Xiuya suddenly found that he could speak, but he could not be happy. He was just shocked, and his pupils could not help shrinking into needles. And he was not the one who reacted most violently. The one who reacted most violently, and was most emotional at the moment, was the legend from the Void sect. Others might not understand what the god said. But could he not understand it? But it was because he understood that he reacted so violently. Just now he thought that he was ambushed by the Orthodox Church. But now it seems that it is not the case. It turns out that this is not a trap. It turns out that I have wrongly blamed Jingbian Xiuya. It turns out that he wanted me to kill a god and set the spatial coordinates to the god's hometown. That's great. If you think so highly of me, you should have said it earlier. If you had said it earlier, I would have committed suicide on the spot to show you. Damn. Jingbian Xiuya. You damn. This legend is like a powder keg. It has completely exploded. The outside world is still dead silent. After the initial shock, Jingbian Xiuya's brain worked quickly, and he quickly thought about what the god had just said. Void sect. Legend. Spatial coordinates. Frame Tiangong Pavilion? Jingbian Xiuya's pupil shrank suddenly, but he reacted the next moment. No. It should be the Red Alliance. Hiss. The Red Alliance actually has a god sitting in it. The leader of the Red Alliance, Hao Wei, is so capable and so low-key. This Red Alliance is so terrifying. Moreover, this god would actually sit in the Red Alliance and fight for the Red Alliance, which means he is close to the players. Hiss. This speculation shocked Jingbian Xiuya even more, but he became excited the next moment. Yes. This is a crisis. An unprecedented crisis. But crises are also accompanied by opportunities. If you can seize this opportunity, it will be the best opportunity. This may be the only chance in my life to talk directly with a god. Jingbian Xiaoya. Seize the opportunity and convince him. As long as you can convince him, this will be his chance to turn things around. And it just so happens that Jingbian Xiaoya is quite confident in his eloquence and his psychological professional qualities. This has nothing to do with strength. As long as this god still has the same thinking mode as humans, he has a chance. At this moment, the fear faded, and an unprecedented excitement and confidence filled his chest. Thinking of this, Jingbian Xiaoya immediately tidied his hair and sat down, nodding elegantly. Respected God, it's me. But I think you should be interested in the reasons and the void sect behind it. I am a player. If you kill me, I can also be resurrected. To me, it's like sending me away. Instead of that, you might as well listen to me. Fang Bai looked at the confident aura emanating from Jingbian Xiaoya. At this moment, he had to say that this person was indeed dignified and naturally gave people a sense of trust. People with this kind of temperament are easy to trust. No wonder he can be the president of such a large guild. And no wonder he can immediately call so many player guilds to help after his guild was breached. He is indeed a talent. Excellent and confident. A smart man. And also a smart man. Obviously, he has sufficient confidence in persuading him, the god, and thinks it is inevitable. This may be regarded as confidence in his own ability. But at the same time, it can also be regarded as contempt for him. Little cleverness. And he is still a Japanese. Instantly, this disgust reached its peak, and he pressed his hand down, ready to crush this man and the player guild he had gathered with him. But Jingbian Xiaoya, who discovered this clue, changed his face, and he subconsciously blurted out a sentence out of arrogance. What if you kill us? It's nothing but resurrection. Can you kill me forever? Instead of doing this kind of useless work, you might as well listen to me. Fang Bai paused, and Jingbian Xiaoya thought it was not good as soon as he finished speaking. But when he found that his hand had stopped pressing, his eyes suddenly lit up again, and the next moment he was caught and suspended in the air. And in the blink of an eye, he came to the head of the star shadow. Communication. The opportunity to communicate. Jingbian Xiaoya instantly became excited, and when he was about to speak, he found that his mouth had been sealed. Just kidding. How could Fang Bai give such a disgusting person a chance to speak? Although it doesn't affect anything. Doesn't it pollute the ears? It's better to seal it. After completing this step, Fang Bai looked at Jingbian Xiaoya with his mind focused. And then a series of fate connections of different thicknesses appeared in front of Fang Bai. This was just like using the backlash of fate to wipe out an entire noble family. Fang Bai was trying to trigger this point to see if he could wipe out all the people who had the same power relationship with Jingbian Xiaoya. When Fang Bai tried, Jingbian Xiaoya suddenly had an ominous premonition. But he struggled desperately, and couldn't move at all. After Fang Bai tried it, he found that there seemed to be a thin film between him and this fate connection. As if there was a dimension between him and it. And he couldn't touch it at all. Just like two parallel lines that never intersected. And he couldn't do the backlash and wipe it out at all. And to achieve that effect, either he became stronger, so strong that he could ignore this isolation, or let the other party actively interfere to establish a connection, and then use the backlash to wipe it out. But it was obviously impossible to do this at the moment. This made Fang Bai frown slightly. He couldn't wipe it out, and the interference he could do was very limited. Could he really just kill him like that? Looking at Xiaoya by the well, Fang Bai frowned slightly. But at this moment, a secret method of a prophet he had seen before suddenly emerged in his mind. Curse? Fang Bai recalled the contents of the secret method, and suddenly his eyes lit up. The next moment, an invisible force acted on Jingbian Xiaoya's position between the movement of the galaxy. The moment it appeared, a scarlet mark was formed on Jingbian Xiaoya's position. For those who can see fate, this mark is extremely eye-catching. Of course, ordinary people cannot see fate, let alone see fate clearly, let alone talk about fate connection. However, if there are capable people who can see it, they will probably flee in panic the moment they see it. Because the moment this mark is engraved on Jingbian Xiaoya's position, it will begin to spread and spread according to the fate connection. And it's like being able to distinguish. Ordinary connections are not contagious, and relatives are not contagious. It will only spread and spread along the forces to which it belongs, and the connections between the alliances of the forces to which it belongs. Fate is disturbed. Fate is cursed. As the saying goes, everything goes wrong in this world. If you leave this world, it will naturally be useless. And if you leave the game, it will be useless. This is Fong by using his position to directly pry the world rules to suppress it. This feeling is very strange. Of course, the ability to curse fate is very low, because Fong Bai found that he needs to pay a corresponding price. The more curses, the more costs. Although his status is extremely high, the loss of cursing Jingbian Xia is negligible. But Fong Bai still doesn't want to waste it. So the effect of the curse is almost zero. Only one constant. Spread. At the same time, send information to the outside world. The curse of the gods. If seen, kill it. For this, all mecha masters and people who learn runes can feel it when they encounter it. That's it. And the cost is basically equivalent to non-existence. Just a mark. Fong Bai nodded with satisfaction. And Jingbian Xia felt like falling into an ice cellar at this moment. And he didn't know why he was cold all over. At this moment, the confidence just now disappeared without a trace. And the whole person seemed to be swallowed by fear. No. If you kill me, you will only die once. Jingbian Xia suddenly found that he could speak. And didn't care so much. And said it quickly. But he didn't get any response. Only a star-like hand flipped and fell. Boom. The earth was destroyed. The space was broken. Everything was broken into the original elemental gas. And then all fell into the depths of the void. And was completely shattered by the void storm. Leaving nothing behind. Fong Bai looked at the shattered void and smiled slightly. Only die once? That may not be the case. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. This fate mark will not disappear because of death. Instead, the players in the Jingbian Xia guild will be eliminated by leaving the guild. Of course, they can also continue to stay in the Jingbian Xia guild with this thing called the curse of the gods. Anyway, this is written as a curse and read as a mark. And there is simply no benefit at all. It can't even make people drink cold water and get stuck in their teeth. After all, Fong Bai is reluctant to invest the cost. Except for being seen by the church and some profit. It is harmless. Putting this matter aside, Fong Bai turned to look at the results of his palm. The entire area was destroyed. This move he developed based on the 4 elemental world architecture is indeed not bad. It will directly beat people into the most primitive elemental power state. Erase all characteristics. And return to the original element. Don't mention other things. Elemental life will die after such a blow. It's just that I was a little slow to prepare. And the pre-swing was too large. So I couldn't lock it. Well, I study it further. The phantoms of the stars in the sky slowly dissipated. At the end of the dissipation, Fong Bai looked in the direction of the drone in the sky, smiled slightly, and disappeared with the wind. Chapter 638 Barbarian. Has he gone? A figure appeared silently in the sky. Next to him, a colorful deer landed gently on the clouds and spoke human words. No, I have never been here. It's just that a thought came here along the fate connection. It must be that someone here has evil thoughts and was sensed by him. The legend of the Void Sect? Wait, is the legend of the Void Sect so brave? The colorful deer was stunned. The legend dares to provoke the legend. According to this, the evil god will have to pick on the two of us. The colorful road muttered. But the figure next to him did not speak, but just looked at the space channel. Other continents? The two looked at the space channel, looked at each other, and then their figures dispersed, leaving only the afterglow of the rules slowly echoing. The things here were not dealt with again, since it was the Void Sect that took the initiative to cause trouble. And the people they beat were still people from the Void Sect. The gods would take action. The ban is the ban. Killing the Void Sect is better than anything else. Besides, everyone is gone. And they have never been here. Only a thought has come. So there is no point in tracking them down. But the departing Kakelu suddenly looked at a player who had just resurrected on the ground. This kind of fate curse? No. It should be called a brand. It was made by that strange god. It should be aimed at the players who offended him. In this way, even if the player survives, he will be marked by him. Good idea. Good means. Kakelu slightly admired. Although his attainments in fate were not high, it was not difficult to see these from the top down in terms of the nature of the gods. And he could directly see the superb skills from them. And the discovery of this brand made Kakelu react. Where did the legend of the Void Sect die? But these players were branded by that strange god. So they are also in the same group. So, thinking flowed. Kekela reacted immediately. This group of mark players are in the same group as the Void Sect. The colorful deer took a look at the mark, took note of it, and then wrote an oracle and sent it directly to his church. Those with this mark are followers of the Void Sect's evil god, and can be strangled directly. The colorful deer did not intend to use this gill to fish. He had dealt with the Void Sect so many times, and he knew it best. Just like it was impossible to save people, the Void Sect would not deal with this guild again after losing a believer. Even the contact information they used would be completely cut off. So this guild marked by a strange god had no meaning or use. So they might as well kill it directly, and kill one to warn the 100. No one would be merciful to the Void Sect, let alone the gods. After sending the oracle, the colorful deer suddenly disappeared and appeared in the depths of the world. This place is already riddled with holes, and the space channel that has been opened is just a trivial one among the thousands of holes. As for where the other holes lead to, no one knows, and they can only watch the two giant gods repairing the world bit by bit, busy all the time. There is a reason why the Void Sect is hated. After the star figure disappeared, Shui Yunqi and others looked at the big hand that suddenly appeared, and the earth that suddenly disappeared under the space channel. And the air became stagnant. Everything that just happened was beyond their imagination. This method was beyond the boundaries of their knowledge. Before the big hand appeared, Jing Bianxia's words were within their monitoring. And they also knew what Jing Bianxia said. It was because they knew that they didn't react for a long time at this moment. It was not until a long time later that someone speculated. Is that Fong Bai? No one answered. Everyone just stared at the slowly repairing space, and the huge palm-shaped hole left on the ground. At this time, the river water below was flowing and splashing. Some of it fell into the void along the space cracks, and some of it was mixed with the broken space cracks, shining with silver light, and the distance and size in the water seemed to have been distorted. Perhaps it won't be long before this place will become a lake with a strange shape, and the chaotic and distorted broken space will merge into the water, making this place a strange space, strange environment, strange shape. Perhaps it won't be long before a new legend will be formed here. God's Condemnation Lake. Several people looked at each other, and such a word inexplicably emerged in their hearts. Normally speaking, as a player, especially if they have become the president of a large guild, no matter how strong a player is, they only pay attention to him, verbally respect him, and envy and respect him at most in their hearts. Apart from this, there will be no special feelings. They are all players. Who is inferior to who? This is their shared pride. But at this moment, there is no need to say more. No need to discuss. Thinking of Fong Bai and the scene just now, only one word slowly emerged in his mind. Unshakable. That is, God. And at this moment, there is another person thinking of Fong Bai. Rough man. Barbarian. The expressionless chief in white felt the terrifying fluctuations, and his eyes looked at the direction of the space channel. The image of Fong Bai attack just now was clearly reflected in his eyes. And after that punch, the several channels hidden in the depths of space that he felt shrank instantly and disappeared without a trace. And even the traces of fate were completely wiped out. Originally, he had almost touched the nest of the evil god Sect bit by bit. A barbarian with muscles in his head. Thinking of this, the chief in white couldn't help but spit out a few words. Recalling the scene when Fong Bai couldn't be cut at all, it can only be said that the rough man was really rough. Now he is getting more and more reckless. The expressionless chief in white had the image of the star in his eyes. Is your status close to God? This kind of fluctuation. The way the ancient wizard created the world? The chief in white lifted up with one hand, and a rough phantom of the world slowly rotated in his hand. Gather the power of faith by creating the mecha profession and rune knowledge, and condense the fantasy space with the power of faith to create the world. This is indeed the pure path of the ancient wizard. Exchanging knowledge for power. The chief in white had a blank expression, and his tone did not fluctuate at all. I am not bold enough in this regard. But who says that without the power of faith, you can't create the world? The chief in white had a desire to win from nowhere, and his eyes looked down into the depths of the void like a torch. But he was shocked by Fong Bai's behavior, and the space channel in the depths of the void had disappeared to who knows where. Reckless man. The chief couldn't help but clench his fists, stood in the air for a long time, thought for a long time, and sighed, and reluctantly emitted a spiritual light. The spiritual light directly crossed thousands of miles, and escaped into the space channel, without anyone noticing. It entered the Fallen Leaf City area along the space channel, and disappeared in the direction of Red Maple City. At this moment, in the Longway area next to the Tiandong Pavilion, Fong Bai stood in the small world on the surface, recalling the feeling just now, and quietly deducing that Palm, in fact, he would not be so explosive or have such a bad temper. After all, there are at least 8,000 people who are malicious to him. There are always some people who will evolve from envy to jealousy, or even hatred, for many inexplicable reasons. I don't know how many plans are made against him every day, but he usually just makes a list and marks it out, marking it as a blacklist. Also read as a key focus list. And it is absolutely impossible to make a move. But the key this time is Japanese server? And it is a Japanese server player who is confronting and fighting with Shui Yunqi's group. And he is full of malice towards him. And the plan does pose a high threat to him. Maybe it will bring him a lot of trouble. Under such circumstances, Fong Bai simply used the opponent's new tricks, and at the same time tried to use this kind of fate sense to cross thousands of miles to strike from the sky. At this moment, Fong Bai finally felt like a god. Legends and demigods don't have this. It doesn't even belong to any means, skills, or even magic. It's just a trait, an instinct. He can know it by thinking. His name is enough to be taboo. Taboo has become an existence that needs to be referred to. This is not Fong Bai's own way of being a prodigal son, to show that he is powerful, but the supernatural power that comes after reaching a certain level of status. Not allowing people to read Fong Bai's name is not because Fong Bai doesn't allow it, but for their own good, because Fong Bai's name also contains huge power, and the two words Fong Bai alone are enough to affect the power of heaven and earth, and even cause changes in heaven and earth. This is a god. This thought flashed through Fong Bai's mind. And then he continued to study the palm just now. When he turned his palm, the void was slightly twisted, and it was many times smoother than before. Fong Bai even mixed some understanding of fate into it, making it have the function of erasing fate and disturbing fate. After a real battle, Fong Bai's trick was more than one level higher, which made Fong Bai feel very comfortable. At this moment, another spiritual light suddenly shot out and pointed directly at Fong Bai. Even though Fong Bai was in a small world on the surface that was isolated from the outside world, Fong Bai was slightly surprised when he saw this. And then he understood it after sensing it. Destiny is locked. A good method. Mine. Fong Bai figured out the principle after a little thought. Although it was very skillful, it was not very difficult. Under Fong Bai's gaze, this spiritual light stopped in front of the world barrier of the small world on the surface, and was blocked. The complete transmission of Fate Lock should not require the use of spiritual light as a medium. It should be pure consciousness transmission. Pure consciousness is like the advent of consciousness, which not only does not require spiritual light, will not be easily blocked, but also can achieve real-time communication. After sensing the above information, a figure appeared in front of Fong Bai, but it was the chief, in white clothes and expressionless. Although it was just a ray of consciousness spiritual light carrying information, Fong Bai still nodded slightly at him. The chief was still quite good. As soon as the thought fell, the chief spoke. Barbarian. Vulgar and reckless man. The sudden scolding made Fong Bai slightly stunned and a little confused. This chief came all the way from the Japanese server with a consciousness spiritual light just to scold him. I didn't provoke him. Fong Bai carefully tasted it, but he tasted a bit of exasperation hidden in it. So, what good did I do to him by my action just now? Fong Bai's thoughts turned and he reacted. This old six Fong Bai suddenly remembered that in terms of strength, the chief had a demon beast in his hand. And in terms of means, he was both a legendary wizard and a legendary prophet. And I don't know how long he has been a legend. Judging from the existing information, it has been at least several decades. A decades-old legendary wizard. And a prophet. He also has a god-level combat power. With so many means, as a wizard who believes that knowledge is power, strength and rank are not everything, but the accumulation of knowledge is. Of course, this is not infinite flattery of the chief. His strength has an upper limit, but it should not be underestimated. Old Six Fong Bai muttered, and looked at the spiritual light again, but saw that it sent out another message, which was cooperation. Obviously, although the chief scolded Fong Bai for being a vulgar and reckless man, he also understood how comfortable it would be to have such a reckless man among his partners. It still smells good. Fongbai mouth curled up slightly. He didn't mind the chief calling him a reckless man. A reckless man is a reckless man. Only a real reckless man would get angry because of this description and then attack. For him, it would be the best if the chief could really treat him as a real reckless man. He couldn't wait to be happy. Besides, can he be called a reckless man if he acted decisively? That was his peerless wisdom telling him to use his peerless power. Fongbai just paused for a moment and also pointed out a spiritual light. The spiritual light escaped directly into the void, and after jumping through nodes one after another, it appeared directly on the Japanese server continent, and then shot out. This route is the space jump node route he just rushed out. That is, the cross-world space channel. Of course, it is limited to consciousness, and the body cannot pass through. After replying the letter, Fongbai set his eyes on the dragon bone, ignoring the angry scolding of the demon lord in his ear, and focused on the dragon bone. At this moment, with the help of the dragon power area as a medium, and the dragon energy in the dragon ball as a guide, Fongbai has initially opened the infection of the dragon bone by this small world on the surface. However, due to the huge size of the dragon bone, even if Fongbai injected the power of his own small world into it, it was quite slow, and only a few strands were infected at present. After a moment of silence, Fongbai stretched out his hand and pointed, and the ritual was reversed. Moo! A high dragon roar sounded, and the demon below was instantly pressed down by thousands of meters, and the entire abyss crack became golden. The reversed ritual drew a ray of power from the dragon bone. It was clearly just a ray of power, but at this moment, it was like a miniature golden dragon in the world, exuding endless majesty. Fongbai held his breath slightly, and even he felt a little pressure, and immediately took out the dragon ball and pulled it slightly. Moo! Another dragon moo sounded. Fongbai blood and she shook slightly, and the dragon ball shone brightly. Chapter 639, Chief of the Trap. Moo! The dragon roared loudly. The dragon ball shone with golden light. The dragon's might spread. A golden dragon swam inside. The whole dragon ball seemed to be a complete retelling, and a hint of its heyday could be seen from it. Fongbai reached out and took the dragon ball, and the power of the world poured into it, nourishing the strand of dragon bone power inside it, and calming it down, putting the dragon ball into the inner space. Fongbai glanced at the dragon bone, and then stepped into the air. Since he could fly, he has never landed. He is no longer Ghidorah. He can never be Ghidorah again. The step turned into a rainbow light in the air, and disappeared beyond the horizon, leaving only a slightly rippling space barrier behind him. Although the dragon bone cannot be taken away, although only a strand of dragon bone power is lost, but if it is integrated into the mecha in a consumption way, Fongbai mouth curled up slightly. With his current strength, if he cooperates with a mecha that is truly worthy of him, the strength that can be burst out will definitely surprise many people. It is true that he is physically strong, and it is also true that he is a mage, but his core profession and core path are still mecha masters. The strength of a mecha master is ultimately all on mechas. His own strength is only auxiliary, and he currently only uses his own strength. It is just that the problem he is facing now can be solved by his own strength alone, and there is no need to summon mechas at all. However, if he faces the chief or other opponents of the same level, Fongbai will tell them what a surprise is. However, when it comes to the chief, Fongbai can't help but ponder slightly. At the beginning, he fought with the chief, and that battle was a fight to the death. Later, he even used the killing move of the demon beast in unison. But the demon beast attacked each other and protected Fongbai and the chief at the same time. Otherwise, they would definitely have a life and death, instead of stopping halfway under the persuasion of the god of light, and ending up with a tiger's head and a snake's tail. Later, the two never dealt with each other, and Fongbai didn't have any special feelings for the chief. After all, the chief didn't do anything to persecute players. But later, he was forced to fight because of his position. After all, Fongbai is not that famous. He can only say that there is no problem standing on his own side. The dispute over positions did not cause serious consequences. There is no deadly hatred between the two sides, and it is difficult to create a deadly hatred. Therefore, the two of them were in a state of not bothering to care about each other, until the chief agreed to help the players' guilds of Loya City to open a cross-server space channel. Then the emotion suddenly became a little complicated. There is no hatred or resentment with the chief. It was just a matter of position before. And now the chief has helped to open a cross-server space channel to the Japanese server. To the Japanese server. Important things should be said 3 times. To the Japanese server. This is the Japanese server. The moment he agreed, the moment this space channel that can resist the forbidden magic area appeared, many players directly owed him a favor. Well, it can't be considered a favor. The word favor is too heavy. But they all have to remember the chief's kindness. No reason. Just because the opponent is the Japanese server. In the past, you can beat the players of the Japanese server. This is the most sufficient reason. Not to mention that there is no hatred with the chief. Even if there is this, it must be suppressed. After all, what kind of hatred is there in reality when no one has died? Those in history are family hatred and national hatred. Fong Bai is the same. So now thinking about the chief, it feels strange. After thinking for a while, he shook his head slightly and stopped thinking. After walking a little tired, he directly unfolded the small world and moved the space he was in forward with the power of the world. Then he re-expanded the small world, unfolded it again and again, and moved it again and again. After a while, Fong Bai appeared in the Loya City area. The next moment, he appeared outside the cross-world space channel. This place has been built into a thorough fortress, with elite players and countless detection arrays. In this case, let alone people, even a mosquito flying out will be instantly killed. There is no second possibility. But the next moment Fong Bai passed through the space channel and appeared in the Japanese server at the other end. And no one and no test array discovered the whole process. And Fong Bai even had time to recall the space nodes he had just sensed when he passed through the cross-world space channel. He was truly isolated from the world within the scope of the small world, and could not be discovered by this group of players, who were not even at the legendary level. The detection instruments deployed here were far from the best level of Tiangong Pavilion, and the detection accuracy was still limited to spatial fluctuations. It was impossible to truly monitor the changes in the rules, and thus detect the existence of various rules and means. If it was within the scope of Tiangong Pavilion, Fong Bai would not be so unscrupulous and enter the no man's land. He would really be caught in Tiangong Pavilion. Of course, these were all off topic, and just flashed through Fong Bai's mind. The next moment, Fong Bai appeared in the sky again by moving in the small world space. Moving in space again and again, like a space jump. As for the other side, after the chief stood in the void, there was a layer of fuzzy glass around his body, like a mosaic. If Fong Bai realized here, this was a world barrier that had not yet been formed. Unlike Fong Bai observation model and data collection, the chief took the route of inferring the world through space. It can't be said that the route is good, and there is no good or bad, just different choices for different people. And at this moment, it is obviously a critical step. And the chief walked in the depths of the void, and the slightly distorted space was like gravel, and the broken space like broken glass was completely blocked outside, like a thick and reliable barrier. However, if you zoom in, you can see that there has never been any barrier, but only the chaotic space fragments have been straightened out. And one piece after another of the space fragments, like broken glass, have been tightly pieced together to form a complete space, and a piece of pure land in the depths of the void. The chief in white walked in the depths of the void, constantly pursuing the traces of the abnormal space channel. His left eye was destiny, and his right eye was space. The two interfaces overlapped with each other. Every trace of abnormality would be pursued and inquired by him, and the two sides reflected each other. In the process of searching, he could vaguely hear him muttering words like reckless man, vulgar, and barbarian, so that while observing fate, he was synchronized with fate, forming a reflection of fate. Suddenly, a spiritual light suddenly broke through the space and appeared in front of him. The chief was about to capture it when the spiritual light unfolded by itself. Okay. Fong Bai's voice sounded in the depths of the void, and then it disappeared by itself, leaving no chance for the chief to capture it. The means displayed in it made the chief's eyes show a few strange colors, but there was still a sneer on his face. Nothing more than that. It's really crude and barbaric. The chief was halfway through his words, when he suddenly sensed a trace of abnormal fate fluctuations. His tone paused, and his face changed drastically after a subtle sense. He didn't have time to say anything. Because of the coincidental spatial collisions, a huge void storm centered on the chief was formed and swept across in an instant, breaking the balance of the spatial pure land formed around the chief. And the pure land collapsed instantly. Damn! A dull and vague voice came from the void storm. After a long time, the chief, who was a little embarrassed, crashed out from the depths of the void storm. And even his white clothes had several holes. Fong Baiyu. The chief was halfway through his words when he saw a person standing in front of him and stretched out his hand. This person looked familiar. Recalling the player habits he had learned before, he evaluated the distance between him and him, thought about it, and decided to follow the local customs, and stretched out his hand. Hello, Chief. Hello, Fong Bai. What's wrong with you, Chief? You look so embarrassed. The depths of the void are very dangerous. You should be careful. Seeing Fong Bai's concerned look, the chief was furious. But he evaluated the distance between them, and decided not to argue with such a crude barbarian. Mages are indeed strong in close combat. But compared with this kind of melee ability that crosses levels, and has a professional strength that is even comparable to that of a mage. Well, thank you for reminding me. The white-clothed chief showed a forced smile on his expressionless face, and then walked forward. When he turned around, his white clothes were restored to their neatness. With each step, his body turned into pieces of space pure land to carry it. Fong Bai followed, dispelling the chief's vague intention to stay away, and looked at his clothes that had returned to their original state, and the pure land that appeared around him. This moment seemed simple, but to achieve such a smooth result, at least nearly 10 kinds of magic were needed. This was the result of decades of practice, and he was very envious. Well, he upgraded too fast, and there was a constant stream of new things to learn and study. So how could he have so much energy to polish it? Only after reaching the ceiling would he have time and effort to polish it carefully and study it well. The chief looked back at Fong Bai suspiciously, and he always felt that Fong Bai seemed to be thinking about something very rude. But seeing that Fong Bai was still so close, he still retracted his gaze. He was actually approached by Fong Bai to this extent. Thinking back to the void storm just now, and thinking back to his previous behavior of using spiritual light to scold Fong Bai in person, he still endured it. And Fong Bai looked at the space pure land formed around the chief again. This time his face became serious. This method obviously showed that the chief's accumulation and polishing to the pinnacle was not without effect. This has reached the level of accumulation and development, and it is very close to condensing a small world and becoming a demigod mage. Yes, Fong Bai has seen that the chief is also taking the route of an ancient mage. He also needs to condense a small world, but the way he condenses is slightly different from his. Speaking of chief, as the chief magician of the Yabang Kingdom, you should be able to easily gather a large amount of faith power, and it should be easy to condense a fantasy space and materialize the real world. How come you are still a legend? If I had so much time to accumulate, let alone a demigod, I'm afraid that the small world would have grown into a world and become a god. This time Fong Bai really didn't mean to laugh or tease, but was really puzzled. And there was a trace of inexplicable emotion hidden behind the puzzlement. At this moment, Fong Bai's body has also turned into a piece of space pure land. But it is not the chief's method, but directly projecting his inner space outside, forcibly suppressing the chaotic void around him, thus forming a space pure land. The space pure land is also surrounded by slightly twisted space barriers. But if it really faces the void storm before, Fong Bai can directly flow out. The chief turned around and saw the space barriers around Fong Bai. There was no strange color on his face, but he could see a slight touch of emotion in his eyes. Although the two seem to be the same, they have essential differences. As if he noticed the change in his eyes, the chief turned his head back and spoke. The power of faith is poisonous. I think you can distinguish the power of faith from the power of belief. The chief paused after hearing this, and was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke again. Fong Bai, I envy you. You are a player, and there are players around you. You also have enough courage to disclose knowledge, and can gather the power of belief so easily. With your strength and status, you can do it, and you don't look like a person without courage. The closeness and primitiveness of the nobles are far beyond your imagination. Do you know why the mage heritage of the ancient mage civilization has not been passed down intact? In front of Fong Bai, a hint of sarcasm appeared on the chief's face. This is a professional heritage that has shaped a great civilization. This is the most widely spread foundation of the entire civilization. It is everywhere, and every mage has it. But guess why it has not been passed down? Because this heritage is not just a heritage. And it contains more than just knowledge. It is a spiritual concept. A cultural concept. The core of this concept is sharing. If you don't share this heritage, You can't reach the top. As long as you keep it to yourself, your progress will never be as fast as others, and you will be submerged in the wave of successors. Just like you and me. When I became a mage legend. No, don't even mention mage legend. When I became a legendary prophet. You were not there yet. What about now? Because you followed the philosophy of the ancient wizard civilization. You made rapid progress. I didn't. So you caught up with me in the same inheritance. This is not a coincidence. It is inevitable. It is certain. This inheritance, this philosophy, innate and aristocrats are contrary. If there is only this kind of extraordinary route in the world, traditional aristocrats cannot appear. Or, the entire class of aristocrats will strangle this route together, even if they take other more backward, weaker, and more flawed routes. Fong Bai knew this a long time ago, and he was not surprised to hear this. This is the root of the aristocracy. In the eyes of the aristocracy, there is no such thing as sharing. Monopolizing extraordinary knowledge to build barriers and distinguish between classes is what they should do. They need to maintain their naturally noble foundation. And it would be surprising if they didn't do so. So, when I asked you just now, between strength and status, I put strength first. The chief was silent after hearing this, and sighed slightly after a long time. If I can do it, why do you think I would come to help Shui Yunqi and his group of players to open a space channel? Chapter 640 Gravitation. Fong Bai was silent after hearing this. At first, he didn't pay much attention to this matter. But after all, it involved a demigod. And there was still relevant intelligence information in the pavilion. So he also heard about it later. It's nothing more than looking for the relationship between relevant personnel through various routes. Looking up one level at a time. And then getting the opportunity to meet and discuss with the chief. Strength. Status. My strength is indeed strong. But this is not something that can be solved by strength. So, your environment is better than mine. And it is more suitable for this mage inheritance from the ancient mage civilization than me. Of course, the large-scale appearance of you players has also directly changed the environment I am in. You players use it. If this group of nobles don't use it, then it's really over. Especially if the players can't be killed. Those who want to use the old method and want to directly solve the problem can't do it. The corners of the expressionless chief's mouth rose slightly. And it was obvious that this topic made him a little happy. Fong Bai couldn't help but smile and suddenly asked, Have you ever conducted human experiments on players? Yes. Players are cheap to hire. And can do any experiments. Even if they die, they can be resurrected and tell us how they feel. The chief in white returned to his expressionless look, as if he didn't care about anything. Have you ever studied the human body structure of players? The human body structure of players is exactly the same as yours. The chief was slightly alert. What I want to express is that the difference between players and indigenous people is nothing more than that players can be resurrected. But indigenous people cannot. Then there is the ideology. But this is entirely an educational issue. There is no other way to distinguish between players and indigenous people. If indigenous people also receive compulsory education, develop morally, intellectually, physically, aesthetically, and labor-intensively, and at the same time shape the concept of equality according to the philosophy of ancient wizard civilization, then the only difference between the two becomes that players can be resurrected. And resurrection. Is this because of players? Is this the difference between players? No. It's just that players happen to use the things left over from ancient wizard civilization to enter this world. This is not something that players are born with. What do you want to express? The chief in white stopped, turned around and stared at Fong Bai. Fong Bai saw this and changed the topic and spoke out. Oh, by the way, you told me before that you could lock on to the evil god behind the Void sect and find me to cooperate. Now that I'm here, what are you going to do? The chief didn't speak for a long time, and only spoke after a long silence. Have you studied the space structure of the Japanese server you mentioned? No, I haven't focused on this recently. Is there anything special? Yes, I have seen that the Japanese server continent and our continent are actually in the same world. The same main material world. So we can regard it as being on the same material level. That is, as long as we determine the direction and keep flying, we can fly directly there. But there is one thing that is very special. That is, both our continent and the Japanese server continent have separate world barriers, which isolate the inside and the outside. and in essence constitute a world. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. That is, the same world contains a small complete world. Yes, that's what I mean. There are independent complete worlds in the world. So before you players came, we had not found any information about this continent until now. Very strange. After listening to it, Fong Bai instantly grasped the core of what the chief said. It lies in the world structure. Although he and the chief have different paths, the general direction is to study the world structure, and then condense the illusory space through different methods to rematerialize the real world. They know the structure of the world very well. Although the structure of the world may be diverse, their research on the structure of the world can only represent themselves, not the whole world. But they are studying the world they are in. As far as the world structure they have mastered is concerned, there is no reason to form a complete world inside. This is contrary to the main structure of the world. This is very unnatural. Fong Bai had a feeling when he heard it. Artificial traces. This is not natural, but artificial. As for who did it, you can think with your ass, and know that it is probably an ancient wizard civilization. But this method? A shield between different forces? Fong Bai recalled the scene of himself building a small world on the surface in the Longwei area. When he is free in the future, he might also build one in Tiandong Pavilion. Cut Tiandong Pavilion from the main material world, and form a small world completely controlled by himself. It is independent and hidden, and convenient for doing anything. This should be more reasonable in the more advanced and developed ancient wizard civilization. After all, I heard that the Mage Association of the ancient Mage civilization was established in this small world of the Mage Great Sage. The chief did not deny it. I found some secrets when I was reading the ancient books. Forget it. It has nothing to do with our cooperation. Let's not talk about it. Let's get back to the topic and talk about our cooperation. This continent itself is also an independent and complete world. But due to the previous great sacrifice of the Void Sect, the entire world is riddled with holes in the space level, and the world barriers have been pierced. The distorted space is directly semi-connected to our world, so we can open up the channel. After such a big thing, the reason why the Void Sect has not been destroyed is because they are in this complete world. On the basis of the new world, a small world was opened up in the depths of the void. Well, this world is layered, but we can completely regard it as an inner plane. However, because it is newly opened, it does not have many intersections with other planes and the main material world at the level of destiny. So it is extremely hidden, without coordinates. It is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find an inner plane in the depths of the void that has no communication with the outside world. It is very difficult. But fortunately there are clues. When I entered this world before, I found a space full of holes and some abnormal traces in the depths of the void. Those were the abnormal traces left by the Void Sect when they opened up space channels while walking in different planes, although they hid and dared not enter the main material world. As a force, they had to obtain resources to maintain themselves. So I guess that they set their goals on the inner and outer planes, which is why they left traces. Although there were traces, as a Void Sect, their spatial attainments were already very strong. And there were also god-level evil gods, who erased the relevant space and fate traces. Of course, I was more skilled and still found my way through some clues bit by bit. But at this time, the strange god that suddenly appeared wiped out a legend of the Void Sect and showed his extraordinary means of destiny. The Void Sect, which was already in a hidden state, suddenly had some stress reactions and subconsciously thought that it was coming to fight them. After all, the evil god sect was hated by everyone, and gods often join forces to hunt. And then, they instantly cut off communication with the outside world. The carefulness of erasing traces has risen by more than one level. This directly led to the failure of the tracking. Although Fong Bai was tickled by the secrets mentioned by the chief, he still smiled when he heard it. It was obvious that the unknown god was talking about him. So what are you going to do now? You can't let me use destiny to track, right? My attainments in destiny are not as good as yours. After all, you are still a genuine legendary prophet. I won't pin my hopes on something that is obviously impossible. The chief said calmly. Your attainment in destiny is as bad as your attainment in spells. Fong Bai's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. If someone else said this, he would definitely not accept it. But the chief, forget it. He has a point. It's not as good. That's for sure. After all, his focus is all on magic arrays, talisman arrays, and mechas. And he really doesn't spend much time on spells. If we really talk about attainments, it's probably half a level higher than ordinary professions. But in front of the chief, a legendary wizard who is more than one level higher than other professions, it can't be said to be bad, but it's indeed not good enough. What I want is your small world. To be precise, the mass of the small world. Fong Bai eyebrows slightly raised when he heard this. What do you mean? As we all know, the greater the mass, the greater the gravity weight. Stop. Yu Fong Bai suddenly didn't react after hearing this. A little confused, the chief glanced at him. You can learn spells and runes, but I can't learn the knowledge of your world. They are all knowledge. So why can't I learn them? Fong Bai was stunned at first, but then his mouth curled up slightly, and he suddenly smiled. Okay, go on. I want to borrow the mass of your small world and observe other large mass objects by the changes in gravity caused by the mass of the small world. My previous tracking was not in vain, and I have roughly circled the location of that small world. Of course, this area is still too large, and I still have to use other methods to locate it. As long as the gravity changes caused by the appearance of your small world, I can try to locate every mass object in this area. At that time, we can check them one by one, and those that can be located by the means of destiny can be excluded. But as long as the means of destiny cannot determine it, it is basically close. The fact that there is no connection with the outside world is the other party's biggest amulet. But it is also the biggest difference between their world and other inner planes. Fong Bai nodded slightly upon hearing this. This is indeed highly feasible. Mass is still positively correlated with gravity, and the mass of his small world can barely affect them to observe changes in gravity. Fong Bai is even more certain about this than the chief, because the chief is far inferior to him in the development and arrangement of observation equipment. This belongs to the field of magic arrays and rune arrays. After thinking for a moment, Fong Bai did not hesitate too much. After a simple communication with the chief, the magic array was scattered like starlight, and runes were spread throughout it. In a blink of an eye, one rune array after another was constructed, and in a blink of an eye, a huge rune array cluster was formed. Although it seems to be formed in the void, it actually relies on the world barrier and world power of the small world, and directly uses the small world as a backup support to operate the entire rune array cluster. This method of arranging the rune array cluster without consumables was also figured out after Fong Bai condensed into a small world. It is very cost-effective and very convenient. The chief showed a strange look when he saw it, and then he did not hide his incompetence anymore, and stretched out his hand to emit a little bit of starlight. If Fong Bai still hides his incompetence when he has already demonstrated the corresponding ability, it will really become a joke. If you act like a pig in front of your peers, you will really become a pig. If you don't show your necessity at this time, what are you waiting for the other party to abandon you? This is the fate of this area. The details are very troublesome, so I didn't describe it. But the fate of the plains and some major events are already on it, and the oldest traces can be traced back to more than 100 years. With a time span of 100 years, all the planes in this space area are basically included. You can directly import the magic circle to filter. Fong Bai looked at the starlight in the sky. There were faint lines connecting the starlights. Different lines intertwined to form various connections, and even the order and method of deduction could be vaguely seen. This method made Fong Bai feel dizzy and a little shocked. The level and difficulty were very high. According to the chief, this is not the limit. It is not that we cannot go further in detail, but it is more troublesome and unnecessary. He is indeed a wizard who can analyze the world structure step by step from space. However, if it is used for screening, only the positions of these light spots are needed. But at this moment, the chief showed them all to Fong Bai. This is very sincere. Obviously, this is a response to Fong Bai's use of the world barrier and world power of the small world to build a rune array cluster in front of him. Chief Fong Bai smiled slightly, recorded the entire fate net in full, and then imported it into the rune array cluster. As a complete rune array cluster, it is like a computer, which has information storage area, information processing area, master control area, monitoring function area, etc. After compiling and importing these data, the rune array cluster can automatically filter and output the screening results according to the predetermined screening conditions. In this regard, the precision of the rune array cluster is not worse than various advanced equipment in reality, and the functions that can be achieved by scientific and technological equipment in reality can also be achieved here. After a while, the data was adjusted and some parameters were entered. Everything was ready except for the east wind. As long as the existence of the void sect's lair was located through the change of gravity, the two could directly kill their way in. The wealth of a god-level evil god and his sect was enough to make the two of them rich. Chapter 641. That's not it. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. As long as they can successfully locate the small world of the void sect, then this matter will basically be done. And it can be concluded with a perfect ending. As for the strength of the void sect, if the true god-level evil god behind them is not the true god-level evil god, the two of them may not fight. Everything is considered. And the factor of strength will not be considered. After all, putting aside Fong Bai and the chief's strength, the two of them have two demon beasts in their hands. If they are placed outside the home court, they can be beaten according to the level of ordinary faith gods. If the god of light sees the two of them joining forces, he will probably say that this is anti-terrorism. It was just a small fight before. Fong Bai didn't hesitate and summoned the small world directly. However, it was not summoned by projecting the small world. Although it can be summoned in that way, Fong Bai is not satisfied with it. Fong Bai likes it more. Buzz, the mass of the entire small world, has been transferred to Fong Bai position through strong connection. Buzz. At this moment, the chief clearly noticed the distortion of space around Fong Bai. The mass alone has already twisted the space. At this moment, the mass represented by Fong Bai has reached a level that is extremely terrifying. Sensing this terrifying mass, the chief's mouth twitched slightly. He was originally very tough, and now he really couldn't fight. By the way, the small world of the legendary wizard has this function? Is there such a way to play? No. I have never heard of it. Is the inheritance I accepted a fake inheritance? Why don't they have this secret technique? Could it be that the ancient wizard civilization solved the problem of insufficient physical strength in this way? In this way, the physical strength can be directly increased from melee T1 to the same T0 level as the wizard profession? But even if there is no such secret technique, there should be relevant descriptions or skill spaces. Right? After all, with such a physical body, the legendary physical enhancement spells in the ancient wizard civilization will definitely be reduced drastically. No physical enhancement spell can compare to this enhancement. But no, there is no big change. So this is not what the ancient mage heritage should have. This is the Mecha Master created by Fong Bai? The chief woke up, but now his eyes began to twitch. He never wanted to be an enemy of this profession in his life. It was too disgusting. He couldn't hit it. No matter how he hit it, it wouldn't break the skin. And as long as the opponent touched it, the power carried by the terrifying mass would crush it. And all the shields and defenses would be finished. Too damn rogue. Too damn shameless. It's worthy of being a profession that can stand a T0 like the mage. It's impossible to fight. Why not join it? The chief suddenly had an idea. Thinking about it, his expression suddenly relaxed. Take a step back, and the world will be wide open. Fong Bai didn't know what the chief was thinking about at the moment, and his attention was now on the rune array cluster in front of him. According to his current mass, adjust some parameters of the rune array cluster, and then converge the position to minimize the fluctuation of gravity as much as possible. Although he could not conceal gravity, his position could be seen to interfere with gravity to a certain extent. If he did not converge, it might cause errors in the results. In fact, the means of interfering with gravity to different degrees are not uncommon, at least in the ranks of legends, demigods, and gods. But the magnitude is different. So the void sect may also cover it up to a certain extent in this regard to avoid being directly exposed by gravity. However, there is one thing. No matter how it is hidden, such a huge mass will not disappear. And such a huge gravity will inevitably lead to the distortion of space. Considering this, Fong Bai added a few variables to the rune array cluster, and then slowly started the array. Buzz! The array spread quickly, and formed a corner in the blink of an eye. The chief next to him flew away, and almost prepared the spell slowly after reaching the edge of perception. Not long after, a stream of data was transmitted, and Fong Bai always anchored his position without moving, existing as a reference. As for the chief, he ran to one position after another, released one spell after another, and continuously sent back data to the rune array cluster. As the rune array cluster operated, suspicious coordinates were output one after another, and the chief who received the coordinates checked them one by one. There were quite a few output results. Some were found to be meteorites, and some were dead planes with no people, no life, and no value. However, as time went by and parameters were imported, the calculation of the rune array cluster became more and more accurate, and the output coordinates became less and less. Finally, after a check, the chief suddenly sent a message. Found it. Come quickly. Standing there, Fongbai kept thinking about what secret the chief had said before, and why these different continents became small worlds. After receiving the news, he directly revoked the blessing of the small world and directly put away the space barrier branded with the rune array cluster. In a flash, everything on the spot disappeared without a trace. And even Fongbai had disappeared on the spot. Only the slightly rippling spatial fluctuations that spread outward remained. At this moment, another eye suddenly opened slowly in the endless void. There was no substance or body behind this eye, but one could not see behind the eye. This eye seemed to have grown directly from the void. The deep blue eye of the void opened, and a consciousness echoed in the void. Who is it? The terrifying consciousness spread along with the void, and in a blink of an eye it had penetrated the void of the entire world. Although it could not be controlled, the terrifying perception still spread throughout the world. When it was discovered that the two righteous gods in the perception did not appear, but two weak auras were approaching, the void shook slightly, as if conveying joy, and as if conveying anger. The emotions were straightforward and distorted. The consciousness in the void habitually impacted the shackles on the void rules in the world, trying to directly pollute the void rules and directly distort the void rules. But it still did not shake at all. The seemingly shabby and simple chain was like an ancient sacred mountain that had been passed down from ancient times to the present, and it could not be shaken. In response to this, the consciousness in the void transmitted waves of angry emotions. And then, objects gradually emerged from the depths of the void without light. Up, down, left, and right. People, wolves, dragons, tigers, elephants, tentacles, hearts, lungs, corpses, stones, mountains. As if everything in the world appeared here. They pieced together and merged with each other, seemingly extremely conflicting. But the distorted picture was perfectly carried. The distorted picture seemed to reveal a sense of harmony, a beauty derived from rules, which seemed to contain the mystery of rules. Or it could be said that this was the rule. The rules of the void, carrying everything with the void. Even the rules controlled by the evil god are still rules. But the expression of these rules is extremely distorted, and comes with extremely strong pollution. Otherwise, this is the perfect embodiment of the rules. At this moment, the completely twisted void creation was completely revealed, and the entire kingdom of God was boiling. The entire small world outside the kingdom of God was boiling. From elite to legendary, from legendary to demigod, all believers felt the call of their gods at this moment, and fell into madness. On the void creation, the twisted and pieced together lives still retained consciousness. Some consciousnesses were angry, some consciousnesses were excited, and some consciousnesses were jealous. The consciousness born from countless consciousnesses was twisted and crazy. But under the power of faith, it suddenly maintained some calmness. At this moment, only one consciousness was echoing. That is, a demigod who is close to God? A legendary wizard? That's it? All become part of me. The void creation hadn't made a move yet, and suddenly realized that there were two light pillars rising into the sky outside the kingdom of God in the small world where it was. And two terrifying auras were gradually released in the middle of the light pillars. Such a terrifying scene quickly found the answer in other consciousnesses in the body. God-level war puppet, demon beast, killable gods. The two void creations that still retained a trace of clarity could not help but echo. Not to the extent of Moo! Ah! Demon beast chimera. Demon beast Ganesha. The terrifying pressure of the demon god spread in the void. Not only the void creations, but also the two righteous gods in the main material world were directly alarmed. Fongbai, the chief, had no intention of hiding at all, and they naturally had no way of hiding. The most violent power turned into the flame in the mouth of the chimera, and the elephant hoof of Ganesha. The flame was like the flame of annihilation, and the elephant hoof was like a toppled pillar of heaven. Boom! 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 The terrifying shock continued to echo in the depths of the void, and the complete small world, the world barrier full of evil arrays, and the spreading kingdom of God were torn apart in an instant. Absolutely everything is false in front of strength. When the hiding place of the Void sect and the location of the kingdom of God of the Void evil God were determined, no preparation or defense was useful. Although the Void creation mobilized the kingdom of God in its home field, the power of the small world can easily kill the righteous gods. But the demonic beast can also kill the righteous gods. Moreover, there are two such powerful ones facing the two righteous gods. They have to flee in panic. The Void sect, which is hiding, has no chance at all. Otherwise, this world would have been ruled by the Void sect long ago. At this moment, unless the Void sect also took out a demonic beast, they can only wait for death. But the evil gods, or the evil god believers, took out the demonic beast and were happy. Do you really think that the demonic beast created by the ancient wizard civilization is a big fool? This thing can fight automatically. And this thing can be summoned at any time. This thing is used by the ancient wizard civilization to fight against foreign enemies. And the evil gods were originally one of their prey. The evil gods, or the evil god believers, dared to summon it to seek death. But they would not do so. Let's not talk about whether the altar can be successfully used to complete the summoning. Even if the summoning is successful, the demonic beast will be the first to kill them when it is summoned. Don't think that you can summon the demon beast just because you see the token can fully control it. Modern weapons are equipped with intelligent identification systems and enemy identification systems. You really want to pick up the enemy's weapons and use them directly. Fong Bai directly crossed his arms in front of his chest. And the chief next to him also looked at this scene indifferently. The two had no intention of attacking at all, and stood directly on their respective summoning altars, standing within the light column, so that all attacks on the two of them were blocked by the evil gods, whether they were demigod-level evil gods or legendary evil gods. And people could not find any chance at all, so that the attackers were just weak legendary mages and demigods. But the god-level void creatures had no way to deal with them, and could only watch. When the two righteous gods of this continent arrived at the scene, they found that the two demon beasts were like tyrannical gangsters, who tore the small world and the kingdom of God into pieces, and forcefully broke into them, and beat up the lonely evil god creatures inside. This strange sense of déjà vu made both gods wonder. However, when they sensed the horrible battle fluctuations, they instantly appeared at the edge of the battlefield and outside the small world. As the deer-shaped god landed, patches of forest spread out in the void. The tall oak stabilized the space, and the dense forests dissolved the aftermath layer by layer. Another human-shaped god cast green light. When the green light covered the space, the destroyed forests quickly grew and recovered. The two combined to directly block the horrible aftermath. However, the horrible shock and the strong connection between the void creation and the void rules still caused part of the horrible aftermath to gradually spread to the void level of the entire world, constantly reverberating. This cannot be blocked. Fortunately, although the void level of this world is already riddled with holes, there are still two righteous gods who have become pillars to support it. After all, the world still has a solid foundation. Fortunately, the battle did not last long. Not long after, the twisted void creation was directly torn apart by the two demon beasts. The gods fell. The embodiment of the void rules was destroyed. And the evil gods, who were strongly related to the void rules, fell. The evil gods are also gods. At this moment, the void rules shook. At this moment, the entire continental world, which was already riddled with holes, shook again, and the state was a little worse. The rain of blessing was about to fall, but it was directly intercepted by Fong Bai and the chief. In the past, it was both beneficial and helpless for them to transform part of the evil god's power into blessings. But now that they have the ability, the effect of blessing is also quite limited. So the two of them simply intercepted it directly, blocking the world from absorbing the evil god's origin, and turning it into blessings directly preserves the entire evil god's origin. After completing this step, Chimera and Ganesha returned to the light column one after another, echoing the demon god interface. Fong Bai and the chief also walked down from the altar, and quietly looked at the two righteous gods in the shape of a man and a deer. If Fong Bai was not mistaken before, the rule of the righteous god in the shape of a deer was a forest. The rules of the human-shaped god should be growth or resurgence. Neither of them is a very strong combat-oriented god of faith. The rules are not suitable, and the combat power is weak. No wonder they were bullied by the void creatures. Even the void level of the world was directly riddled with holes. Chapter 642: The Destruction of the Ancient Mage Civilization. After greeting the two righteous gods and getting to know each other, they left directly. They didn't stay for long. which made Fong Bai quite comfortable. Obviously, the two knew that there was nothing to talk about if they didn't know each other well. Moreover, Fong Bai, the chief, had just hunted down the real evil god, Void Creation, and it was obvious that they were going to divide the spoils. It would be a bit tactless to go over and greet them at this time. If they continued to chat, wouldn't they just wait to get a share? Obviously, the two righteous gods had no problems with their morals. So they left. A righteous god is a righteous god. Since Fong Bai came into contact with gods, from gods to believers, he has never met a person who disappointed him. Every character is impeccable, especially the gods, who have absolutely positive personalities. This righteous god mechanism made Fong Bai sigh. This is really powerful and very advanced. This directly solves the problem of rule by man or rule by law. This directly solves the problem that a system will always decay, no matter how many loopholes there are in the rules. As long as everyone from top to bottom maintains an absolutely positive character, is positive and enterprising, there will definitely be no big problems. He shook his head slightly, without thinking too much about this issue, and looked at the chief directly. At this moment, the magic beast tokens that had just been used up had not been put away, and they were all pinched in the other party's heart. Fong Bai smiled at this, and took the lead in putting away the token. The chief raised his eyebrows, and put it away. Fong Bai was happy. I put it away because my player will not die. You put it away. But I am T0 in melee combat. At such a close distance. Do you trust me so much? The chief rolled his eyes. Even if I can't beat you in melee combat, it's not a problem to take a few hits. Don't underestimate the melee ability of a mage. Okay? Is there? The chief was frowning when he heard this. And Fong Bai smiled. Okay. Let's not talk about this. Let's divide the spoils. The two of them had established a basic understanding and some basic trust. What do you mean by dividing the spoils? That's really ugly. Without arguing, they stepped into the torn small world together. Wherever they passed, the evil god believers died instantly, and the broken space quickly stabilized. Before, this was the enemy's fortress that needed to be destroyed, but now it became their spoils that needed to be repaired. This small world was one of the biggest spoils of this time, so naturally it couldn't be allowed to continue to be damaged. Even if it didn't break completely in the end, the large-scale shattering was a huge loss. The two of them split into two groups and circled around the small world. The terrifying spell fluctuations and power shocks also spread around. After a while, the evil god believers who originally lived in this small world were also completely swept away and destroyed. And no one survived, whether facing the chief or Fong Bai. This group of demigods, legends, masters, and elite evil god believers had no power to resist, and they didn't even have the chance to escape. The space here had already been locked by Fong Bai and the chief. On the outside, the two righteous gods who left were also guarding. If they were not worried about causing misunderstandings, the two righteous gods would at least have to seal the space again. Although there is no blockade now, the slowly circling believers blockade and perception blockade can completely cut off the evil god believers' chance of escape. After Fong Bai and the chief swept the small world and made preliminary repairs to the broken small world, the two came to the torn crack of the kingdom of God together, and then walked into it together. Entering the kingdom of God, there are all kinds of space treasures, space element elixirs, space element monsters, and some void monsters. Treasures with space attributes are rare, and there are so many here, which are of great value. And those void monsters can repeatedly bring some surprises to the chief, Fong Bai. Occasionally, a variety of very top quality and very rare materials can be found on the void monsters. This kind of material is hard to come by in the outside world. The two of them walked in the void while harvesting from the outside. Finally, Fong Bai couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is the secret you mentioned before? Why do these continents form small worlds? Isn't this world the remains left by the major forces in the ancient wizard civilization?" The chief paused slightly. When Fong Bai thought he was going to keep it a secret, he suddenly said, "Yes." The chief was a little too straightforward, which made Fong Bai frown. These worlds are indeed formed in this way. But the secret I want to talk about is not this. Then what are you talking about? Do you know what is outside this continent? Fong Bai suddenly paused and frowned slightly. He had never thought about this question before. There was no such knowledge before. Outside the world is outside the world. It is the void. It is the endless starry world. It was not until the Japanese server was connected during this period that I realized that these were small complete worlds. These worlds also exist in the main material world of this game world. Just like the small world on the surface he built in the Longway area. That is the relationship. In this case, outside the small world on the surface of the Longway area is still the Longway area. Or the forest and mountains. Or inside the world. Then, what is outside these continental worlds? Is it other continents? Is it other worlds protected by the world barrier? Between the continental worlds. What is it? Nothing. Literally. Nothing. Then you said before that the continental world is the remains left by the various forces of the ancient wizard civilization? Could it be that all the land in the world has been divided up by the continental worlds, leaving no real main material world? The chief did not answer Fong by words, but followed his own way and talked to himself. It's not right to say there's nothing. But there really is nothing. This has to start with the destruction of the ancient wizard civilization. Hearing this, Fong Bai's face suddenly became a little solemn. When it comes to this topic, it is indeed an absolute secret in the true sense. In this broken kingdom of God, the chief's voice came like a stream. I don't know much about the destruction of the ancient wizard civilization. Just listen for now. The ancient wizard civilization should be called the wizard civilization to be more precise. It is a huge civilization that spans countless universe crystal wall systems. It is one of the most advanced civilizations in the entire crystal wall universe. And it is even the best in the universe. This civilization is centered on wizards and wizard technology that have developed to the extreme. Arranging the star universe. Hurting evil beasts and demons. Creating worlds. Traveling across worlds. And hunting gods and demons are all very common things. Any floating city in the civilization is enough to suppress a world. And such floating cities are countless in this civilization, like stars in the sky. And a wizard tower is enough to be the leading unit to attack the other world. And wizards are like gods and demons. Such wizard towers are everywhere in the wizard civilization. Hearing this, Fong Bai couldn't help but recall the prompt sound he heard when he obtained the wizard tower, and some of the subsequent performances. Lock the evil god. Hunt the evil god. These have become the default settings. And this is just the configuration of a mage tower in a small town. Small town. Small town. In other words, this means that a small town is enough to conquer a different world. When the chief said this, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of yearning in his calm eyes. There is no mage who doesn't yearn for such a civilization. The word mage is implemented in the multiverse and the crystal wall universe. In any world, any god or demon will turn pale and sweat profusely when hearing the word mage. They can only hide in the kingdom of God and tremble, waiting for the judgment of fate. The word mage has almost been branded in these countless multiverses and countless crystal wall universes. And it has almost become a common sense. Fong Bai's heart thumped. This contemptuous way suddenly reminded him of his mecha master profession. What did the spread of the mecha master profession bring? It is the majestic power of faith and the unparalleled terrifying strength. This is just spreading within a continental world. What if it spreads and spreads in countless multiverses, countless worlds of endless intelligent life, and becomes known to everyone? What kind of terrifying power would this be? And the spread area is so large. I am afraid it is not just because of the power of faith. Ordinary people may not know this. But if it really reaches that level, will it really be like the spread of the word mage? Will the mage civilization be allowed to madly absorb the power of faith or other things? Perhaps the destruction of the ancient mage civilization should be here? Fong Bai thought so. And before the thought fell, he heard the chief continue. And the destruction of such a great and prosperous mage civilization has to start with a word. What? Concept. The chief said slowly, and his face was solemn at this moment. And these two words seemed to become heavy when they fell into Fong Bai's ears. You and I both know the rules. These are the rules of the world. Mastering the rules means you can intervene in the world. You can use the power of the world in this process. And the concept. Gravity. The gravity we just used is not a rule. This is a concept. The concept means that as long as you know it, as long as you think about it, it will appear, and it will be impossible to destroy it. The concept is eternal. Even if there are endless multiverses, even if the crystal wall universe is destroyed countless times and born countless times, gravity is there. The concept is there. And the person who condenses the concept is immortal. This is eternity. This is the concept. The chief said softly. This is the concept. The mage civilization is trying to condense the mage concept? Fong Bai couldn't help but speak out. The chief glanced at Fong Bai, then nodded slightly. Yes. According to the information of the ruins I found, the civilization with the concept is called the concept level civilization, also known as the eternal civilization. At that time, there was no eternal civilization in all the multiverses and crystal-walled universes that were in sight. There were only a few top civilizations that were basically invincible except for the other side. When the mage civilization was developing in full swing, the war broke out. 10 top civilizations launched a war at the same time, forcing the mage civilization to immediately cut off the mage's concept condensation. All the universes and worlds in sight were caught in the flames of war, and the world in the war was like a bubble that could be destroyed at will. The floating city like a star carried the gods and demons' followers to conquer the world. The mechanical torrent, the demon Zerg, and the mages who could be resurrected infinitely came out in full force. Hearing the last point, Fong Bai breathing became heavier. 3 natural disasters? Fong Bai couldn't help but ask. We lost. Our civilization was destroyed. And we are the last spark. So the enemy we will face next may be the top 10 civilizations? No. The mage civilization defeated all the top 10 civilizations. Fong Bai was stunned and didn't react for a while. 1 against 10. 1? Destroy the other side? Yes. In the words of you players, it is full of martial virtue. Both the steel torrent and the demon insect plague have become world-class nightmares. And countless worlds have been destroyed under such a torrent. And I don't know how many top civilizations have gone upstream against the torrent at a heavy price to kill the mage, but found that the mage can also be resurrected. This war that swept the entire multiverse within the detection range lasted for thousands of years. These 10 civilizations were completely exterminated one after another, and even their names and information had been completely erased. The future, past, and present do not exist. In this war, all the universes were destroyed by normal wars. Intelligent life? Life? The world is gone. And the debris of the world fills the entire multiverse. Everything is gone. But the mage civilization also paid a heavy price in this process. Almost cut off from the generation. It should have rested and regenerated. The endless worlds that can be destroyed filled the multiverse. And then all these destroyed worlds sank into the grave of the world. That is, the abyss. Fong Bai realized something and suddenly shuddered. Originally, it was just a different world where the mage civilization conducted experiments. And the abyss became the final winner of this war. Of course, the abyss is just a general term for a region without consciousness, naturally not considered an individual, and cannot become a winner. But that's roughly what it means. The destroyed world, the destroyed demon insect race, and the destroyed steel torrent debris fell into the abyss, giving birth to the most terrifying nightmare. The abyss war began, and the two sides of the war were the abyss and the mage civilization. Other civilizations? There are no other civilizations. Of course, in the end, the abyss war was also won. Fong Bai, he was shocked by the martial virtue of the mage civilization. After defeating 10 top civilizations of the same level, they pushed back and annihilated them all. Then, despite being seriously injured, they fought the abyss again and won. They were really full of martial virtue. But, after the victory of the war, the ancient mage civilization finally collapsed. After years of fighting, the framework of the multiverse completely collapsed, which became the last straw that overwhelmed the mage civilization. The mage civilization collapsed, and 2 more words were added in front. Ancient mage civilization. Chapter 643 Human civilization? So, the chief said a lot, and listening to these words, Fong Bai suddenly realized what the answer to his previous question was. Ruins? The chief nodded. Fong Bai's heart was slightly startled, and this result made him a little unable to react for a while. The game world he was in was actually just a post-disaster ruins. The meaning of what the chief said was very simple and clear. Just as I said before, these pieces of continents should indeed be the world built by some forces of the ancient wizard civilization. The real world is still outside. However, the real world is probably gone. The multiverse framework collapsed. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, Fong Bai could roughly imagine how tragic it was when he heard these words. Just like what the chief said, there is nothing. In this case, then, there are other worlds outside? Are there other civilizations? The chief shook his head slowly after hearing this. I don't know, but there shouldn't be any. The chief raised his hands, and a framework projection of a world appeared on them. Although I don't know what the multiverse framework is, I can simply compare it to the world framework. If the world framework collapses, then the projection framework in his hand collapsed, and everything inside it was annihilated. This means that everything will be annihilated and disintegrated from the most basic level. This means the annihilation of all internal spaces. The background at that time was that the top civilizations all surrounded and suppressed the ancient wizard civilization, and then were destroyed by the ancient wizard civilization. The rest were also destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. Even if there are remnants of the world, they will have to face the invasion of the abyss later. The ruins of the worlds of so many top civilizations plus other advanced, intermediate, and low-level civilizations have turned into the abyss. Although they were destroyed by the wizard civilization later, it should not be a big problem to destroy and devour other living worlds during this period. After these 2 rounds of sieving, the multiverse framework collapsed. To be honest, after 3 consecutive attacks, the wizard civilization did not withstand it, and it should not be easy for other civilizations to withstand and continue. The chief used a very cautious word. It is quite difficult. But this is just not a final statement. The implicit meaning is that it is gone. They are the only ones left in the huge multiverse. Oh no! The multiverse is gone too. The mage civilization is gone too. Only the descendants of the mage civilization are left here slowly continuing. Well, it is not gone either. There is blood and inheritance. It seems not dead either. Is this a sit-up and getting up again? A revival? Fong by himself was amused by these 2 words. But then he felt something was not good. After all, the other worlds are gone. And suddenly it feels heavy again. Just sighing. Mage civilization is mage civilization. Although it did not withstand the final collapse of the multiverse framework, but it also saved these continental worlds and left a legacy. That's why we have us. But then again, if this mage civilization was destroyed in this way, then why didn't the legacy remain intact? And when I read some ancient books, I found that some names were erased. I thought they were defeated and could not defend. And some names were erased and could not be mentioned. The chief nodded as soon as Fong Bai said this. I have also encountered this situation. This may be something that was attacked and wiped out during the decisive battle with other top civilizations. Or it may be the injury suffered during the war. This may be an attack suffered or a certain price to bear. After all, you can rely on backlash and follow the fate to wipe out a family. It is normal for top civilizations to have such means. Their attack method should also be the same. It is possible. But I still have a question. That is, what role does our player's world play? The world should also be left by the ancient wizard civilization. But the style feels a little different. There is no extraordinary. And technology is developed. And the era and culture are actually somewhat similar to those of the ancient wizard civilization. It is very strange. And there is a strong sense of déjà vu. The chief was silent for a while after hearing this. His eyes were a little complicated. And he spoke after a long time. I don't know the details. But I guess your existence may be a kind of backup left by the ancient wizard civilization. A kind of key. You may be a kind of anchor. Responsible for reviving the ancient wizard civilization. From now on, you are indeed more qualified than us. At least in terms of spiritual concepts. So much so that once they come into contact with the extraordinary, strong people will emerge immediately. Fong Bai fell into deep thought after hearing this. Reviving the ancient wizard civilization? How to revive it? Fong Bai thought, and after thinking for a long time, he shook his head slightly, put aside the complicated thoughts, and picked up the previous thoughts again and asked aloud, Chief, do you know what I wanted to say but didn't say before? The chief recalled what Fong Bai had just said halfway, and his eyes suddenly became complicated. Fong Bai had said that. How could he not understand? What is the difference between players and natives? Resurrection ability and thought. Thought can be solved by education and reform, which is not a one-day job. This is only one aspect, and it is definitely not the main content of Fong Bai. In this case, the key point Fong Bai wants to mention is definitely the resurrection ability. As long as the natives also have the resurrection ability, there is really no difference between them and players. But, as if seeing the chief's thoughts, Fong Bai smiled. In your words, we are all descendants of the ancient wizard civilization. We are one family. So why are we so different? Even if we don't talk about this, we are all human beings. Besides, you all write simplified Chinese characters and speak Chinese. So what's the difference? Can we let the two sides with the same heritage and the same language continue to fight and fight? The war continues? If so, it will not be good for either side. Wars bring more internal friction and hinder the development of the entire civilization. If we have the energy and time, we might as well develop together. Although there are no other worlds, there are always outer planes of this world. Even if the outer planes are developed, the abyss is still there? These, and outside the world. As descendants of the ancient wizard civilization, we can't be so embarrassed that we are trapped in the world forever and become frogs in the well. Right? Even if the multiverse framework has collapsed, then why can't we rebuild it? The ancient wizard civilization can withstand collapse. So why can't we try to rebuild it? No matter how far we go. No matter how far we go. Isn't it better than the internal consumption of war? It is even possible that the civil war will not produce any results. It will directly blow up the little foundation left by the ancient wizard civilization. After all, from the perspective of this continent, the evil god fight almost destroyed the world. If the players and the indigenous people really start a full-scale war, even if the god war does not break out at the beginning, it will inevitably break out later. If the backhand of the ancient wizard civilization is really broken, the god war will be enough to collapse our worlds one by one. The world is gone, and the players are gone. Then we can only return to our world. And even our world will become a battlefield and then be completely destroyed. This result is not what I want to see. And I don't think it is what you want to see. Fong Bai did not lie. He did consider these issues. In the past, it was just an idea. And the most critical catalyst was still in this continent. When Fong Bai really saw that this continent was almost destroyed, he suddenly realized the world will really be destroyed. If the players are destroyed, there will be no foundation for their existence. Now I think that even if the ancient wizard civilization saved these worlds in the crisis of the collapse of the multiverse framework, it does not mean that these means are still there. And these means are still useful. And it does not guarantee that these worlds will not be destroyed. In this case, Fong Bai completely cut off the way of solving the problem through war. A total war cannot be started. Once it is started, it means a war between gods. Once the war between gods begins, the world will be directly shattered, and destruction is nothing special. As for the righteous gods, you can see it by looking at this shattered continental world. There is actually a limit to what the righteous gods can do. And the righteous gods may become one of the parties in the war between gods. After all, the character and personality of the righteous gods are absolutely no problem. But the righteous gods are also from the indigenous people. The believers are also from the indigenous people. And the clergy are also from the indigenous people. The bloodbath and massacre of the indigenous people. The righteous gods have to fight. In the end, maybe we can fight directly to the real world. And the world will be completely destroyed. And everyone will be finished. If any of the natives got some weapons from the ancient wizard civilization period, and one of them was destroyed by nuclear weapons, that would be even more embarrassing. And since it cannot be solved by war and massacre, we must find a way out for the natives, and make proper arrangements for the strong ones inside. Otherwise, those demigods and gods can't all die. In this case, just become players. Turn all the natives into players. From the resurrection mechanism. From the ideology. As for the hopeless nobles, just kill them. As long as you don't massacre all the natives. There is no problem with massacring the hopeless nobles. Maybe the gods will help to kill them. After thinking for a while, Fong Bai became more determined in his thoughts and decisions. What is your goal? While Fong Bai was thinking, the chief suddenly spoke. Goal? Everyone is like a dragon. Does that count? I plan to extract the spirit of the times that everyone yearns for. Whether people are good or bad, they always pursue beauty. This is inevitable. In this case, extract the beauty of each person, combine them together, and form a spirit of the times. Then it will infect each of them in turn, and bring about the era they most yearn for. The era with the least internal friction and the most united cooperation. Everyone is like a dragon, and all the power of the entire civilization is put into development and unity against the outside world. I think that in this way, it may not be worse than the mage civilization. What do you plan to call this whole? The name of your country? After coming to this continental world, the chief obviously knows more things and has a better understanding of the structure of the real world. Fong Bai smiled and shook his head. The part one put together can be called Shinjo, or Huaxia. This part can be an important part of the whole. Going up, it can be human beings. The word human beings is good. Human beings. When Fong Bai mentioned human beings, his heart suddenly moved, as if he noticed something. But it seemed to be an illusion. We don't need to force people of different cultures to identify with a cultural spiritual core. Otherwise not everyone will yearn for it. That will completely become a robber's brainwashing. We can have many cultural cores, but the whole is human beings. I think, even if they are different cultural cores, it shouldn't be a problem to find resonance points in the beautiful aspirations from the heart. The chief fell into deep thought. Fong Bai thought he was still struggling, and immediately spoke again. Do you have any doubts? By the way, this is more beneficial to the indigenous people. Right? It is more beneficial to you. Right? The chief shook his head when he heard this. I'm not thinking about this. Your idea is completely fine. I also yearn for it very much. And I am very willing to do it. I have seen enough of the filthiness of human inferiority, and I am willing to replace it with everyone's yearning. I just suddenly remembered something. What is it? There is a very ancient record in the information I got. Fong Bai couldn't help but concentrate slightly when he heard this. And then he heard the chief say, Mage does not seem to be the first concept of mage civilization. Fong Bai was stunned. No. To be precise, mage civilization is not the first civilization. Mage civilization is the same as us. But we are the descendants of mage civilization. And the mage civilization is the descendant of another civilization. What civilization? Hearing this news, Fong Bai's eyes widened a little. The news of the mage civilization is already shocking enough. I didn't expect that there is something more shocking here. There is actually a civilization before the ancient mage civilization. I don't know the specific name, but the mage civilization calls them human civilization. Human civilization? Yes, because this civilization also died to prove the concept. Hearing this sentence, Fong Bai immediately reacted and blurted out 4 words. Human concept? Yes, human concept. Did it succeed? I don't know. I only know that human civilization is gone. And the mage civilization inherited the aftermath of human civilization and developed again. Legend has it that the resurrection mechanism was inherited from human civilization. The mage civilization has existed since its rise. Just like you now. You have inherited the resurrection mechanism and the mage heritage now. I suddenly feel that if you can condense this era's spirit called human, and condense the entire civilization into one, you can really complete the idea of everyone being like a dragon. That should be a very wonderful thing, the chief said. This is a very strange feeling for him. As if he sensed a message from somewhere. And he spoke directly. And he has a strong urge at this moment. That is, to join in. To do this together. To complete this spirit of the times together. Chapter 644 I built the dragon god in the game, finale join it. There is a sense of benefit, and a hidden trend. The chief convinced himself. This is the reason why he made such a decision. Not from the glimmer of hope and vitality in the vision described by Fong Bai. However, although he has made such a decision, the chief still did not change his schedule. He still exchanged a series of shares such as the evil god's godhead and body for the evil god's kingdom, and this small world. This will be the ladder for the condensation of his fantasy space. The next step is that he will also complete the condensation of the small world and reach the mage realm similar to Fong Bai in another way. This is a necessary step. Because no matter what you do, strength is the first step. Especially for what he wants to do next. He must have an absolutely overwhelming strength to be qualified to promote this matter and gain greater benefits from it. Fong Bai took the good things and went directly back to Tiangong Pavilion. Part of the reason why the chief is willing to work hard with him is benefit. He is very clear about this. Not only does he not rule it out, he is even a little happy. Because it is difficult to accomplish something just by dreaming and drawing cakes. But when this matter is consistent with everyone's interests, and can benefit the vast majority, or even everyone, then this matter will be done as if with divine help. Since the chief can join in because of interests, then others can also. And this matter will only go more smoothly. And he only needs to balance it. With Fong Bai current footwork, he has returned to Tiangong Pavilion and Longwei area in just a few steps, while presiding over the invasion of the dragon bones by the small world on the surface. He put all the godhood and body of the evil god into the center of the 4 elements of his own small world, and used the strangling power of the 4 elements to crush everything into the most primitive and basic energy to be absorbed by the world. The vigorous energy poured into the small world along the 4 elements. and the edge of the small world was chaotic and surging. The sky was higher. The ground was thicker. And the earth was rapidly expanding in all directions. At the same time, Fongbai took the world will of the small world as the basis. The world will of the small world is like a completely pure white paper. But at this moment, it was forcibly turned into a furnace by Fongbai. Fongbai perception follows the fate connection on the mecha title, and picks the best from every mecha master's consciousness. The yearning for the domineering Qin, the strong Han, and the prosperous Tang dynasty, and puts it into the furnace. A little yearning is like a firefly in the endless darkness, weak and almost non-existent. But when the yearning is put in bit by bit, one firefly after another appears in this endless darkness. Consciousness. This is the weakest force, unable to shake even a speck of dust. But it is the most powerful force, enough to change the world. Take the 4 parts of the domineering Qin, the 3 parts of the strong Han, the 2 parts of the prosperous Tang, and a trace of vision, and turn them into firewood in the furnace. Then, Fongbai authority gradually spread from all mecha masters to all players, which was very difficult. But at this moment, the furnace seemed to have some gravity, and a little yearning and a little vision came spontaneously. The furnace gradually became brighter, and the light seemed to turn into a blazing flame, burning the non-existent thing. Fongbai consciousness seemed to turn into an iron hammer. Clang, clang, clang. The mysterious and crisp forging sound echoed in the world of consciousness that transcended the material world, vaguely echoing in the minds of one player after another. The raging fire at this moment seemed to turn into a sword, a strong crossbow, and a white horse with black armor, and reflected on the invisible furnace wall like blood oozing out of 100 battles. Later, a ray of consciousness spontaneously threw into the furnace, not only in the game, but also spread to reality. At this moment, it was as if God was helping in the dark. At this moment, the isolation of the game seemed to have disappeared. At this moment, as long as the heart recognized the existence of Shinjo, a touch of the most beautiful aura would emerge, crossing an infinite distance and throwing it into the furnace. Boom! There were also strange sounds between heaven and earth, as if foreshadowing something. The color in the oven became brighter and brighter red. So sincere. When the chief and Fongbai separated, the space level of the Japanese server continent world, which was shaken again in the War of Gods, became more distorted. The space that was already riddled with holes was directly torn and distorted, which directly led to the appearance of natural space channels everywhere in the Japanese server continent world, with a large number and a huge scale. And because it was caused by the distortion of the space level of the Japanese server continent world, it was supported by endless space power and the space status of the world, and it was impossible to close it. Even the self-repairability of the world was broken, exceeding the limit of the repairability, and it had already caused permanent damage. It was like a scar, directly becoming a permanent existence. In this way, these space channels have even been reinforced and become part of the world rules. Even if it is destroyed, it will reappear with the self-repair of space. Behind these space cracks is not endless void, but forests, mountains, plains, oceans, and even cities. When curious players go over, they find that although the players on the opposite side have begun to speak Chinese, their identities and camps are different. The American, Russian, Austrian, French, Italian, and Japanese continents seem to have access to all servers in the world. When this was discovered and confirmed, the world became a little quieter. Oh! Shui Yunqi, who was building a city, made such a sound, and then received calls from almost all the presidents of large guilds, followed by the elite extraordinary armies of all guilds and city-building resources. Players from other countries are not to be outdone. Tens of millions of players set foot on the Japanese continent through space cracks. Silently, the chief with absolute strength has moved away all the noble forces and indigenous people on this land. With the assistance of the 2 Orthodox churches, this step was not easy, but it was successfully completed, leaving only the Japanese players who were at a loss. The next moment they were gone. One knife from the tens of millions of elite players was enough to chop them into mud, and directly smash them. The Japanese players became the force that was eliminated. At this moment, everyone's eyes were extremely hot. This will be a battle between all nations. This will be a battle that will go down in history, and each of their commanders will have the opportunity to be famous here for thousands of years. To be honest, it is true. The leaders of the Red Alliance, the Capital Alliance, the Maple Leaf City Alliance, and other national forces all thought so and did so. They were recorded in the history. Their enemies were also. This battle was overwhelming. And the endless cloud spread across half of the continent. This was a battle between millions and tens of millions. This was a battle between China and foreign countries. What? Which foreign country? It was a foreign country. Even Fong Bai was alarmed by this battle. He came directly across the endless space, picked up 3 points of fighting spirit from it, and put it into the furnace. And then continued to forge. Or breed. The national server players decided the outcome of the battle with an absolute advantage and an absolute loss ratio, sweeping across foreign countries and directly breaking all defenses, advancing like a wild horse. Mecha Division. Extraordinary Army. These two sets of combined punches swept the world and were invincible. The only thing that restricted the advancement speed of national server players was the number of their own players, and the existence of demigods and gods in other servers. Although they could not sweep the world, they also defeated foreign countries and lost their fighting spirit. With no chance of winning, they finally sent a letter asking for peace. On this day, the messenger of Tiangong Pavilion followed Fong Bai will, and came with Fong Bai decree. On this day, the already accomplished chief also appeared in each server, and established contact with the gods and the indigenous demigods. Soon, the aboriginals' auras and aspirations came quietly. Soon, the auras and aspirations of the players on each server and the people of each country came quietly. All countries and servers were like this, and none of them were destroyed in the war. There was only one exception. At this moment, it was a dark hole, without any aura response. But it seemed to be ignored by everyone. Although Fong Bai had no such intention, the person who executed it inevitably had his own will. Fong Bai did not notice this. Alas, afterward, the envoy who made the decision without authorization could only be severely punished, and the criticism was reported to the whole world to see the effect. Most of this person's name cannot be written in the same genealogy as his own people. He can only open a book alone and write himself at the beginning. It seems a bit lonely. But that's all later. At this moment, Fong Bai is fully devoted to this aura, the guidance of this aspiration, and all of it is put into the furnace, without any other care. These spiritual lights, with every bit of yearning, lit up the endless dark world of consciousness. Like a bright day, all these spiritual lights poured into the oven. In the oven, a red star shone brightly, and then turned into a bright red flag that fluttered in it, directly occupying the most important position in the oven. And other spiritual lights were bred one after another, and they also turned into symbols and flags with different characteristics, all surrounding the bright red flag. Finally, with the appearance of flags, with the resonance of flags, finally, what Fong Bai had foreseen before finally came. At this moment, Fong Bai, the chief, or other players, and aborigines, all raised their chins slightly and looked at the sky, as if they could see the flag that belonged to them in the sky, and a higher symbol that perfectly enveloped and included their own temperament. This symbol echoed slightly in everyone's heart. Humanity. At this moment, humanity has completed unity, and information has been gathered. At this moment, the oven disappeared. Fong Bai's small world consciousness disappeared, and all the flags in the oven disappeared, and they all appeared in another level, appeared in a place that everyone can perceive. That place is filled with endless information. Perhaps it can be called the information element layer. And at this moment, an old man, with a firm look in his eyes, as if he had just pledged to devote himself, appeared out of thin air. The moment he appeared, the human spirit that had completed the gathering of all information seemed to tremble slightly. The old man smiled slightly, and the gathering of information had made him see everything. The efforts of their generation were not in vain, and the descendants did not let them down. The efforts of 3 generations. The concept. Finally, humanity. The next moment, Fong Bai, whose small world in his body had completely turned into the real world under the endless power feedback, also ascended to a high position and could be called a divine mage. Then, the world merged without any obstacles and became above the gods. With the achievement of the god mage, the information of the endless mages gathered. In the slight tremor, the mage information was completed. The 2 words also shook slightly in the minds of countless people, which also meant that after crossing endless time, the concept was finally achieved. Mage. Silently, A refined young man in a black robe appeared next to the old man just now. The young man was not surprised when he saw the old man. And he was not even unfamiliar with him. Although they were separated by an era and had never met, they had already communicated with each other. He had longed for it for a long time. Finally. We can meet. Hello. I am the human Disu. Hello. I am the mage Imolan. The two smiled at each other. And the figures of the two concept masters were imprinted in this endless time and space. In a smile. The world was achieved. And the changes in the world have not stopped. The dragon bones that have been completely infected have catalyzed the title of Mecha to the extreme. And the world that is not complete because there is no world will in the body. Fong Bai smiled slightly. And the complete world in his body merged into his body silently, and into each cell. With the nucleus as the foundation and the membrane as the barrier. A small world was created. There were countless cells in the body, and countless worlds. Fong Bai weight had finally reached the level of incalculability. And even became more bizarre and terrifying as each small world grew. At this moment, Fong Bai mere existence had distorted time and space. And he wanted to attract everything. The terrifying body strength had reached the extreme. This was not a victory of energy. Nor was it a cohesion of concepts. This was the cornerstone of all concepts and all information in the world. This was the absolute material density and material strength. In this way, the information of the dragon bone fell. And the information of the mecha poured in. In this way, Fong Bai body rapidly proliferated and surged. And the body of absolute matter gradually became huge. And Fong Bai consciousness gradually disappeared in the process. And the body of absolute material cornerstone gradually turned into a dead object. Gradually, it turned into a humanoid mecha with a main red color, standing between heaven and earth, with a red sword shining abnormally behind it. Gradually, in the world, there was a high-pitched dragon roar inside the mecha. Moo! It was not from the dragon bones. That was just the initiator. But the vision of everyone being like a dragon. And the fighting spirit that humans sent to the world. Along with the sound of dragon mooing. The glory of civilization that included the concepts of humans and mages fell into the mecha, and turned into a shining pearl on its chest. In the game world, Fong Bai, who turned into a mecha, did not resurrect. He disappeared from this world forever, and would never appear again. In the real world, Fong Bai smiled slightly, stood up and walked out of his home, but disappeared on the spot, and appeared in front of the mecha in the game. Looking at the mecha, feeling the feeling of blood connection, he turned his back, floated into it, and landed on a dragon head in the endless starry sky, holding two horns in his hands. Moo! Instantly, the eyes of the mecha shone brightly, and the dragon roared through the world. And its name has also been passed down through the ages. Dragon God. And the next moment, the dragon god took a step forward, disappeared from the spot under the dragon shadow, and appeared above the endless world, looking at the two people in front of him. And their introduction just now echoed in his ears. Fong Bai smiled slightly, took a step forward, and landed beside the two people with his mortal body. And the dragon god floated behind him. I am the mecha master of the dragon god. Fong Bai.